Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up back up, 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 Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
The top 8 teams from each stage will actually get the chance to compete in the OCE Championship. The winner of the last chance qualifiers will actually receive a ticket directly to the champions. That's pretty big.
But he does get spotted, and that's going to be Sicko picking up another. Can he get the ace? He absolutely can.
Myth on the flank, he might be able to do something big. 1, 2, they're not turning around. There's 3, the Rockets to solidify it.
40, all of a sudden, there's actually a little bit of a, oh my God.
Order.
We want to get to the international events and have a really good run, even win them, and bring a huge audience back to Oceania.
Mind Freak.
He gets a second as well, looking really good here.
Grimmer's Disciples.
We're expecting to come out of our group as the #1 seed.
Meow Meow.
1 versus 1 situation now. Gets the jet dash, hits the kill.
Clarity Esports.
Our strength is definitely our unpredictability.
Bonkers.
Just though, it's down to a 1-on-2.
Fun Crew.
And just like that, flawless to come through for Fun Crew.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Panic doing a lot of damage to Clutchy as well. One more bullet and he's going to be out of the game. Norton going to be the one to take people out of the game. It would seem Panic going to be able to take them all out. Oh my gosh, Panic.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a scheme play.
No, oh my God! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
So they do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's oh my word!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a beautiful afternoon, evening, whatever you want to call it. It's pretty light here in Australia, so I'm going to call it the Arvo. Now, good Arvo to you and good Arvo to Kev. Look, we've got a big man who's much bigger than me, a couple of doors across in the room over there. But Kev, how you feeling?
Good, man. A little bit chilly where I am. Nice summary where you are. We're both in Sydney, but just on opposite sides of the city, I reckon. So that's just how it is right now. This is what average Sydney Arvo looks like. You know, on your side of the earth, it's just quite sunny on me. A little bit of snow going on here, but we're back. We're here for VOT playoffs time, dude. Finally.
That's it. That's it. Now, the aircon especially works in your room, doesn't work in mine. So I feel like these backgrounds kind of work for that. Now, let's start to talk about the VOT. Of course, we're in the playoffs. It's going to be a damn fun time here. We got some big games coming up. And look, in case you guys didn't understand what's going on through the group stage, how we got to the playoffs, have a look at this explainer.
Welcome to the 2022 VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for VALORANT Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
And look, they're not only playing for money, they're playing to make it to the APAC Masters. It's right on time for some of these players to get overseas. We've been waiting to have these international opportunities for so damn long, Kevin. One team is going to have that opportunity just around the corner.
Yeah, and I mean, Order's been ready for so long. They've been ready since last year. Really, they missed out, and now I think they're hungrier than ever, ready to win. Obviously, going to Masters is the big prize here.
Yep, having a look at not only the Masters, but there's money on the line for these teams as well. So let's have a quick look at who's taken what home. You come first, you take home 9K. Now, that's a lot of K. That's 9K to be exact. So yeah. I'm very happy. If I could win that, I would be over the moon. Now, second takes home 5K. Third, 3.5. And then after the podium, it's 2.5, 1,500. And 1,000 as well. So that's a lot of money going to be split up between all these teams, 25,000 Australian dollars to be exact. So it's a pretty decent prize pool. Now, before, of course, we figure out what we want to do with this money we hopefully win, or the players hopefully win, we've got to talk about the groups as well. And you weren't here for the groups, Kev, But look, fortunately I was, so I can fill
Yeah.
you in. There were some crazy, crazy games. There were some big teams, big upsets, and some big highlights as well. So if we have a look back at day 6 of games, fortunately I was covering this one with the big Pilskinator, and Order managed to take the cake. Although Bonkers, mate, they came out of the gate swinging and definitely impressed me. So a lot of eyes on them. Unfortunately, we're not going to be covering them today, but they will be seen in the following days and who they're going to be playing up against. Now, in terms of all these teams coming through from the group stage, Kev, who are you having your eye on?
You got to start with Order. I mean, just like Order, I was apparently just invited to this event, so, I skipped the open quals and all that kind of stuff. Unfortunate, Mac. Unlucky, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, Order's #1 for a reason. They've been hot favorites for a long time now. Them, alongside Mindfreak, didn't have to play in the open quals. Everyone else in the group stage that we saw, the other 6 teams, had to come through the open qualifiers. And, I mean, through this, we had some really interesting results. The big one for me that was probably not, in my eyes, super expected, at least from when I was looking through, Crimus Disciples was not a name I was super familiar with, and I look at this roster, I recognize Myth and maybe Cloxy, the rest of them, a bunch of new players that I'm not super sure about, but they come through, they beat Mindfreak, and Mindfreak are a very stable team in terms of having a lot of veteran players that have been around the Valorant Oceania scene for a long time, and, very surprising win there, but, also a lot of respect given. So I think Crimus Disciples, one of the top teams coming through, and you mentioned Bonkers already, that's another team high on my list.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be some crazy things going on throughout the playoffs. But before we have a look at the seeding there, let's have a look where everyone finished up in the group stage. So jumping into Group A, at the top there, you do see Order, 3 and Zip. Bonkers, 2 and 1, coming second in the group. And look, I feel like that game definitely could have been won by Bonkers if they had a better day at the office. But that being said, Order, we know what they're capable of, and they can always bounce back, always play from the numbers deficits. Clarity, I've heard a lot of good things about them as well, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do here in the playoffs. And Fun Crew, they've got some big names, but unfortunately couldn't get any big dubs in Group A, for the group stage at least, but they're still here in the playoffs. So fortunately, no one's been knocked out just yet. But let's talk Group B as well. We've got to blitz through this before we jump on into all the action. Crimus Disciples, the team you were mentioning, a team that it looked like, it had the names on it, some names that you've seen around before, and then some that you might not. But they definitely had a good performance in the group stage. Mindfreak, not quite the same thing could be said. Of course, they've gone for the roster swap. They are still trying to find their feet. We had a chat with Soju last week, and he also mentioned that every week that these guys get to play together, he's learning something new. Yeah. He's improving. They know that the team definitely has a lot of potential, so they're just going to stick through this one. Bit of a shaky group stage, but look, they got the 2 wins, and they got a decent seed.
I think that's the important thing for Mindfreak, right? They still have the 2nd seed coming into this now double elimination playoffs. It's not all over from the group stage. It's just time for Mindfreak to kind of gel together, work their kinks out. I said that they're kind of a veteran squad in the sense that they have veteran players, but like you sort of mentioned, maybe haven't really worked together as a cohesive unit just yet. So they're using the group stage to sort of get that sorted, and now that we're into playoffs, a double elim here, we expected them to make some sort of top 4 finish. At least that's what I've got in my head right now. Yeah. So a bit of room to still make their way through. Crimus Disciples really put up a fantastic game against them. 13-4 Breeze, I think, was the map to look out for. Then a 13-10 bind as well. So 2-0 there from Crimus Disciples versus Mindfreak. And, Mindfreak definitely looking to bounce back from that and get a bit of revenge, I think, in playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see if they do get to face one another through playoffs. Speaking of playoffs, let's have a look at the bracket. What teams are playing who's playing what, and of course, it's going to be Order and Meow Meow up there. So, you know how brackets seeding work. 4th of one group plays 1st of the other group, 2nd to 3rd, etc., etc. So going down the list, we've got Clarity up against Mindfreak, then Bonkers and Iconic, which I feel like could be a very spicy one. Iconic, definitely some names there that can pop off. And then Fun Crew and Crimus Disciples. That's an interesting one because we know Crimus have been performing out the wazoo, but Fun Crew have yet to find a dub through VOT. So I'm just waiting to see if they are going to be able to bounce back and find a map or 2 here or there, see what they're capable of. But look, over here on the stream, of course, we are going to be only able to cover 2 of those for today before jumping into the next ones over the next couple of days. Match 1, of course, is going to be Order taking on Meow Meow, and that's going to be coming up first. Second match following that is Clarity and Mindfreak. Now, this is the game that I have my eye on today, Kev, mostly because I want to see what Mindfreak are capable of, and I want to also see how Clarity perform going into playoffs, knowing that, the tournament lives aren't on the line yet. It is that double elimination. So lower bracket on the horizon, but who's going to be making it through the upper bracket?
I mean, I think the good news for Mind Freak is they didn't really have too many issues outside of playing against Chroma's Disciples, so this will be a different matchup, I'm sure, taking on Clarity on the other side of things. I think Mind Freak are probably closer to the Chroma's Disciples bonkers level of play, and everyone else is maybe still on the catch-up there. Perhaps Clarity is going to end up being the underdog of this matchup, but maybe they look at Chroma's Disciples as well and be like, well, they beat Mind Freak, we're going to give it our best shot as well. It can be possible. Perhaps you look at, Group A as well. Maybe it's a slightly harder group. Fun Crew definitely didn't have a great time in there, and they're another team that have to play up against the first seed a little bit later on. Definitely not today, but, that's still to come.
It's crazy, right? There's so many things that we could talk about, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to delve on that. We've got to get towards the game, but that means we get to talk shop. So Order, let's bring them up and have a quick look at who's on the lineup. You guys have seen them before. You know their names, and you love them too. Tux, Texter, Autumn, Disco, Maple, all very gifted mechanically, and they've been together for a while as well, and that chemistry definitely gets them through so many sticky situations. So many times I've seen around where something goes wrong, they might lose first pick or two, be down 3v5, and then they just have that chemistry that can bring those rounds back.
I mean, these guys have been together for so long, and even the quote-unquote newer guys that did join the roster, I'm talking about, the Maple in particular, who came in after, I think it was AOC at one point, and that was a tournament I did with Pilski.
Yeah.
Order, their core of like Tux, Texter, Autumn as well, and Dick Stacy was there before he decided to go to the coach role. Those guys have basically been together since the start of Valorant in OCE. I mean, remember like early Ignition series when we casted together, they've been playing together, team launch, etc. We know the history there. So these guys are the longest running team in our region, and they're the best team in our region for that reason. That's definitely a contributor.
Yeah. Now we got to talk the other team as well. Of course, it's Meow Meow, who haven't been drawing a lot of attention for the right reasons, having a little bit too much fun. Hopefully we get some more serious gameplay from them today. Now, it's Clutchy, Andy, Rackham, Norson, and Jungle Wow. So some names that were a part of that Chiefs roster that were supposed to go overseas, with some other names thrown in the mix that you may or may not be familiar with. Now, I'm looking at the likes of Andy to try to carry this one because he's got some pretty solid stats. I know Clutchy's definitely capable, but it depends on how he feels on the day to like what kind of Clutchy we're actually going to see today, right?
Maybe a bit of a coin flip there. I think this is a really interesting team because when you look at it individually, on paper, they should be one of the best teams in Oceania based on the history of where these guys have come from. They're ex-teams. You've got ex-Wildcard on here, ex-Peace, Chiefs, you name it. Some really heavy hitters. Ninim was playing for this roster during the groups as well. Missing today, maybe missing for the entire playoffs. Who knows? Ninim, one of the best players in the region still. So, on paper, I mean, Meow Meow have dynamite plays, but like you said, it's just whatever's happening right now, this team as a combination, it's not working. Maybe they're not, taking it as seriously as they should be. A bunch of different problems there, but they're not putting up the results that a team with these type of players should be putting up.
But as per usual, I'm always open to having my mouth shut, being surprised by a huge performance. So Meow Meow, they have players that are capable of that. Now, speaking of players, let's have a look at the head-to-head. We've handpicked both the difference makers, both the duelists, of course. Autumn loving that Jet, and Andy, he plays a few different duelists, depending on what he's feeling on the day, depending on what map is there as well. And look, in terms of the stats, he's definitely ahead of Autumn in most regard. But, of course, it's harder to shine bright when you're filled around by diamonds, right?
Yeah. So clearly Andy's just a better player. No, I'm joking. This is the situation where, I mean, statistically, this is the other thing, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, the players on Meow Meow individually, they can do some really good stuff. We have some, I would even potentially say heavy hitters individually on this team. It's just how they work as a team that's probably the issue right now. And for Meow Meow, in particular for this kind of matchup here, do like to highlight the Jet players and the Duels players in OC. I feel like OC is still like this very heavy Jet kind of region. That kind of pop-off performance is what we're really about here. You look at every single team, you can name, oh, well, that's the Jet carry on that team. This is the identity of this team based on very specific people and how the team's formulated around that. And maybe Order's less so of that. That's why Autumn doesn't have as many hardcore stats because maybe they're more of a... Is it weird for me to say like a team-based team? They're a little bit more structured, a little bit more standard in that approach compared to everyone else.
That's what I was trying to say before, right? When you have a lot of talent around you, it's harder to shine, like stand out really, because everyone else that does their job, make sure they hold their positions, all of a sudden they're getting good stats as well, which takes away from your stats and evens it all out. Either way, we got to talk vetoes. Let's have a look at which maps we're going to be seeing for the first series of the day. I'm interested to see where we're heading. Okay, so We got Breeze here from Order. Meow Meow going for Haven. And Icebox as the leftover maps. So I feel like this is a pretty strong veto. I remember watching Meow Meow last week on Breeze were kind of all over the place. So I feel like Order, being a very strong Breeze team, they've just lent into that, thinking it should be almost secured map. Haven though, I feel like that's going to be an interesting one because Order are solid at that, but Meow Meow, if they play like loosey goosey with the 3 bomb sites, so many positions that you have to hold, that could be a little bit difficult for Order.
This is an interesting veto because normally Order would veto away and ban Fracture first as their primary ban. If you look, I've seen the history. They always ban away that map pretty much every single time. But the confidence here probably is from Order that obviously they are just going to be confident they can beat Meow Meow in the first place, but they don't believe that Meow Meow are going to pick Fracture, so it's okay for them to let it through. And they'd rather target ban away a map that they think Meow Meow are probably better on. And Meow Meow did first pick Split in their last matchup. I think that was in the group stage. So they ban away something they believe that Meow Meow would want. And then, in the second phase of bans, they get rid of Fracture anyway. So it ends up being a pretty decent veto for Order in that regard.
Now, what I want to see from Order, the other day was on Breeze. I got to see a lot of Viper. We do know Tux is a very solid Viper player. But I can't remember the map off the top of my head. But he was playing a little bit of Chamber, and it looked really, really good. And after what we got to see over in NA yesterday on those Chamber players, like the skill ceiling for this agent is actually insane.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Chamber right now. What I'm seeing out of Chamber is bringing a lot of incredible plays and mechanics to the table in Valorant. It's like he's like a semi-duelist. People play him in the Sentinel position, but I still think he's like more of a duelist. So you almost play double duelist with him, which means teams are kind of giving up that Sentinel position. There's a lot of KO play in Oceania as well, so we'll look forward to seeing how that goes. I haven't seen as much Chamber in OC compared to, say, KO, so we'll see what kind of teams really want to bring him out. Like you said, Order probably the team that is most likely to bring out the Chamber via Tux.
1 second. I am just trying to figure something out.
Okay, no worries. Well, we'll having a look at the history as well. So, all right, well, apparently we've got a few things to figure out here, guys, before we get into game. So we'll head over towards a break. When we come back, we'll head to map number 1 on Breeze. See you soon.
All right, I figured out the problem. It was that 1 + 1 equaled 2.
Nice.
And 2 times is the charm, not 3, as people usually expect. And I did just hear that we are going to be loading on into Agent Select in just a moment. So sorry for the short break, but of course we will be getting back on schedule, back on board. And Breeze, of course, is where we're going to be kicking things off here, Avril.
All right, let's take a look at where the composition is going to come through from. It's going to be a Cypher coming through from Texter as well. I'm starting to see less Cypher. I mean, this is where, if this was NA instead, you would be having Chamber here where you would have the Cypher instead, I feel anyway. Or at least potential of a KO. Some teams do like to run a KO here instead of a Sky, but otherwise pretty reasonable. Jet pretty standard here. Meow Meow are going to go for typical Meow Meow stuff. Rakim straight away on towards the Reyna. And I feel like I haven't seen Reyna in a long time. I legitimately think that Reyna has mostly been pushed out of meta now.
It is Rakim, not Rakim. Just to quickly fix
extra
that
E
one.
in there.
I've never actually heard anyone
Double
call him
E's.
Rakim.
Mate, you got 2 E's in
you
there.
can
What
keep
do
calling
you
him
want?
that if you want. That's gold. That's comedy gold. Kev, you're
All right.
funny. Now,
Try to
loading
be.
on in, of course, Rakim is very much a Reyna player. I've played with him, or against him rather, sometimes with him, just in, pugs for ages since the game came
Right.
out. And he's very much in love with the old Reyna. Pretty good on it too, but I'm not too sure how it will fit. I believe he's I saw somewhere that he was the sub last week, so looks like he's been pulled in again this week, and we'll see how he ends up going. So there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. We got that double duelist, got that Sky on Norson, so hopefully he can set the boys up. Sky, very powerful on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, even look at their history. It's like you got Rackham on stuff like Phoenix in previous games. It was not even that long ago. So, oh, sorry, not for that, but yeah, he definitely has as Arena. We have a Yoru coming through. Yeah, there actually is a Phoenix. My eyes didn't lie to me. Just a whole bunch of stuff, really. So really interesting stuff from Meow Meow, to say the least.
Yeah.
Today, though, funny enough, it's going to be a little bit more standard.
Let's see how this one ends up going. Techstar getting that cam out in time. Guardian Light, of course, going to give a whole lot of information over, but we are seeing a very aggressive play. Meow Meow straight down tube. 4 players, one coming in through the double doors. Okay, mid control almost working, but it is going to be even trades. Or so I thought. Rackham will connect and dismiss her way around the corner, which could be a double for Techstar. There's the aim. Cage down. Will allow Rackham to fall away. Norson trying to take this fight as well. Bird around the corner. Looking good, but it is the guns that look a little better. Techstar polishing that one off at mid. 3 alive at the end for Order, so Pistol in the bag.
Yeah, just holding on strong here. Texas even just going to pick up a Vandal going into that round 2 now. Marshall being forced out for Andy. Aside from that, they look like they're doing a standard save. So what is that, like a hero Marshall? Is that even a thing? Seems a little bit weird that Andy would go for that early, but it is a sniping map. We are on Breeze. Autumn's going to match it on the other end as well. No real resistance being met there. Order kind of win all the duels they need to. Minimum losses there. Only 2 members went down. Everything as standard. A second Marshall being purchased up Clutchy with full armor.
Ooh. Okay. Little tag there. Almost going both ways, but we'll see how the rest of the round plays out. Maple opting just for the ghost here. Looking to save up for the next couple of rounds, really backing himself. And knowing that he is the man. Just use this util, try to create some space towards A. Of course, that wall's already gone up. Texture as well, expecting this aggression from Meow Meow. Rackham, he's going to cop the pointy end. Tucks as well.
Oh, good shot.
Just playing nice and deep now. It looks like this is just going to be a very clean looking anti-eco. I guess 2 casualties came through, but those guns that were not bought up by a couple of the players means that there's going to be a bit more to play with going into round number 3, Kev.
Just a little bit of damage done, you know. Keep him honest there. Vandal still in play there. Texas still got that one. Here we go. Some rifles coming through now. And because Meow Meow actually had a couple of buys in the previous round, this isn't going to be a proper gun round for them. They have, what, the 2 Vandals coming into play. Guardian. It's not looking that flash as far as where the economy is. Would have expected a little bit better, but again, they took that risk on those Marshals. Got 2 kills, but not too sure it was worth the purchase.
Let's see. Aggressive play at mid for both teams. Team Meow Meow. Just tucking Rackham away at that box at top mid, but it's the doors that Order are after, just smashing their way through. Jungle able to almost find one. However, Disco looking that little bit sharper. Rackham waiting next to the snake bite. No spam just yet. Tucks close range with the Spectre. It's a position you definitely want to be in. Drops the orb though. Just try to create some more distance. Drone coming through. And he just re-aggresses straight behind the snake bite. It's looking pretty good as well because Clutchy not going to hard clear that corner. Autumn finds the flank, goes back for second. And polishes off Norson as well. So things looking pretty damn good for Order on the bonus round.
And Order went through mid as well, so it's like there was an opportunity for Meow Meow to maybe cut it off, but they couldn't quite do anything versus the Toxin screen. As the round kind of finishes out here, Andy picks up a kill via the Sheriff, but that'll be it. Texter for 2 here. Rest of the guns retained on the side of Order, and maybe even a couple pickups here as well. So they have the 4 rifles when I don't believe they actually started with that many. Ultimate's starting to come online now. Texter especially already has an aerial theft. So 3 rounds in a row here. And still not a full buy. I mean, obviously they went for another pseudo buy in the previous round, and
yeah,
if I'm going to be honest about Meow Meow right now, it's almost like they're partially forcing every single round. So the 2 Vandals coming through, which means in the next round, if they lose this one again, it's still not going to be a great buy. They're just perpetually behind in money.
We did see this financial theory come through from Meow Meow last week too. Force buy until it works, and it never worked. So
right,
looks like they are continuing to go with said strategy. We'll see if it, works today.
Didn't finish Economics 101, I see. So Meow coming through here, alright. 3 members on this defense over onto the A side. They actually have Rackham nearby as well with Andy instantly fragged. There's going to be one traded back towards 3 versus 3 with Spike down.
Ooh. Big Bird coming through from Disco there. Trailblazer looking for some extra info, but he opts to save it instead, knowing that they've got a whole lot of presence here across the A site. Jungle Wow just wants to try to slide a line. Getting something found with the Sheriff. Norson drawing a whole lot of attention, and Jungle can't make his move work. So Norson now, he's still got this Vandal in hand. He's just trying to figure out if he's going to be given anything here, but Order, they're taking this seriously. They want this to look as clean as possible. No one giving him a damn inch. Jump peeking as well from Texter. And that's going to be 4 in the bag. Autumn dashing across as well, just looking for the info. And Norson, well, he's just got this Vandal that he's looking to save. Ooh, Deep Bird gets the info that he's here somewhere. Norson, can't find a second. It's going to be 3 on the board for Autumn this round. Big triple and 4 for Order.
Full of smiles for Texter today as well. Having a bit of fun, 6-2. It's going to be a Tux scoreline. I mean, Texter was leading the pack not that long ago. They can afford to buy up again, so only 2 survive. As they sacrifice, I think, of Tux's life towards the end there to chase down Norson. Trying to at least remove 1 extra gun. That all forced to rebuy with light armor here. Operator online for Andy now with the full armor as well. So
yeah,
we're starting to get better equipment. I mean, this is because Meow actually have maximized their loss bonus at this stage. Few members are 1 away from their ultimate as well. So this could be a big round. Meow definitely need to start getting 1 on the board, and this would be it if there was one.
Nice little Toxic Orb coming through there, all the way down halls for Tux. Wall up as well. As you can see, the spike here for Order. All the way at B main. Drone's going to go first, and it looks like it might just be the double pump. Tux probably going to be putting that wall up just after this contact. In come the Jellies, and Norson wants to try to find some extra investment off of it. There you go, Autumn standing in the open, no one close to trade. And this is looking good. The best round so far from Meow Meow.
Yeah, but Tux has made his way all the way through halls again, so this is going to be a big flank. This is giving Order the opportunity to make their way back over towards A. Seek has been popped as well, and he misses. Will be punished, and Tux happy to collect that kill. Well, that done and dusted. Jungle Wow is the only person still anchoring on A. You can see the rest of Yama haven't actually rotated over just yet, and with the Guardian will even find a kill into Tux.
Okay, Recon Bolt coming in over the top now. Just trying to figure out if Jungle Wow's still there. He gets rid of it, but he cops the pulse as well. Rackham coming into the door just in time. Saves the day. Saves his teammate. He will save the round as well. 3 for him in round number 5 to get Meow Meow on the board. Nice and early here before it gets too one-sided.
Really important that Jungle Wow survives there as well. Keeps the back safe. Tux goes down, and suddenly you have 2 members alive for Order. Spike is also super far away, so it's not like Order can play for a post plant just yet. They have to wait for the actual plant. I don't believe the operator was recovered on the side of Meow Meow, so they'll have to forfeit that for now. Andy's going to go for the Blade Storm this round. Operator's in the hands of Autumn now. See what lines will be taken early on. He'll be challenging over towards mid. Won't see anything just yet. Rackham versus Texter potentially on B as well.
Ooh. 1-4 split, and Rackham solo on B. Still goes for that aggressive peek into main. We'll get away with his life for now, though. Falls very deep back over to the broken wall. We can find a line at backside, and it seems that they're aware of this aggression coming through. So it looks like Order are just smashing their way onto B. Rackham has to go absolutely huge here. Monumental, but it's not going to happen. Texter wrapping around the corner. We'll make it a 1-for-1 trade. Sights in their possession. But for how long? Autumn's still dealing with this flank, which means there's not a huge amount of players on site. Texter already going down, so Maple fully isolated, but Autumn able to get here in time. Off the line to wrap him back in. Maple going to be able to take this fight 2-on-1 at Arch, and Autumn seems to have struck Andy out of the equation. So, okay, 2v1. Jungle coming in from Arch now. Finds himself that double. Clutchy aware of Disco's positioning. Push comes through. And there it is. Jungle with a triple of his own. So it seems individual efforts are getting these rounds on the board for Meow Meow.
I mean, this is even in a situation where Maple and Autumn both got the picks they required. as they were playing their post plants, and you know it was not looking great for Meow Meow. Reckon had that Empress got the one frag off it, could have possibly have gone for further, but got timing pretty hard by Texter. And at that stage, not looking great for Meow Meow, but Jungle, wow, picking up a decent couple of frags. They trapped Disco as well, despite the recon dart getting blown up there. I mean, Disco still has to reveal his positioning and just get sandwiched. So 2 rounds on board now for Meow. It's not bad. As the money situation is looking better and better. Andy back on the operator. That will be picked up for free, courtesy of Autumn. And reasonable buy for Order, but 2 players not in the best weaponry.
And he's done it again. Goes for the heal instead of the dismiss, though.
That's a mistake.
Not expecting more players around the corner. Separation. Playing the mind games, but also enabling Order to make their way to site. However, it's a 4v4 again. Meow Meow managed to get the dub last time they were in this situation. However, Jungle not going to be alive to find a triple this time. Texter lurking at mid stops him.
That was a beautiful shot coming on through. Tux will make it another as well. Viper Spec coming on down is going to make it pretty damn hard for Meow Meow to do anything. Luckily, nothing will get done here. Texter sees every one of the cameras. Got my handy though, so we get more players. And Meow Meow at least getting down. Also making it more competitive. But he takes that shot. It turns into a 1v1. So has to play up against the pet, or actually, no, Tux did die, so that's gone. Might have made it a bit more interesting there, but every time in the past few rounds, even when Order have actually won, they win on like kind of minimal numbers, so Meow Meow definitely, at least in the kills department, keeping up.
Well, Tux now, the only man quite far away from his ult. Disco, same could be said, but at least another 3 online. And if you take stock of Meow Meow as well, no one's super close. Clutchy could get a Hunter's Fury on and maybe have some extra impact. Norson could rock those jellies, maybe. But I guess we'll see how the rest of the round goes. Trailblazer in early. Disco just looking to find any information because we know Meow Meow love a very early aggression in a round.
Clutchy's unspotted, by the way, so he's safe currently. The Trailblazer doesn't really get enough. Tex on the long flank will check in with where that's going to go in a hot second. Lucky to come through from that door. Hunter's Fury now coming through from Maple. Flicks the kill. And a tag.
Okay. So Ultimate's starting to come through, finding impact. Norson hiding where his teammate fell, and it looks like no one's fully expecting it, but he will be checked. Maple, heads up play, and the flank from Rackham. Too many missed opportunities there. One shot will do it from Tux, operating on the Viper. But, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Passing that one back to Autumn as well.
And this time, like, 4 people alive as well, so that's really impressive in terms of just getting their economy back into action. When Order started getting low, they had that really dangerous round where 2 members didn't have the 4 rifles, and they had like a Bulldog or a Spectre or something like that. Operator's been just swapping hands round after round now. Both will have it. Andy versus Autumn. We had them in the head-to-head in the graphic. Let's see how they do in the actual game now. Both over the B side as well. So it could be an actual 1v1.
Well, pushing through mid. Trailberries around the corner. Okay, Rackham spots that one. But are they going to expect Andy on the back of sight? Well, they've spotted him regardless. Missed opportunity for him. However, he copped that leg, so we are going to see Jungle Wow fall eventually. Look at that. Mid-aggression eventually punished, and Autumn just holds the offline, knowing that Andy's going to repeat every day of the week there. So that's going to be the B site found. Hunter's Fury's online now, and Clutchy will find and kill with it. So at least tags up 1. Rackham has that jelly right next to him. Texter jiggling around. Great movement to secure another. Just like that, it's Norson last alive. His position known as well. After firing off those shots.
Spike planted.
And it's a little rough for him. 1v4. And best thing that could happen here is he gets 1 kill, gets that ultimate online for the next, but
or just none.
He's not even going to get that opportunity, so at least his ult's online.
I don't want to preach the choir too hard, but I think Meow Meow playing a little puggy for me at the moment. You're definitely seeing, like, Jungle Wow is trying to get something done in the middle. It's a little bit weird. Usually you would think to play a little bit safe, or if you were going to make a move in the middle, maybe you like to see Jungle Wow and Norson working together, at least play off the flashes there. And he gets tagged by an owl drone, but still just kind of plays the same positioning, gets taken down by Autumn, and slowly, Order, they don't have to force too much. They can just work off the mistakes and kind of play off the knowledge and the information they're getting, slowly whittle down the numbers of Meow Meow, and it's kind of all over.
Tux. I'm going to take point there with the operator. Or util at the ready. And again, this drone Just going up towards the pyramid, then over the top, nice and late. Tag through, looking to find something, guiding light, enabling the cross to sight. And they're just trying to figure out how to get on these lines. Tux able to at least lock down that container line.
Tux is stuck though.
There's still this awkward position. Look at Clutchy. He's just standing there at the pyramid. And as this rotation comes out from order, he's going to be left solo. And, right up against the wall. I reckon he survived probably about 3 seconds longer than I thought he was going to. Just by jumping. But now, of course, this B site is going to be a 4-on-1 for order.
They've now given over a hero operator for Meow Meow, which is not ideal. I think Tux went in a little deep there. He was expecting that the entire team would probably be able to push him, but the Viper's pit, anything's problematic.
Yeah.
4 versus 5. Operator the hands of Clutchy. Normally it would be Andy. We'll see what Clutchy does with this. Could still be pretty, well, as the name would say, maybe clutch. You'd have to be able to find a decent amount, though.
Oh, nice recon bolting across. It's going to get so much info. Clutchy. There goes the operator. It's someone else's turn to use it now. Looks like we're going to see... Oh, I think Andy might have had it. No, it was Rackham. And he'll at least connect. Still be able to survive for the moment. And we are going to see Autumn still with 1 knife remaining. Rap comes through. 2-man peek is too much this time. Autumn finds one of them. And he's going to go for the slow peek. So Rackham comes through with a clutch. Big kills on the operator on the retake. What a round from him. So, that's going to be 3 on the board now for Meow Meow on the defense.
Yeah, man, that was just... dare I say, a little bit sloppy from order. And, you know, it starts back over towards B where Tux gets caught out, he gets stuck. Ideally, you go for 1-for-1 there, but even if you don't, you still give the operator over to a team that was on an eco. And now they get to use that opportunity to, you know, start making pickoffs. Order, like you said, towards the end there, 1 by 1. Rackham takes them down, and last play, I think, was Autumn, just kind of slowly shifts out, and Rackham gets the kill. Now it's a double op defense. 7-3, I mean, it's definitely Order winning this half, and probably still the map. Now they're given a lot of opportunities, though.
Okay, straight through. The doors again. We've seen this work perfectly for them before. We'll see if Order can pull a flawless round out off the back of it. Clutchy just going to be pincered upon. It's the 2-pronged approach, and Andy looking to save the day from bridge. Man goes wide and uses the tailwind to survive. And look, with a couple of guns in play, maybe you just opt to save. You just cut your losses.
It's not enough rounds, mate. Yeah. If you save now, you give away 8, and there's only 2 rounds left to play for. You really have to play for every single round. Force next round if you have to. So Andy's going to go in. Still has a decent amount of util available. Clearing these angles 1 by 1. Disco will at least be traded 2 versus 4. Now just the 1. Norson to do it all. We've seen the situation before, and it didn't go well for Norson, and it won't go well now.
Take what's useful.
For alive. Speaking of economy, have a look at orders. It's through the bloody wazoo. Everything they need in the final round. Probably a couple of operators dropped as well as Vandals. We'll see what they decide they want to do, and the same can definitely not be said now for Meow Meow. Down to the Sheriff, Norson figuring out what he wants to do.
This is a nice spot. Here.
And look, at least we've got a couple of ults online. So Andy, he's got that Marshall, Blade Storm, and Rackham can go aggressive and maybe dismiss away. But I mean, look where he's playing from. B's open.
What you really want to have is, if Clutchy has a Vandal here, that needs to go to Rackham so you can ult with that. If you're really playing for highest efficiency and highest percentage chance to win. Dexter as well. Gotta be careful on this lurk. Not randomly go down to somebody like Jungle Wow, who was exploring in towards mid. The control now taken by Order. They have no idea it's a full 5-stack on A, so depending on how they explore, if they have a look over towards B, they'll soon know it's going to be a free plant, but it looks like they do want to eventually go towards A with Jungle Wow down as well. That's going to give them a bit more confidence.
And Order just not having to do a whole lot. Just make sure they stand there with their guns out. Don't get caught off guard by any random timings of the pushes through the smokes. You got Rackham as well, trying to find a nice line, and unfortunately couldn't get too much value out of that ultimate. And now we at least got the Blade Storm here from Andy. Let's see if he's going to be able to use it or be given an opportunity. Oh, Hunter Fury finds his location. Now things go from bad to worse. There's a camera up there too. Oh, Andy. Oh, Andy. Oh, you got to feel bad for him, but Order, flawless way to end the half.
9-3 commanding. A few rounds there going awry. A couple of them were pretty avoidable, but I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to see the W on Order's sheet. especially for a map like Breeze here. First pick coming on through. So swapping sides now. See if Meow Meow can do something special on this pistol. Stacking mid to start things out with. All right.
Let's see if Jungle can find himself an entry here, maybe. Still got that wall, still got the orb to play with coming into the first round.
For you, hermanita.
Looks like we're probably just going to see a mid-A split.
Scanning ahead.
It will be Disco first up. And Autumn, big scan. That's seen at least 3 there for sure. Damage being exchanged. Is actually going to be Maple falling down. Autumn's pretty low as well.
Oh, the bomb. Clutchy just ran up on his own into the open. And now the rest of the troops have to try to get the bomb back. They know exactly where Jungle Wow is standing as well. Okay, bottom of the vent, able to fight for his life for a double. And maybe an opportunity. Texter, 70 HP. And that spike, of course, just next to the smoke. They've missed it, and his position known. One bullet will do it. There it is. Texter with a triple to clutch it for Order. Clutchy throwing that one with the spike out in the open.
Man, I think Order must be having a little bit of fun here as well. They definitely want to try and have these Angels versus Meow Meow. We're in a situation, you get a triple tag, and everyone just kind of runs out, giving Norson a bunch of frags as well, which was, no, it was Jungle Wow, actually, I think, was got a bunch of frags in that particular round. Just running at them one by one through the double doors on A. So, definitely playing to the fact that they know they're better and they have a huge lead. Sort of a force coming through from Meow Meow as well. We saw this in the first half, double marshals.
Trailblazer out. Texter cops the stun for a moment, but Meow Meow a little too far away to capitalize off the back of it. It depends on what's going to be going on here. Texter just looking to play around the trap wire, going forward, finds himself the 3-man lineup, but only finds 2. Andy, 70 HP, able to fight for at least another. And trades look okay at the end of the day for Meow Meow here. Disco just on the right side, it's going to jump over the top. Beautiful human flashbang coming around the corner there. Autumn in the air, and the classic right click will polish off the final kill. 11 on the board now for Order.
Let's see what the buys are going to be on the side of Meow Meow in particular. Again, because they're double marshaled up, they're not going to have a full buy. So just really uncommon playstyle and strategies coming through from Meow Meow. Even on the Order side of things as well, because they've copped so many losses in terms of deaths. You know, they've had to opt for a few rebuys. This doesn't even count as a bonus anymore because 3 members have rebought. 2 of them have gone towards rifles and Autumn and Texter.
They just want to get it done as soon as they can.
Just because Trailblazer only sees the 1 there, so not enough information, but it is going to give Order the opportunity to rotate, and they will.
And Tux has all this util to play around as well. Secondary orb, but he'll have to walk through the snake bite if they do sneak through. Andy, nice shot through the wall to open up the round. Finds it's up the double, but it's going to be a 2-man swing from Archer's Disco. Looking good with the Spectre. Guiding light as well, and Norson wants to take it head on, but that is going to be his downfall. 2v2 now as we head to the mid-round.
There's 2 guns on the floor here as well, so, you know, depending on where Texter and Autumn died, I think Texter was somewhere in mid. Disco looking, whoa, okay, Clutchy, long-range Bulldog shot, we'll get it done. That's the Vandal now in Clutchy's hands. So kill and an upgrade. Not looking great for Tux in this round. Bulldog Vandal versus a solo Spectre. Maybe you can pick up an upgrade here. Is there one? It is. Still a 2 versus 1, though.
Oh, in jungle. He's going to be caught on a tight, short angle. Tux definitely not expecting that one. Thinking, what's he doing there? But he got caught in transition. Looks like he was going to peek mid, but the off angle works out for jungle anyway. Yeah. So there it is. Meow Meow on board for the second half.
I mean, it's a little dangerous as well. If jungle gets caught there, that actually gives Tux the 1v1. Which actually clutch out that round, but jungle, like you said, off angle. Tux not ready for it. We'll go down. 5 rifles now on board for the side of Meow Meow. 2 of them were taken over from the previous round. And the first time we're actually going to see Order eco. Interestingly enough. So might be seeing 5 on board for Meow Meow in this particular map.
Well, we'll see what Autumn's going to do. Looks like it's just going to be this mid-crunch play. Bit of a setup from Order, and it's the timing. But Tuck's not going to be able to find investment from the Sheriff yet. He does, however, sneak across one of the short side and rely on Disco to try to bait this one out. But yeah, as you mentioned, they're going to try to go for the rotate back towards A now, and Spike's already out here, so Order not going to be able to stop this plant from happening.
Yeah, Racken can go really deep here as well. Can go towards spawn even, try and find a couple of frags. You have to be really careful about not dropping guns. And Maple finds an excellent timing and an angle to Clutchy. That's going to be the spike denied. No plan. Rackham has to do a lot. He has to be very careful not to drop this gun. Disco first up on potential whip there from Rackham. Will whip the heal up. Autumn still finds an angle above.
Just taking a couple of shortcuts there, trying to plant in the open with no one watching doors, and it's going to cost Clutchy his life. So huge damage already. And Tex is looking for more on the flank. It seems Autumn, he's thinking about maybe saving, but as he jumps off bridge, looks like he's just going for some extra financial damage. Might have almost found jungle there, but of course, a little bit of inaccuracy after the couple of taps. Jungle, however, locking down another. That's 5 on the board now.
Yeah.
For Meow Meow.
I think
However,
you need to
it's
have
a big hill to climb.
You need to have both Texter and Autumn alive for that retake to happen there. And also, I mean, they're saving on that round as an eco for a reason anyway, so Autumn wasn't going to try and take away their weapon. He's got enough to buy in the next. Also got the Blaze Storm if he really didn't want to buy. But that is going to be the predictable 5th round taken up by Amel now as they do get to defeat the eco of Order. Not without taking a bunch of damage on. That does mean you don't have full buys, and he's going to fall for the weapon. Play for the Blade Storm.
Okay, well, Clutchy spotted. They've heard the op. See if he can get some more info. Disco going for the jump peak, but deep on site now. Pops the Seekers. And a couple of teammates already rotating in, so he's hoping that maybe they will connect. Now going to be spotted over towards the back corner. Maple over the top as well. Gets Andy. Norson falling as Disco just keeps on heading forward into enemy lines. Oh my lord. Jungle Wow's got a big job to do. Disco already quite low. He will take the patient approach. Waiting for the rest of the boys to group up. Locking him down, 100%ing this round. Making sure there is no room for error. Oh, comes in. Disco falling. Not expecting the flank. It's perfect timing on the peak from Texter. And there you have it, 12 on the board.
Autumn's going to get a free upgrade here as well. So, okay, we're going to go into map point now. Nearly 4 ultimates available. Tucks one away from the Viper's pet. Money not great, but because Andy didn't spend last round, they have a little bit more to play with. Viper's pet available for Jungle WoW as well. And this time, heavy stack over towards A. Jungle likely to go potentially solo in towards Halls. And that fast push, right? I say it's fast, but, you know, they go over towards B. Instantly shut down. Didn't take too long. Big recon. Discovers everybody. And shooting gallery after that. Rare miss from Autumn.
Overflicks, just barely. Expecting maybe a wider peak, which maybe I have been doing. All right, flash out. Rackham now looking to just take advantage of the situation. You do see them get out to sight. Autumn in a bit of a rough position. That Hunter's Fury is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. No real connection just yet. It's going to be Rackham, I think, taking a bit of team damage. Autumn finds one with the blades of his own as Disco comes in on the flank. That's going to be Spike in his sight, rather. And Rackham's still just waiting for a movement forward. They know that he's stuck in the corner. The jump across, though, at least baits out the rest of the knives. And he's still fighting somehow. Even with all of this going on, Tux takes that fight with Jungle, who had no idea for some reason he was there. I don't even know what was going on that round, but ought to win somehow after that. 13-5. Big dub to take on the first map. And Meow Meow, look, they did all right. They got a couple of rounds here or there. Individual efforts got them across the line, though, and it was Order who just looked like the better team there on Breeze. Now, going into map number 2, which is going to be Haven, what are we expecting to change from Meow Meow? And I guess, how many rounds do you think they're going to get?
Probably 5 tops. Again, if we have a sort of similar situation. I mean, a lot of those came through from the fact that Jungle WoW had a decent game, picked up a lot of kills there. Rackham actually had a decent run as well. But beyond that, you have multiple rounds there where even when Order win, they still cop a lot of losses. So their economy isn't super safe at various points. Once Order get a roll on in that first half, it was fine. But, you know, things did get a little bit out of hand. And like I said earlier, there were definitely a few avoidable round losses there for Order. I think they could have done this one in 13-3 probably. But, you know, you still take the 13-5. That's still a pretty dominant win at the end of the day.
Well, that's it. Sometimes that chaos is very hard to thrive in, and, you know, sometimes teams trip up. Meow Meow, I wouldn't say they're doing too much tripping, but we'll see if they take this trip in to Haven, and on the ride, we'll see if they're going to be able to tighten all the loose nuts and bolts up, see what they're going to be capable of, but of course, it's going to be map number 2 coming up just after the break, so don't go too far. Welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour. We are underway with Series 1 of the day. It's Order who's just taken the first map over Meow Meow as we head towards Meow Meow's map pick, which is going to be Haven. So it could get pretty spicy. We'll see if they're going to be able to get some form of revenge, some form of redemption going into their map pick. Order, of course, get to choose sides. So they're going to start on their favored side. And we know that they've played Haven since the game came out. So this is going to be difficult for Meow Meow to get back in.
A bit of an understatement. You want to know a fun fact in terms of how difficult it's going to be? Order haven't dropped the Haven since April 2021. And that was to Mind Freak in the grand final of Nova. Right. So, since April last year, it's been 10 months, and they haven't dropped a single Haven. So, yeah, this is not going to be terribly fun for Meow Meow. I don't think it is Meow Meow's map pick as well. And already you're going to see some, at least in my opinion, weird stuff. So Phoenix is going to come through. The Astra is pretty standard. Don't see a lot of Breach these days. You definitely see a lot more either, you know, Sky or KO on this map. So Disco's going a little bit more old school with the Breach. Flash and Dash available between the Autumn and Disco combo. You still have some, you know, really cool Astra setups with the fault lines as well. I see those fault lines coming through from A sewers. So not too far off meta for Order. Still pretty standard stuff, but on the Meow Meow side, I mean, anything goes, right? They kind of throw in a couple of darts at the globe, and on this globe, you just have different agent portraits. Just like, oh, that's what I'm going to play then.
It's interesting, like, Breach sort of making his resurgence back into the meta has stopped Killjoy from being as viable, because obviously Killjoy has that lockdown, which is so useful on so many maps, right? But everyone's starting to figure out the lineups with the Aftershocks just to deal with it, and it means that, you know, well, if you pick Killjoy, you're picking a little bit of utility, you know, with those nano swarms. But other than that, it's not a lot, you know. So as a Sentinel, there's just so many better options right now.
That's why Chamber's getting played a lot as well. Pseudo Sentinel, especially in Tux's hands when you're the secondary operator player of this team as well. He was the primary operator at one point, way back in the day when we casted Order, you know, before Autumn was the Jet player on this team. What was Autumn was at that stage playing something like, I think he was the Cypher, which was a really weird stage for Order. Here's going to be Rackham coming through double doors. Yeah. Probably lucky to stay alive. Just 3 members of Order on the other side.
Well, we'll see if Rackham's going to be able to pick this one up or not. He's still poking. He's still hungry. He's playing this one close range. 4 in the clip and 2 around the corner. There's the first headshot found. Dismisses the whole way away. Fully blinded. And an opportunity. Tux getting that headhunter into play. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Garage Control is there for Order. Texter and Maple both trying to make this one look that little bit easier. But Andy, he's still got this one to work with. Sheriff, bullets running out. Has to go back for the reload. Gets Disco before falling off, before going for that tailwind. And he's going to be stuck in the window. It's going to be a nice trade.
God.
No trade to come through. Andy popping the hell off. Finding himself the quad kill with that Sheriff.
Yeah, a bit of comedy going on here for round number 1 and map 2. Andy with the 4K, and on top of that as well, like, he's on 30 HP, doesn't get finished off. A couple member from Order in the Gardens just like, man, I can't hit this guy. I don't know what's going on here. So here come the buys. Marshall, Double Spectre, Bulldog. Rackham looking to potentially save a little bit more. And Respect coming through from Order as well. I mean, if they wanted to be really aggro, they could force into this, but it's going to be the full eco, nothing bought at all. 5 classics, no armor. I don't even think they pick up any util. Just going to run at them with the pistols.
And Well, it's not working too well. Rackham. Seems like his sheriff's looking pretty good over on Haven. Something must have been wrong with it last map, but he's got himself another triple. Man is popping off so far for Meow Meow. And we're going to see that flawless come through.
Yep. That's everything you're looking for there. 5 out of 6 in the ultimates for Rackham as well, which means for this particular round, I mean, you could potentially buy up something. You did save in the previous round if you're Rackham. You got a 3.9k, slightly behind Andy. But now they'll just be content with where they are currently. If Rackham finds a kill somewhere, picks up a weapon in Empresses, they can definitely do something cool this round. It's very important now. Maple, well, not Maple, just Order in general. Down 2 rounds early. Big gun round now. Sacrifice all the buys in the previous to even get this far. Rackham trying to dodge out of that fault line.
Oh, okay. Able to get another, so we'll have that Empress online if he wants. He's only got 30 HP, so he won't be able to survive chopping away and hopping away with that axe out. But 25 HP. Tex, they're looking to take point. They're worried about the flank coming through. Clutchy's just ran the whole way through A. Just going to be pushing his own molly. You know, that is the power of Phoenix. Going to be able to find one. Not Texter, though, who's made his all the way through B. Flank comes through into window. Tux deals with this situation. And Meow Meow out there, a man down. Now they're 2. And Andy, let's see if his position's known. Oh, certainly will be now.
3 low HP members on Order. I mean, there's a world where Andy can actually land some decent shots, but I think if Order play this one smart, they're not going to give him the lines to work through. Andy's going to make a play for it anyway because, I mean, this is their, what, bonus round, so not going to be you're not going to be saving this Marshal or anything like that.
Damage is what it's all about. And with this Marshal, you know, stray bullet here or there could definitely get a kill. You've got Texter coming in on the flank. And yeah, as you mentioned, full util, so he's just going to keep going forward. Pulls out that classic, looking for a decent right click here or there, but he pulls the knife out. Somehow still survives on 1 HP, picks up the Vandal, but does not expect Texter on the huge flank around. So Order, they're going to lock down there first. But things got expensive and things got dicey there.
I mean, even just taking down an extra member there, having 3 members go down, 3 repurchases, and 2 of them are now not going to have the actual rifles. Autumn is going to get a Vandal, but no armor. Or at least not the full armor. That's kind of mission accomplished. Damage done for sure. Now you have the actual Empress available. You noted that actually happened last round, but no HP and no opportunity for Rackham to use it. Yeah. Operator online for Andy as well. Will be sniping down a long, and that is exactly where Order is.
So financially, Meow Meow in a very good position. Andy can't get away from that recon bolt, so invests the cloud burst and falls away. Not going to be able to get a shot off with the operator, but he will, however, wrap behind default, try to find a timing. Also going to go drone on drone, head to head there, and get that tag up from Tux eventually. Now, what are we going to see happen here on site? Norson falls even deeper in, and we're going to see this rotation come through from Clutchy as well.
Well, those rare moments you actually get 2 drones touching. Don't see that very often. Okay, well that is going to be now Order moving away from A. Tux will lurk over there to see what happens a little bit later on. Could still be B. I mean, this is a situation where for Tux, the lurk is pretty easy. You can always rendezvous out of there and you'll straight back over towards attacker spawn. Garage control being taken right now. Still pretty slow in terms of rotations because Disco's hanging around spawn. It feels like Order are not really committed. They're just trying to bake some rotations over, then maybe finish B. 2 stars being placed and is looking like B.
Meow Meow are going to rotate in just in time. Flash ready. Just smacking it straight through the smoke now. Clutchy on the back of site here with Rackham. And Andy right next to them too. But this is just going to be this slow aggression up short. Tuck's not going to hard clear the corner. And Norson, he's got that trigger discipline. Knows someone else is coming. Drops that recon bolt and just waits for the push all the way round. Stuck in the corner. Awkward position for him to be in. But all he's doing is just buying so much damn time. Disco has to push right through the smoke. And this is looking like it could be enough here. Meow Meow, they got to stop this spike from going down. And Maple is opting for maybe the kill instead. 2 seconds. Clutchy, he's hit it. And he's won it. All he had to do was stand there and Standy shout.
Hexer's going to be the last one alive. Just a rifle there and a round. Slipping through their fingers in terms of Order. Running out of time there. They were looking to maybe fake over towards C. Wanted to play on B. Instantly the rotation was there because Meow Meow had already started moving off from A towards C. Even the players hanging around near B were going towards C in the garage. All they had to do, turn around, pop down that hot hands molly on top of the default plant. And Order had to cancel. Tux as well being caught out as soon as he walks up from sewers. Unfortunate. Great kill from Norson that really slows things down for Order.
We are going to see Tux fall very early on.
Rackham's
With
coming.
this aggression straight out of Garage. It's already the big flank onto the A-site players. They know that the push is coming through, but there's a couple of blades in the way. However, Andy, he's going to fall. Texter going on the lower peak to at least make that trade happen, but the wall in the way, and Norson just waiting for the push through. Maple playing with his food now. Classic not going to be able to work with the right click like it used to. Texter in the corner, able to be last alive, find himself the double for a trade, and he's got the spike too, so he can send it somewhere else, get this plant down, and then maybe hope to try to isolate a couple of these duels. The issue is, though, I think all three of the Meow Meow players probably going to be going together.
Oh, has to recover a star at some stage as well. He's got one planted over towards A. You almost have to play this one C long, I think. Tuck away. Is he going to go Garage? He's going to end up running to plays. He's just going to take the jewel straight up, and Clutchy sees him, tags him down, and no opportunity. Texan needed to win that 1v1, or at least needs to put himself in a situation where he can really fight down these three members. We're not expecting maybe the clutch to come on through. It would have to be extremely poorly played by Meow Meow, which, you know, I wouldn't count them out of that, but at the moment, 4-1. This is a really good start on Haven.
To be fair, Clutchy did give him a one-on-one, and that is literally the way that Texter could have got back into the round. So, you know, very ambitious to go in alone with the flash when he had two people not too far away. Just wait that extra second, all of a sudden you got a three-man swing coming through. But of course, you know, I guess we're just picking at things at this point. For the moment, Meow Meow doing extremely well on the defense. 4 on the board already. I'm looking to make it 5.
I reckon picking at things is basically my entire job. It's one of those seasonal pickers.
Yeah.
Coming in once a playoffs to do some pickings. Operator shot coming through beautifully from Andy onto Autumn. And I'm trying to figure out, did Autumn start with an operator or not? I feel like he didn't. I feel like that was actually just a rifle. In any case, it will be now Auto moving off from C, and probably for good reason. I mean, you have 3 players on the site itself, 1 in Garage. A is super clean. Norsen's not even playing on site. Here come all the stars. Norsen doesn't even know. This drone zone will just reveal it's completely empty.
Just going in with the drone. And finding completely empty bomb site. So Spark's going to go down. Radianite, take flight. 30 seconds or 40 seconds or so away. And Norson, he's going to drone back in. Try to get a bit of info before the retake comes through. They've got the numbers. They can just trade this one through. Aftershock going to buy a little bit of extra time. But again, Clutchy just going to be going forward. The rest of the boys so far away. Okay. Rolling Thunder gets a lot of extra work done as Norson just going to be trying to connect with the Hunter's Fury. One on the jungle. Wow. Is decent, but maybe not decent enough as it's gone back to the 2-on-2. Texter now, 1-on-2. He has to figure out where this last man's dropping from. Rackham around the corner while healing. Positions perfectly, lands, regains that accuracy, and survives on just 4 HP. So I dare say, you know, healing on that orb was enough to get him to win that round.
I can see some of the reactions on Order as well. I think they were really looking to win that round. That was definitely within their favor. I mean, think about it. Yeah, they did lose Autumn early on, but they got a free site, full post plant.
Yeah.
Just go committed to Rolling Thunder as well. Numbers were even 2 versus 2. Rackham coming down 4 HP, surviving, and just unfortunately Texter couldn't quite pull it through for the 1 versus 2, and now into a hero rifle situation. A couple ultimates are online. Maybe if they really want to play into this one, Tux should probably go for the Tor.
There.
Fight up against Andy, who still will be sniping. He's sniping out of mid this time.
Let's play.
Okay, well, Tux has even got the 2 to force. Texter's now out of the equation, so we'll see if any investment comes from this ultimate. Clutchy, though, looking to push forward. As this Molly wants to flash again, but again, the Molly's going to stop his teammate from helping him, so he's just poking his head out solo, waiting for the Order members to come around the corner. Now, it's a messy, messy situation, but Clutchy makes the most of it.
I mean, look at that shot as well onto Tux, and he just completely frags him. Order will get one back, but that's about all they'll get. That's the hero rifle being purchased up. So he's going to get them a couple of kills. You respect the 4 bullets left remaining. And on the last shot, actually, he finds the headshot. It's a 1 versus 2. Maybe if Autumn can find a way to isolate the targets again. Jungle Wow could be next. Can it be done? Is it going to be an ace? Answer is no. Jungle Wow shuts them down. 6 on board for Meow Meow.
Wow.
And how close are we to a potential upset on this map?
Mate, that
7 rounds away is the answer, I guess.
That was messy and it was dangerous. And I saw a world where that was going to work out for Order. Autumn gets the signature ability back with those 2 kills. Dashes away to safety. Unfortunately, he can't find any more, but he did decent financial damage. But as you mentioned, the issue is right now for Order is Meow Meow. They've had a taste of victory. You know, they got that lead.
Got a bit of catnip.
Yeah, they got that 5-round advantage, which tastes much better than Kibble. And my God, if they pull this upset, we'll go into a third. And the third match Icebox, so I don't know how that's going to go. But for now, Meow Meow really playing the best I've seen from them so far here in VOT.
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, because remember, let's rewind a little bit here. The last time Order dropped a Haven, April 2021, 10 months ago, in a grand final to Mindfreak, when Mindfreak was at tip-top shape, Nova Invitational Grand Finals. Since then, flawless. And by the way, that was Maple hadn't joined the team yet back then.
Yeah.
So this is pre-Maple even.
Right back in the day.
Stacey has gone for the old tack pause there. We've had a full minute of discussions now. Back up to full guns. Cosmic Divide available here. Need to really talk about how to recover this half. And it really is talking about Order recovering this half now, because 6 on board for Meow Meow. 1 more, and they actually have a confirmed quote-unquote win on this side. 1 half does not make an entire map, so it'll still need to be done further on. The bigger question is, how much more of a lead can Meow Meow get? Or is this where Order start coming back?
Ooh, Order opted to go for the mid control. And it's looking like there's been a couple of opportunities. However, Autumn, he's expecting a Rackham or a Clutchy push at some point, but Clutchy now just going straight down mid. Somehow gets to the cutout with this many Autumn members just dancing around, so could potentially catch them off, but it's going to be Rackham finding Autumn, who's pushed his way through, dismissed away to safety. And Clutchy not going to be cleared either, so Texter shot in the back of the head, flash through, and he's going to invest the wall as well just to try and go back safely. Spike's gone down with that pick from Rackham, and all of a sudden, Order, they looked structured, they had a little bit of map control, but it's just going to be picked away, piece by piece, peak by peak. Meow Meow, they are making this one nasty. Disco, if a man can do it, it's probably him. After shot into the corner, Clutchy going to be isolated there. And now there's a pincer coming through. Spike's still being left in window, but Disco, he's looking to take a 1-on-1, and he knows that this is his best opportunity to get back in. Spotted, Jungle Wow out in the open, but he has that Phantom in hand. Pops him straight on the noggin, and it's 7 now for Meow Meow.
If you look at where some of those red X's were as well, I mean, let's start with the fact that Rackham gets that solo kill right around in Garage. The drone was about to spot him out. He knows his only out is I have to swing. If I get the kill, I dismiss. If I fail that, I simply die. Because when a drone comes on through, it usually will check that corner where Rackham was tucked away. And then beyond that as well, more players start pushing on through. Order start dropping members. They drop the spike in window. Rackham peeks out of double doors for another frag, and there's just no response from Order. This almost pseudo-pugginess style of Meow Meow, plus them now, like you said, getting a taste of success, is starting to really give them that confidence. But maybe this is overconfidence from Rackham, just walking up and dying.
Well, he was very, very focused on his crosshair. Didn't spot that shoulder coming around the corner, so Order find a first blood. It feels like it's been a while since that's happened on this map. Now, let's see how they get back in. Just rotating with that Cosmic Divide that has been invested by Order. And they're going to be sending it up towards B instead.
Yeah, they've already started rotating members off. They have a player there really deep. I believe that's Jungle Wow, who was inside the smoke. They know it's definitely not going to be a C side. Went over towards A, assumed it was going to be the case. It will be a B plant instead. The plant is pretty slow. That's going to give Clutch the opportunity to maybe peek on through.
Oh, it's in the corner though, so there's at least a little bit of safety. 2-man peeking, looking pretty good. Autumn able to get a couple of those knives off. Andy has some knives of his own, but he's going to be able to pick back up that operator. Big damage through, and Maple picks the right corner this time. So Jungle out, falling with a shot in the back of the head. Again, execution style. And Andy, he just wants to do as much damage as possible. Maple just tapping through the corner, taking the safe approach there, and it's going to be 2 on the board. So Order now, yes, they're not going to be able to get the majority for this first half, but that is a stop to the little win streak that we've seen from Meow Meow.
And they can still get the 5 here. I mean, 5 would still, in my books, be a recovery. You can see they were hungry for that operator as well. So just hunting down the last player, and Andy looking to take that away, make sure they don't have the hero up on that defense. Also, Clutchy had used his hot hand, so no molly. I think you really want that molly for preventing the plant to come on through. You can throw it at the default on B. So that part doesn't quite happen for them. And obviously beyond that as well, the trademark on that link was unbelievable, which just really ruined Clutchy and ruined the ability for a retake to happen. So into the next round now. Full guns versus Eco. Handy. Bad.
Okay, gets away. Tailwinds to safety. So far, so good. Triple duelist on the defense. You wouldn't expect it to work this well, but it does. Tux, he's looking to find anything in through the door. Doesn't want to empty the mag too quickly. Looks like he might have someone. No one's coming across to save him, but they do get that aftershock through. Forces Clutchy into the open. Going to be stuck on the right side still, though. Rackham needs to get one bullet, and Tux, he's going to survive on 40 HP for the moment.
You can see how much more, I think, calculated about countering Meow Meow Order are now, because Tux is holding that double doors. He knows that multiple members of, of Meow Meow, I was going to say Rackham, but specific Rackham has been peeking through those double doors multiple times now.
Yeah.
Rotations coming through over to the A side of things. Meow Meow wasting no time. It's still 4 versus 4. Rolling Thunder might end up having to be placed here, depending on how confident or lack thereof the Order are for this push. Looks pretty good, though. Disco has 3 frags now, so should be a plant, no issues.
Yeah, Norson, full faith in Clutch. He thought he was already able to cover the angle through the smoke, but he was a little late to the party. And it's going to cost the whole team a couple of lives and maybe even the round 2. Jungleware playing a dangerous game here. Flash through, enabling the push from Texter. They're hungry. They want to send a message, and a message has been sent. Unfortunately, I don't know if it made it to the right address, because the postal service here in Australia is absolutely terrible. So hopefully, Australia Post can sort their things out.
So what happens when, when you have a
theirs.
B on your address, but you don't actually live next door to...
Oh, are you doxing us?
I mean, B could be anywhere, mate.
No.
I'm not. I didn't say the number. I didn't even say the street. I just said...
Not right now. Not while everyone's watching. Right. Dox us on a 10-viewer stream. I'm fine. But, I never know who's going to turn up now. Jeez.
Man, your autograph one day.
Well, Norson sending Recon Bolt with a message of his own towards a main. The lobby push from Order is a slightly different approach. Again, I'm looking and waiting for this garage push to eventually happen, but it's all the way down C. It seems like the trademark is about to spot that one out. Okay, info is there for Texter, who hears the fallback all the way to C.
Look at this movement in sewers as well. I mean, Meow Meow getting really active across the map. The only player that's kind of in the middle of nowhere is going to be Jungle Wow. Not quite sure where he wants to go, whether it's going to be A or C. Tux will be in a lot of trouble. He's about to get trapped, potentially.
Look at the entry route.
Oh, there it is.
He crouches. He goes under. He hasn't been spotted. Texter's the whole way through. Andy's scoped. Hasn't seen a thing. And Texter has threaded the needle. He hears his footsteps next to him saying, what the hell? Again, Texter hasn't checked the corner, but it works for him this time. Andy in a position you just never would expect. And now we're going to see this random rotation coming out from Meow Meow. Everyone's left A. Spike's still here. Lobby control's still there. But for how long? Maple able to at least get that trade onto Norson. And now with the numbers advantage, Order just slowly but surely making their way to A.
I mean, look at Jungle. He still doesn't know what's going on. Jungle's gone all the way to C, and there's Clutchy winning a 1v1 over towards A. Texter's really made this difficult now. Texter's about to die. Oh, no. Jungle didn't see him. What's going on here? Texter on 10 HP. Surely he gets sandwiched.
One enemy remaining.
And they know that Maple's solo on site, so the swing's going to come in just off the back of the plant. Maple going to be able to pull his gun out in time, and the recon bolt's there. 230 HP. He's not going to be enough to send and deliver to Jungle. And there you have it. 8 on the board after that. Oh, puzzle of a round.
I'm going to be honest with you. You know, the cat and mouse references here. You know, we got Meow Meow. We talked about the catnip and the kibble. That was a lot of sniffing around, but Texter was slippery for quite a long time. Really caused some issues. Unfortunately, didn't end up being enough to give Order that round. And actually, that means 8 on the board now. Last round of the half. Meow Meow leading by a significant margin. Even if one more comes in for Order, that's still double the rounds on board for Meow Meow instead. And really, to me, what the round winner was a double setup over towards sewers. You get Texter, or rather Tux first. Really puts the pressure on those A players from the Order side to go on. If you don't have any sewer control, you have to clear a lot more. So Meow Meow having that in tow, and then obviously getting rid of Texter was the final nail in the coffin.
played this position a few times now. Dash away. We'll save him for a moment. But as you can see, Rackham, he's just going to continue this aggression down mid. There's flashes bloody everywhere. Disco has to deal with the eye, and he will deal with another as well. Texter falling. Maple now going to be left last alive with just 40 seconds into the round. It's been damn chaotic already. Wants to get his mitts onto that spike. We do have the drone coming around as well, so they know exactly where Maple is. 28 HP with the knives coming towards him, and the shock dart going to be way too much. Meow Meow take 9 rounds on the defense here on Haven.
This is unbelievable. I mean, this is getting to the point where I think you're sweating a little bit if you order. I think you're a little bit... I don't want to use the T word. I don't know if I should say they're tilted, but it's... Hey?
What's going on?
What's going on is...
This is just hectic.
Well, we can go back to the pre-show, mate. We're talking about the fact that Meow Meow have the capability and the individual skill to be able to put up some real numbers, be competitive, and be an actual good team. Like I said earlier, when you really look at this team and you dissect the fact that they come from such good pedigree, Chiefs, ex-Wildcard, Peace, etc., you got good players here. The problem is, they just really couldn't care less previously. Now that they, like you mentioned, Mac, got a taste of the W, and they're like, guys, maybe we can beat Order. You're 9-3 in. Now it's time to play for real. But the thing is, they're playing for real, and on top of that, they're winning a lot of these heads-up duels. They're kind of walking out and just tapping Order away.
Yeah. Well, Clutchy all the way through. Cops the Bink. Deals with the trademark before it goes off, though. Able to heal up as well. Little trait of the Phoenix. 3 HP. Disco going to be able to win the wall bang, but it is going to be the shock dart, rather, to get the cleanup. Tux as well has the head hunter, but he's not going to be able to connect. Autumn, though, hunt some heads just with the Sheriff instead. And now it is going to be back to this 3-on-3, Kev. How do Auto approach this retake?
I mean, what have they got available here? They've still got Maple. It's decent. Stars coming on down to isolate angles, but look how many players in the back of sight. They don't know that currently. Rackham still has orbs available. Just going to get surrounded, though. Jungle's the only one left. He'll cause some problems, but he won't cause enough to stop this pistol from going the way of Order. And I think if you're Order, this was a very important round. Giving this one over to Meow Meow would have been 10. You'd still be on 3. There's an anti-eco, which would give Meow Meow 11. I mean, that would be a complete disaster. So, right now, slowly turning things around. Disaster averted, at least on the pistol.
That's a great way to start for Order. Able to get the extra firepower going up against the pistols. But look, I'm not writing Meow Meow off anymore because from what I'm seeing from them, they're coming up with some crazy creative strategies. And the thing, Kev, we need to think about is they've got so many flashes with this triple duelist setup.
You say you're not going to write them off anymore. I think the most important thing is that Meow Meow haven't written themselves off anymore. That's been the biggest change for me. So see what Autumn can do with this Marshall. It's going to be tagged on the body, but can't find the follow-up there. Rackham wishes he can get a heal, but we'll have to find that elsewhere.
Revealing area.
Okay, a little short dart just to clear out the front of sight, but I don't think that hit the intended position. No one in the corner, though. Meow Meow thinking about going towards Garage, but Andy making a ruckus as he falls away. That's going to be heard, and Texter's now gone into Garage just to clear out this position. Clutchy waiting for someone to overextend onto a line here at B. But again, there's just so much util for Order to play off Tux. Look at this position. Man is not going to be... Oh, he will be cleared. Checked, spotted, and Andy is going to be able to get the follow-up. So maybe a chance, but do they expect the second man? I don't think Maple was spotted, so a fast flank definitely could come through. Recon Bolt, though, gives away his position. And the rest of Order rotating in through Beacon.
Yep, they got a lot of entry here, and they can stop the plan as well. Brilliant stuff from Disco. Spike will still go down, though. Really important. Won't amount to too much at the end of the day. We'll give some money over. Disco nearly prevented the spike from being planted. Texter holds on to the Vandal. Triple for Disco, including a defuse, means 6 out of 7 for the Rolling Thunder. And finally, speaking of on a roll, will be Order closing the gap to just 4. But this is now going to be the gun round. Coming through on the side of Meow Meow.
I don't know how Disco was allowed to stand in the window like that. But he was, and it turned into a triple. So, Meow Meow not crossing those T's, not dotting those I's. I backed him for that round after they got that spike down. But too many positions to watch, and it was just too much. Now, going into round 15. It's getting real deep in the sauce, and it looks like we're going to see Order, well, Texter in particular, have to deal with a whole lot of members coming at him up C long.
Oh, sprays are going through, and will be successful, Andy. I believe they got shot through an opponent as well. It was a wall bang, but it must have been a player bang at that stage. Texter, another excellent frag. Spike on the floor now. Members have arrived from the defensive side. 5 versus 2. It's all gone wrong for Meow Meow.
Rackham somehow alive there, able to get a slight heal off, jumping over the top, but he's not going to be able to get away scot-free. Jungle Wow as well, just eyes on Platt and waiting to isolate a couple of fights. Finds one headshot, but no more is found. It's going to be 6 now on the board for Order.
Yeah, feeling much better. Especially when you get 3 in a row, especially when it's the round 3 for Meow, which means they're going to have to go for an eco, which feels even better for Order. Plenty of money in the bank now. Ultimate's coming online big time. They can save those for the next, assuming nothing goes wrong here. And if you look at the Meow side of things, Norsen's feeling like purchasing ups, and they're not even going to go for a full save. They kind of like half buying this, but they're not really committing. Like if you're going to go for a hero rifle, maybe like actually buy a rifle. I'm not too sure about this. Maybe Norsen can prove us wrong. Find some taps.
Ooh. Tux playing a dangerous game here. Andy with that Sheriff could still find the one tap, but of course Tux has more bullets to play with, but not a lot of extra HP. 2 health points remaining. Maple going to be playing contact as well. Oh, falling now. It's all about how much Disco can draw the attention away, because they're not fully aware of Tucker's position in the corner. They're hoping they can draw as much attention as possible, but we'll see if Meow Meow commit and how good they are. Clearing these angles. Oh, the recon goal. No, it was all for nothing.
God, he'll actually dodge out the shock dart as well, courtesy of all the smokes that came on down from his teammates. Texter from all the way on C's dropping a star for him. No HP to play through. And this is still tense. I mean, you look at Order, they've still got 2 members off-site currently exploring the extremities. At this point, Autumn's going to go for a big old flank. Tux could still go for a one and done here. He's got 2 HP, but he can still get a kill. Fully flashed up. There it is.
No!
2
No!
even.
Like this? Norsen slides on into the DMs and picks up another kill as well. And it's going to be a 2-on-2 for the post-plant Tux. That was completely criminal that he was allowed to do anything else in this round, but he did. Now, Autumn looking to pick this one up. Big swing coming through, and Norsen goes for the reload, so it's going to be an easy trade for Texter, but he still needs to figure out where Rackham is. It's a battle of timing. Off angle from Rackham. Look how far out in the open he is. Okay, Cosmic Divide even invested, so going the whole damn way. How's the timing on this one? Rackham standing in the open, and Texter plays it to a T. They cannot afford to lose too many more rounds, and Texter, that is why he has invested the Cosmic Divide. They need that 7th, and it's a big clutch.
Oh, man, that was great. Rackham had no idea. It's at that sort of stage where normally you'd back Rackham. He has the angle already lined up. Texas has to be the one to clear, but the Cosmic Divide just simply changes the game. Rackham then needs to be the one to move on through. Goes for the 50-50, looking the wrong way. Texter will take it up. Nearly a 20 bomb now as we start closing the gap further. 7-9 now. 2 more rounds to play through. Here come the buys finally for the side of Meow Meow. They really got close there. And I mean, Norsen brought up the Bulldog, but because he got a number of kills, he actually gets a decent amount of money back, and they'll be able to afford 5 rifles, 5 armors. Tux will go for the tour this round. Double operators on board for the side of Order's defense.
Oh, spotted jumping, but he is going to get away with it. Autumn wins that jet on jet duel. Now we are going to see the push through. Whole lot of flashes to use. Look at this. Oh my lord. Clutchy, you got the spike again, my friend. Though he did have that run it back, so we're not going to lose the spike just yet. Oh, I was having flashbacks to last map. Rolling Thunder through just to force him off the site for the moment. And it's going to be the retake before the spike goes down. Just trying to find the timing. Clutchy committing, but not expecting Texter so far out garage already. He's going to be able to find himself the double as well. And it's great coverage. 2 for Texter, 2 for Maple, and another round for Order.
Yeah, the fellas just show up there. Order come on through. The Rolling Thunder really slows things down. Catches Rackham. You see the spike being prevented from Plant. An Order 5 in a row now. I mean, if you only looked at this half and you didn't see any of the first half, you just joined us now, or you pretend the first half didn't happen, it's 5-0 to Order. This would be normal day at the park or day at work for Order. Standard stuff here, no changes. It's the fact that we had a 9-3 start for Meow Meow that is slipping away big time here. Order still with everything on board. Andy has a Bucky this particular run. Needs an orb play for this Bladestorm.
And we also just got that Hunter's Fury on from Order 2. So, see if that one gets invested. Rackham just going to be flashing his way forward. A lot of respect shown by Order here on the B side of things. Tap comes through. Hunter's Fury comes out. And it might have killed his teammate, but it's going to be Jungle to take down Texter first. So, Hunter's Fury finds one. Andy with the Bucky turns it into a double. And just like that, the round gets turned on its head.
No way.
Timing shot through the smoke. Autumn boom, see you later. And just like that, it's all up to maybe make this one happen. 21 HP and Andy has popped off for the quad.
Wow. All right, Andy. See, I knew it was the right decision to pick Andy for the head-to-head graphic.
Yeah, exactly. We knew it was coming the whole time.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard of Andy before tonight. That's true. My God, really picked up that 4 kills. I mean, that was going all order for quite a long time. Andy now will allow Meow to break double digits. 10 on board, 2 ultimates available. Talked about the Blaze Storm being potentially played in that previous run. Doesn't need it. Will pick up a Vandal. How about 2 kills in the Bucky? Feels like we're back in 2021 where Bucky was really hard meta at one stage.
Yeah, I have seen a little bit of Bucky action lately, which has been fun. But not rounds like that, not usually anymore. So Andy, big round from him and Autumn. Nice flick, dash away. That's going to be a big pick to the start of the round. So man advantage again for Order. And this time, there's no Andy to deal with. So we'll see if Meow Meow are going to be able to follow up after the previous round. Pushing forward, Texter here. Playing in wait and has at least one more star to play around. But for the moment, he's just going to go into his cave. Into the smoke and wait for the push through. They know that he should be here somewhere. You've got Rackham just waiting for the perfect moment. And there it is. It's getting the pulse through. Lined up. Texter finds 2. And that is a solid defense over towards C.
Out of the man cave, straight into the double maple with the lineup over for the shock dart as well. The secondary. How about that? 2 pieces of util, 2 frags. Recon to also lay up his teammate and Texter as well. That's going to be the 9th round picked up. Gets rid of Andy nice and early via Autumn on the operator. It's exactly what you want. Brilliant flick to start things out with. Almost perfect round there for Order in terms of how they came through and found that W. Still keeping it tight here. 1 away from evening things up. And Meow Meow only started to just consider recovering their economy. They got that 1 round. Instantly lost bonus has been reset. 3 rifles, 2 pistols. Not looking good. There will be a Blaze Storm, though. We talked about that a couple rounds ago.
Pushing forward. Autumn looking to fight fire with fire again and just be an absolute nuisance. Shock dart as well. Going to start to chip away at the health bars of Meow Meow. And the drone coming through too. But Andy, man's hungry. Has managed to get the refresh on those knives. With 6 HP, I'm not too sure how much more he can do.
Rotation.
However, we've said that one before. Order, they've lost a few members now, and we're going to see this big push out onto C instead. Jungle Wow's going to find this site for free. Texter aware, though, so you can see he's going on an adventure himself.
Yeah, Texter's going to have to wait, though. He's currently putting down a couple of stars that will just slow things down. One of those will be a grab well. There it is.
Ooh, okay.
So that's going to be the plant denied.
Another one as well, which
Cosmic Divide, by the way, is available.
Pull him out. Texter with another, and that is the equalizer they were looking for. So back to the 3-on-3, and now this push comes through, but Garage Control is there for Meow Meow, but not for bloody long. Clutchy, 100 HP, he needs to pop off, but Tux, he's got some armor to play with, and he's going to make it look that much easier. Cosmic Divide invested just to 100% the round.
No.
It wasn't necessary, but of course, you know, hindsight is 2020, Kev, and you can see better than that now, right?
Yeah, I can. I've seen to the future. And the future is looking like Order coming back in. 10 might be the most amount of rounds that Meow Meow are going to get here. That's twice as good as what I said they were going to do. I said, you asked me, I said maybe they get 5 again. They've done better than that.
Yeah.
X is going to go for another timeout here. Get a bit of comments from Dick Stace in the coaching position. See what we need to do to get 3 more rounds on board there. Got the confidence back. I feel like confidence from Order was a little bit broken in that first half. Meow Meow started to get really in their faces, winning a lot of duels. Like I mentioned, Tux was having a bad day. Still trying to find double digits in the kill department. That's fine. It's not all about the KD at the end of the day, but Tux was losing a lot of situations in that first half. Andy, Rackham, everybody just walking through, doing whatever they wanted and winning in just kind of crazy situations. I mean, you look at that 1 round he had on this half, number 6, where Andy just miraculously gets a 4K, 2 in the Bucky. It felt like most of the 9 rounds in that first half was like what Andy just did in that 6th round.
I'm still breathing, which is probably a good thing. But at the same time, those rounds, they're just completely taking my breath away. So many absolutely insane things going on this series. And look, it's just the first game of the playoffs as well.
Yeah. Between like the higher seeded team and the lower seeded team, you know? maybe across both groups, you would rank them 1 to 8 based on how things went in groups. You probably put Meow Meow in 8th. And this has been, I mean, first map is different, but this map has been far exceeding expectations of what a Seed 1 theoretically versus Seed 8 would look like. And now, Recon is going to ping through Norson.
Okay. We'll see if the TP away, the old rendezvous is used. However, he's just going to run for the moment. Tux just waits out that drone. Doesn't want to get spotted just yet. Shock Dart forces Clutchy forward, who's happy to take the fight, but Maple even happier with that kill. Now, Spike is going to be saved and rotated away with your boy Andy. But they're still holding this A control, even though we're going to see Jungle go for a approach towards C. Bit of a battle happening there.
Yeah.
Jungle out untouched. Autumn able to find Andy in through mid too. So that's going to be that 3-2 split, leaving B open. Just with that utility all across to play around.
And he just kind of dry peeking in mid window, hoping Autumn was going to be waiting well. Unlucky, I guess. Couple stars coming down over towards mid. That's going to end up being a bit of a fake. And I mean, Maple will spot the spike carrier, potentially moving on through. Norson gets timing onto Maple, which you'd think would open up A, but there's still so many players here too. Dude, Norton's doing some real damage, making the numbers workable. Time is not in favor of Meow Meow currently. They're going to slowly shift over.
Trademark?
Yeah, that'll catch. No, it won't.
Oh,
Tux
it won't.
is dead.
Now, Tux is dead. So, okay, still on the map, but it's not going to have any effect at all. However, they hear this eye come through as well as the plant too. So, numbers game is what they're going to try to play, but Autumn finds a line to bring it back to that 3-on-1, 2-on-1 rather. Dracum has managed to at least find one before falling. Taking the fight as Jungle wins it in the 1-on-2. Big clutch, and Meow Meow maintain the lead even though Order have caught up.
And that's like the most Meow Meow way of winning as well, where, I mean, Jungle WoW on this Astra has full util. I think he had a reasonable amount of stars left at the Cosmic Divide. Kind of just ends up taking 2 back-to-back 1v1s, which, you know, is a... Well, that is how you do need to win those, you know, that 1 versus 2 situation, but it's the choice just to go for the swings. He's like, util? No, I'm just going to go for the swings, wins them. Could have been pretty 50-50. I mean, Disco nearly took him down. 20 HP or so is what Jungle had at the end of the day. Like I said, now 11 on board, just ever so slightly keeping their lead.
Okay, out mid, Rackham, not going to be anyone close to trade. So big pick coming through from Disco, and Autumn chimes in as well. So pressure down mid, pressure down A, and C left just with some stars on it. Andy, leaving Texter seeing some stars as well. So speaking of stars, they're not going to be useful over towards C. So it's currently completely open.
It's numbers disadvantage, though. Double ultimates on the side of Order. One of them won't be that relevant unless they have to fully retake.
Yeah.
This goes one away from the Rolling Thunder. I think that's important to note. Not that he's going to be able to pick up an orb, but if the situation arises and he will need to go for a 1vx play, or there might need to be a clutch there, could be interesting. Cosmic Divide may have to be invested just to get Meow Meow in. But will they use the correct util to get onto site?
Norson just showing some elbow there. Tux very unlucky not to get himself a free kill because that recon bolt was in hand. Okay, Trademark comes through, gets the tag too, so awkward position now as Maple had the recon bolt out. Norson gets the better of him. Pulse comes through, but Jungle WoW going to be spotted too, so it's awkward for Meow Meow to navigate this one. Andy ready for that aggression from Tux, so mid control is still there. Now with the Cosmic Divide, Jungle WoW going to go for the full commit. It's not planted for Andy though, so keep that in mind.
It's not really planted for anybody, unfortunately. It's planted within the site, which means you kind of have to all stack together in some way. Disco's long flanker could really pay some dividends. One flash available. Andy might still spot this. Oh, he's got this crosser in the wrong area. And that's the one kill that Disco required, but it does not hit Jungle WoW. Autumn gets the kill regardless, so last player in the back of site. Autumn cleans him up. That's got to be enough. Disco just needed one kill for the Rolling Thunder, and he gets it.
It was beautiful. The fact that the Rolling Thunder actually missed Jungle as well got me a little bit scared, but the timing of that push coming in, Autumn able to pick up one and then get that spam onto the back of site too. So saving the day and maybe saving the map as well. All tied up 11 apiece. Overtime definitely on the cards, but so is a dub.
I mean, Andy just, it feels like a 50-50 coin flip, right? He checks window. Disco comes from, you know, just grass instead. And Andy's like, oh, no. Please, this can't be how it ends. 11-11, like you mentioned. It's 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds collected by Order on this half. Trying to catch up to the 9 that Myanmar had on that opening half. Decent shock will put Norson on critical HP.
It was off the back of the fault line as well. He couldn't go too fast anywhere. He got the full force of that shock bolt. So we'll see. Meow Meow are going to be able to fight their way back in terms of HP. For now, it's still 5v5.
Feels like that's bangable. I'm surprised Autumn didn't go for the shot. I think he would have damaged enough to get the kill considering Norson's on like 1. In any case, 5 alive now. Here come the stars being dropped down over towards C. Notice that Texas already got some stars placed, so they should be able to slow this.
Okay. Couple of gravity wells, not going to hit the mark there, and it is sight found. So 5v5 full retake situation. Maple going to be trying to buy some time as well, just stopping that spike from going down. Bit of a tag on his teammate, but he's not worried about that. He's looking for those kills as Rackham falls. That's the numbers that Order were looking for, and they're going to try to make their way back in. Andy very low, as well as Jungleware down to 90. Tux now. Once that headshot, but it's the flank that they got to worry about. Bit of noise going to be made by Clutchy. No one hears it, but Disco swings and spots. Ready for that full wrap through. It's Texter. The follow-up 2, and there you have it. 12 on the board. Order. It's been a damn while, but they're back in the lead with a flawless round, and now they are on series point.
It's a flawless retake as well. I mean, note that you did have an eco coming through from the side of Meow Meow, so not expecting too much. We've also seen them do better on those ecos as well. Is it going to be the OT, or is it going to finish right here? The other thing is, this is probably one of those games that shouldn't be lost in the pages of history, but I'm afraid might end up doing so, because at the end of the day, when you see this matchup, you'll go to VLR later and you'll be like, oh yeah, Order 2-0, standard. You don't get the real context of the fact that they were down 3-9 on the first half of Haven. A map they haven't lost since April last year.
Highlight vids of the future, I tell you. No one will ever forget. It'll live on YouTube forever. Now, we'll see if Meow Meow are going to be able to live past this round, because they're smashing their way in through Garage. Strength in numbers, 4 here, 1 at long. This Jungle Wow again, but it's going to be the flash through. However, there's going to be the smoke in the way, so Texter not going to lose his vision. And we got Tux over the top as well. This is just absolute madness. Jungle Wow trying to make his way through long. He's gone, and Clutchy too. See you bloody later. Triple for Texter to close it. And 13-11 is going to be the final scoreline here on Haven.
Yeah, Order just in position to stop all the aggression coming through from Meow Meow doing their patented trademark strategy. Full send it onto site. Couple of flashes. Just see what happens, fellas. Unfortunately, not going to work out for that final round, but it was a good run. I mean, they held the lead for a decent while. They had the 11 first. They had the 10 first. It was Order on the catch-up, but Order will be able to catch up. Texter even drops 31 on that particular map. Probably kind of longer than everyone expected. Longer than we expected, and longer than I think both of these teams expected that map to go.
Yeah, that being said, it was a fun map to watch. That was, you know, if Meow Meow played like that all the time, they could win over so many fans, you know, especially Andy. If Andy pops off, you know, it's pretty hard to like look at individuals and say pop-offs all the bloody time. But if he could make that happen, like, oh, Andy, you won yourself a fan today. That was some
I thought you were about to say, you know, win over so many teams. I'm like, well, I guess. I mean, they would be better than like a lot of teams if they were playing at that level, going 11-13 versus Order. But all right, you know, fans too. Hashtag content.
Yeah.
Huge performance by Tex overall. Like again, 31-13. Drop that 30. Average combat score 363 as well.
Yeah.
Just, you know, I think he had a couple of really clutch situations. I mean, he did lose one as well. You know, happens to the best of us, but Texter, for the most part, super solid. I even remember that round where the plant came through after a fake Meow Meow on towards, C? Texter with the grab wall, just knowing the positions, already started rotating. Really, you know, was revealed to the fact that there was going to be a fake, so just buying his team a lot of time and being, I think, a good IGL there, as has been for quite some time now. And
yeah,
even when you're 3-9 down versus a team you know you're supposed to be beating, a lot of teams can falter at that stage and crumble. Order, not going to be that type of team.
And look, I was spotting as well. At halftime, his mouth was just bloody going like this. He was just having a chat, trying to G the boys up, say, it's not done. You know, fully inspirational, crazy comeback. and it kind of worked out. So, getting in their ears and making sure that they made it happen on the on the defensive side, rather. So that was solid. Texter in particular, the amount of times where he would just get away with sitting in the smoke, being gifted someone walking towards him, or just they'd have the setup, they'd have that chemistry, right? Where, the Sova would come through, Maple rather would drop that bloody recon bolt, and then it just lent to so many picks, which gave Order the advantage in many, many, many post plants, or stopped many post plants from even being a reality. A few hiccups every now and then, but of course that a lot of the time it wasn't like Order's fault the hiccups were there. It was just like crazy timings coming through from Meow Meow, crazy things and crazy combinations of the triple duelist setup that they had. So, crazy composition to pull in this day and age, but it bloody worked out. Now, I have heard that unfortunately we're not going to be able to have a chat with any of the players, but big congratulations to Order, the first team to continue on in the upper bracket. And Meow Meow, we wish you all the best of luck in that lower bracket. I have been told that we do have the interview. So fortunately, we have the big man here, the big man with a big smile. And Dexter, I need to know, we were just talking about it. What did you say to the boys at halftime to change that map around? Because I saw you yelling. Oh no. Oh no, we can't hear. We can't hear you again. Texter, look, you're going to have to type that one out on Twitter for me and send it. But for the moment, look, it's good to see your face. Good to see him smiling. And that's what a dub does. Gives you a big, happy blue face just like that. Now,
we'll wait for the post-match little conference they do.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to chat with Texter soon, because I'm sure if Order keep playing like that, we're going to see him get a few more dubs. Now, that is it for series number 1. We've got a second series to get to, but to get to it, we've got to go through another ad break. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. We will see you just after this.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up
The top 8 teams from each stage will actually get the chance to compete in the OCE Championship. The winner of the last chance qualifiers will actually receive a ticket directly to the champions. That's pretty big.
But he does get spotted, and that's going to be Sicko picking up another. Can he get the ace? He absolutely can.
Myth on the flank, he might be able to do something big. 1, 2, they're not turning around. There's 3, the Rocket to solidify it.
Already, all of a sudden, there's actually a little bit of a, oh my god.
Order.
We want to get to the international events and have a really good run, even win them, and bring a huge audience back to Oceania.
Mind Freak.
He gets a second as well, looking really good here.
Grimmer's Disciples.
We're expecting to come out of our group as the number 1 seed.
Meow Meow.
1 versus 1 situation now. Gets the jet dash, hits the kill.
Clarity Esports.
Our strength is definitely our unpredictability.
Bonkers.
Just though, it's down to a 1 on 2.
Fun Crew.
And just like that, flawless to come through for Fun Crew.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Panic doing a lot of damage to Clutchy as well. 1 more bullet and he's going to be out of the game. Norton going to be the one to take people out of the game. It would seem Panic going to be able to take them all out. Oh my gosh, Panic.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player who are potentially trying to come up with a second play.
Oh my god! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour 2022, where we are, of course, 1 map deep here in the first day of playoffs, day 7 of games in total. And my God, that was a thriller of a second map between Order and Meow Meow. Unfortunately, Meow Meow couldn't get across the line and take us to a third map, but Order 2-0, definitely expected. However, it was a little bit shakier there on Haven, Kev.
Yeah, a couple of hurdles on the second lap there. They had to kind of just walk over and trip over, pick themselves up. Like, hang on a second, we shouldn't be this far behind, and just zoom past. Bit of a tortoise and hare race, but Order still get the expected 2-0. Like I said, it is one of those games where I think it may still just get lost in the annals of history, where, you know, you go VLR, you look at it, it's a 2-0 for Order, you're like, yeah, it's just a normal Order game. Nothing weird about it at all.
Yeah, so hopefully we don't lose that one, because there was definitely some plays that should be unforgettable, namely from Andy, a couple of sick clutches. I guess we'll see more from Order in that upper bracket, though, and see what they're going to be capable of doing. Who they're going to play is, of course, the winner of this second match we're about to cover. Clarity up against Mind Freak. Now, Mind Freak, I mentioned they did look a little bit shaky when I saw them 2 weeks ago, but then last week looked that much better, and then as time progresses, Soju was saying that they are feeling that much more solid. So we'll see how much improvement's been made going into the playoffs. Of course, coming in as that 2nd seed from Group B means that they're taking on Clarity, who are 3rd seed from Group A. So on paper, they should have the advantage, but Clarity, of course, in that what we could call now as like a group of death, was very, very strong. So let's start talking Clarity. They came 3rd in that Group A, as just mentioned, and they've got a nice looking roster here. You got Suave, Jelly D, Fulvus, Milky, and Cream, all of which are very solid players on the come up. So I'm keen to see what they're going to be able to do today, Kev.
I mean, I think the one really good thing they did in the groups was they managed to take a map away from Bonkers, which I think are one of our clear favorites in this top 8 here in the playoffs. Obviously, Order is your clear-cut favorite, but beyond that, you still have the Chromus Disciples plus Bonkers. So for a team like Clarity to be able to, you know, do some damage in that regard, I think, what was the scoreline there? 13-5 on Fracture. That's pretty decent. We're probably not going to see that much Fracture in the playoffs here. Most teams ban it away, but if Clarity get an opportunity to play the Fracture, I mean, that could be really interesting. Aside from that, though, didn't really get to do too much. Went down to Order, beat Fun Crew to be expected. Like I said, came through 3rd place in group.
Well, to be fair, I wouldn't say beating Fun Crew's expected. There's still so much talent on that lineup, but something's just not going wrong. Either way, that's not who we're here to talk about. We've got to talk about Mind Freak as well. The other team in this matchup, you guys have seen him around before. You got Sicko, Tensai, Ronsky, Watts, and Soju. Ronsky, you need to talk about him every single time you look at this lineup, solely because he has that pop-off potential. The man is absolutely cracked and can single-handedly carry a team to a W. We saw a lot of that going on at the end of last year, and things haven't been working as expected here on Mindfreak now that he's in much more of a structured sort of position, right?
Well, I mean, Mindfreak, like you said, have had to make some changes, still trying to figure out where their team is currently.
Yeah.
Ronsky is part of Mindfreak's patented game plan of Ronsky Go Kill, so you're going to see a lot of that today and hopefully throughout the playoffs, and we'll see how much that works out for them. Mindfreak currently, I would still say, are a top 4 team in Oceania, but can they hold on to that? Because you do have teams like Clarity trying to catch up, trying to drag that crab back down into the bucket, right? So Mindfreak aren't really in a safe position right now. They lost to Crime's Disciples in Group B. They need to kind of prove that, okay, well, that was just a learning experience for Mindfreak, and that now into playoffs, Mindfreak can level up and, you know, be better than Crime's Disciples and get themselves back into a position where they're worthy of the invite position that they had in group stage.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But of course, we got to have a look at some individuals here. So let's bring up the head-to-head. It's going to be Cream up against Ronsky, both of which are those duelist players, namely the Jet. A lot of reps for both of these players, but if you're thinking of Jet, if you're thinking of Oceania, man, I am thinking of Ronsky. So Cream has a battle on his hands, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing where we're talking about, well, who are we going to feature up in this head-to-head? Well, you got to pick Ronsky from Mindfreak, and unfortunately, if you pick Ronsky from Mindfreak, you just have to pick whoever the Jet player on the other team is, in which case it's Cream, who has a lot to do. It's not like one of those situations where we went in, you know, our previous head-to-head, Andy versus Autumn, and Andy had some pretty monstrous stats. It's like, well, we can see where Andy can really do something here. Ronsky's the one that has a monstrous stats here. He's probably the expected better player here. Cream has got a lot of catch-up to do. I hope that Cream will be able to put on a show today and will be able to put the fight up to Ronsky, because for Clarity ESC, getting past Ronsky is a big part of getting past Mindfreak.
Well, I think it's more so Ronsky is just going to be getting past you no matter what you do, because he's just so damn slippery. Now, before we jump on into the match, we have had a chat with Watt, so let's hear what he had to say.
In last week's matches, we played against Iconic, Kermis, and Meow Meow. In the Iconic match, we didn't really expect much as they're more of a loose pug team, so we didn't really have any troubles there. Versus Kermis, we felt like we didn't play to our normal standard, and they honestly surprised us on Breeze. They were really well prepared, and they run a bit of an off-meta comp that threw us off with the double sentinels. And then with Meow Meow, honestly, we just knew that if we could just play just a structured game, they would not be very difficult to beat, as they're a very puggy style and rely heavily on picks. Going into the regional playoffs, we're pretty confident. We've been really focusing on all our mistakes that we've been doing in the group stage, and really focus on theory rather than just scrims, just developing our gameplay as a team rather than individually and just going for frags. We've done some major changes in terms of our roles. We've decided to run a Yoru and a Neon on every map now, and we've really changed our style, so we're just going to be rushing sites instantly. For our team to do good in the playoffs, we pretty much just need to play our own game and be confident. I feel like we can definitely beat anyone, even Order if we're really feeling it on the day.
Well, there you have it. What just leaking the strats for the playoffs. So they're just going to be running at you. Every team beware, because it's just going to be too much going on. You're not going to be able to rotate in time. Maybe pick up some of those Yorus so you can go for the faster rotation, huh?
It's like it was almost, I was partway through the interview, I'm like, are we listening to someone from Meow Meow instead? You know, just, and he even said, you know, on our best day we can beat Order. I'm like, wow, he really is from Meow Meow right now, because on their best day maybe they can beat Order. Today, though, not going to be playing Order just yet. Have to see how they go up against Clarity. Not going to see any Yorus. Probably not. I mean, I think Mindfreak would be probably, you know, do yourself a favor here. Probably don't bring out the Yoru, and the rest is okay, though. We'll see what happens with the rest of the Asian picks. Pretty standard stuff from Mindfreak. When I looked over their past compositions, didn't see anything too out of place there. Pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's probably going to come down in this one to what the veto actually looks like. So can you see exactly where we're heading for at least map number 1? It looks like we are going straight into Icebox. So should have been the 3rd pick in last series. Now it's going to be the 1st pick here. Clarity, of course, getting the opportunity to pick their map pick first, coming in as that lower seed. Mindfreak taking Breeze as that 2nd map, so we're going to be sending it back to the beach. I'm already here, ready for map number 2. And Ascent, of course, that 3rd map in the series, which is great. I actually hope we're going all the way to 3, because I haven't seen Ascent throughout any of the playoffs games I've casted. I've missed it.
I do enjoy, like, I'm in Icebox right now. You're in Breeze. Neither of us are at Scent. So I'll figure out what that looks like. Maybe we won't go to map 3. I mean, that would make a lot of sense as well. So Split and Fracture have been, I think, the two key bans for both teams. I did already mention that Clarity had a really good Fracture versus Bonkers. Actually won that one quite convincingly. So Mind Freak not only want to ban away that because they don't want to give Clarity probably one of their better maps, but also they just generally, that's been their permaban the entire time. Clarity typically have permaban Split as well. So I think as far as the vetoes goes, nothing really out of the ordinary here. So we're getting into familiar territory for both teams.
Well, we're jumping on into Agent Select now as well. We'll have a quick look at who's picking what, who's going where. What do we got? Yoru being hovered? Okay, Clarity, thinking about it? No, definitely not. And we are going to see the Sages come through. Soju, though, look at this hovering the chamber. We saw a bit of that yesterday over in NA.
Yeah, Chamber has been pretty hot currently. The more I see of Chamber, especially when played correctly and played well, the more I think Chamber is probably, you know, going to be a mainstay of the meta for a long time. Reyna is not that off meta. I think normally now when you see this Reyna position on Clarity, I would typically see a Chamber there instead of the Reyna, but Reyna still has a lot of utility on a map like Icebox, and, you know, I'm talking about, like, really good teams in NA are still actually running Reyna legitimately, and it's not like a troll pick or anything. They do still believe in Reyna's ability to, especially to play over. I think A is typically where Reyna is going to be defaulting.
Yeah. I think, you know, Reyna as an agent is just so strong with the kit. If you're feeling it on the day, it can just be absolutely insane. Like we saw Rackham using it earlier on different maps that weren't just here in Icebox. And if you are hitting those triples, if you've got those orbs like online, you got that extra utility, then you can still make it happen because you got that get out of jail free card similar to the Jet, right?
Yeah. I mean, we even had Order playing Reyna on Icebox not that long ago in the group stage when they played up against... back then they were known as Honey Badgers, now obviously Clarity Esports. So here we go, round number 1 coming on through. Just seeing if there's anything special coming on either side. Clarity actually going to put Jelly D over towards the tunnel to start things out with the tube. So
let's
have a standard
look.
split. 5 players just split equally across the map on the defense.
From the initial setup, looks like they're going to try to at least control a main and go for this A split through. However, Tensai dropping that wall and making a bit of noise going underneath the tube is drawing a lot of attention out. Cream has to fight for his life. Recon Bolt's going to pop him, but it's just one player here. So Tensai falls, but now it's just going to be Milky all alone to try to hold the A side of things. Orbs there, so there's a couple of snake bites, but Milky not going to be able to play around him because he loses his head to Sicko. So site control found by MF.
Ronsky wants it as well. Just dive straight past the snake bite. Here comes the retake now. Spikes still yet to be planted. There it comes finally. Waiting to see what kind of utility Squad has. You'd like to see a recon coming through on the defense. Both Toxin screens over on towards A. Gonna be super important. Also notice that Soju's playing very far behind. Most of the Mind Freak post plant is actually reasonably far away. It's just gonna be what close by. Taken down straight away.
Ooh, flooding in. This is a nice push. Wall was there as well, so they're going to be able to get in behind that, try to stick this defuse for the moment. Ronsky going to be cracking across, but it's going to be the defuse coming the whole way through, and Soju not going to be able to do a thing about it. Fulvus coming in clutch, holding down that E button or 5 or whatever you have it bloody bound to, and it's the first round going to Clarity.
It's really important as well to hold on to the Sage Wall just for that fact of when the retake... Pistols, not going to be able to break past the wall too easily. The fact that what dies early as well means you don't have the capability to drop down snake bites. I don't know if he had any available anyway, but that would be normally what you do play for. It's a full classic eco coming through from Mind Freak here. Clarity picking up that pistol, converting now over towards 3 Spectre, 1 Bulldog Marshal as well. 5 full armors, taking no chances on this round.
Oh, Ronsky. Playing a dangerous game, but that's what he's known for. However, sometimes it does not work out. As per this, Soju, though, at least has that headhunter. Okay, I think there was a view model in the way there, so Jelly D. Now looking to hold this down. Fulvus sharp with the Spectre. Playing at a mid-range, so bullet's still pretty damn accurate. And the spike plant goes down. Snakebite making him vulnerable. So we are going to see him fall away. Soju trying to connect now. Gets one with the Marshal. But just through the wall. Big swing from Jelly. And the classic, okay, right click. Thought it was patched a while ago. So at least 1 comes through from Tensai there, but 2 alive at the end for Clarity. That's big damage going into round 3 coming through from MF.
Yeah, it's not bad. And once again, it's Fulvus saving that wall for the retake as well, just making things really difficult. Tensai knows he has to go for the swings. Because of that damage, 3 players down. Does Clarity want to buy up here? If they do spend, they're not going to be able to play this bonus anymore. It looks like it will just be Sheriff, so bunch of pistols, upgraded pistols with armor into Bulldog Spectre versus 5 full rifles. This is for sure Mind Freak in a commanding position, looking for their first round of the half.
All right, B-Long completely open for Clarity. They are just going to go for this mid push instead. Maybe a fast flank through. They're taking that a little bit too long. They hear the footsteps coming. And MF happy to go loud, but it's all down to Soju. What he can do with a lot of men peeking him. And the Bulldog going to come through, clutch it out. And that's going to be a Vandal retrievable. So numbers advantage for the retake. Let's see if Clarity can pull this one off.
The upsetting thing is Soju had a rendezvous there, but opts not to use it. Maybe thought he could get the kill. Even if he does rendezvous away, would be up against 5. You'd have to imagine that Clarity would chase him down. Using that time as well, Mind Freak again to get the plant down. Trying to hold control on multiple angles here. Tensai backstab over on Jelly D. Cream goes down to Ronsky as well, and Ronsky's going to pose a big problem here.
Oh!
Dash has been spent. They will take him down. 3 versus 3. That will be a Vandal picked up.
Okay, dashing a little bit too far, it seems, and Milky expecting what over behind Yellow now. Suave peeking, not going to win that engagement, but it is just going to be CLR trying to make this happen. Tensai, another, and it's a great hold coming through from Mind Freak. And they're going to be picking up their first round here, but only 1 man survives, so it was very, very costly.
I think Tensai actually killed himself there by going for the heal. It slowed him down just enough that he doesn't get out of range of the spike explosions, so I'm not too sure about that. Why would you heal anyway? It's not like anyone's shooting at you. It's not like the spike damage will do this damage and not just one-shot you anyway, so maybe a little bit nitpicky there, but when you're in this early of a round and you need to try and retain as many weapons as possible, it does make a difference. So let's head into the next round now, where a couple members are 6 out of 7. Ronsky and what, not that far off. Ronsky specifically would love to get an orb, get that Blade Storm going. Is going to be watched by Fulvus and Cream though.
Oh, domination. Sharp shot from Cream. And Ronsky probably not going to be too happy with that one. Especially going down so early in the round. Soju at least able to get some revenge. Wrapping in under Orange. And all the way around the back of sight. They're just trying to coordinate the push, coordinate this pincer. Fulvus trying to find a line. There's that res coming through. What though? Cost him his life, and Soju so unlucky not to get that shot off. It was a sitting duck on Fulvus, but the flank there as well. Jelly D coming in over towards Snowman, but it's going to continue to dance around. So just missing away, survives for a time. And keeps Clarity with a 1-man advantage as Tensai takes the head straight off of Jelly D. It's awkward, it's slow, but it's an approach that works. And now hitting these breaks, it's all down to the timing. And these ice walls both about to fall.
Milky has a brilliant flank coming through from the attacker's spawn, but hasn't committed to it. Maybe they're just waiting for the plant to come on through. Playing this one very patiently. They know it's going to be a B finish for sure, because there isn't going to be a rotation out of it. Tensai trying to clear these angles, spots a couple members, and it will be Clarity with the 2 members alive. Cream and Suave picking up 2. Milky doesn't even need to get in on the action. That's round number 3 for Clarity.
A solid start to the map so far. Mind Freak doing some things that look nice, but unfortunately it seems like mechanically Clarity are just out edging them at the moment. So we'll see what's going to be going down into round 5 here. MF only on the pistols. We do see Viper's Pit there, and the tour de force for Soju, but we'll see. Okay, he pops it instantly.
Yep. I mean, take a hero op. Still early rounds. You can see the money isn't great for Clarity. 2 members started on the light armor here, so any damage you do is pretty decent. Cream Blade Storms through, so that's going to be 1 ultimate per side to kind of get yourself a quote-unquote gun. A is the current positioning for Mind Freak going on through. Haven't seen anything yet, but playing off the sight lines of the tour, definitely important.
Of course, that wall is just in the way for the moment. Milky getting back to safety as it all falls down for now. And Watt just getting ready to drop his own wall as well. So it's a matter of when a toxic screen is going to go up. The answer is right now. But Milky, he's still playing around his, running out of fuel though, and we'll get to safety. That distance being closed. Soju taking point here with the tour de force and looking to find an entry, but it's not going to work. And no trade able to come through just yet. Milky around the corner. He's going to be able to find at least one. That's not a good trade when you're up against these pistols. Sicko still fighting with the Sheriff, swinging wide, and it's awkward. Has to go for the reload. Too many missed shots there. And Jelly D with the triple will save the day. It was only one casualty from Clarity, and Mindfreak not able to do too much there with the pistols.
A scan towards the end there as well, revealing the last two members of Mindfreak to make sure there wasn't going to be any shenanigans. Taking away more Clarity lives. That's how they survive with 4 at the end of the day. Would love to have seen the Tour de Force get a little bit more value. Soju, just unfortunately, we heard a shot go through, but it was a complete whiff. It was Fulvus that actually punished him. Takes it away. Operator on board for Ronsky now, so another round where they are looking to snipe. Where is Ronsky going to start? Looking towards mid.
He's just waiting for a push down tube. It's happened a few times now, and it's also just holding the flank for Soju, making sure no one was going to swing on him there. Toxic Orb at mid. He's going to slow things down. Okay. We'll see the double flash coming through. But the rendezvous away to safety. So Soju not going to be falling too early here.
Good respect being given. I mean, he probably knew he was going to get swung on that second Reyna eye as well into the flash. So with the layers now spent for Jelly D, that's going to be the flashes gone. They do have full tube control. It's not what
spotted.
Mindfreak are interested in. Okay, that's going to be 1-for-1 trade. Viper's Pit now over towards B. Looking for the plant off that. No good utility on the defense to slow this down, by the way. It's just slow.
Yeah. One slow orb, but it's enough to stop them for a moment. Wall's in the way. And no chance for a plant. Viper's Pit invested by what? That's actually the... Oh, no, it is. Don't worry. Now, Soju trying to find something over the top, hoping that someone's maybe peeking from all the way back at the snowman, but there's nothing so far. In comes that late barrier orb, and Fulvus not going to be able to stop that from happening. So enough coverage from the wall to get that planted, and MF get back to these post plants.
Yeah, and the Viper's Pit, obviously, as mentioned, really big on this particular round. The Viper's Pit from Milky spin over towards A. We're looking for a little bit of a flank coming on through. Just Fury still available. Cream now going for the swing, but Tensai just deletes 2 of them. That's your duelist taken care of now. Sicko's Hunter's Fury. No pings. I don't think you got a tag or anything like that. 2 members alive for Clarity. Currently, they're trying to get the work done. Thanks to the 2 versus 3 time we're running out soon. They still have to clear down this Viper's Pit, but it's just too hard.
Standing, delivering, and facing with the numbers. Now MF, they're going to try to escape away, but Soju spots Milky, who's going to get in behind the enemies and try to stop them from saving. Timing works out in favor of Sicko there. So keeps his gun in hand and expects that exit. There was nowhere else for him to go because, of course, the explosion radius. So 2 on the board, and MF double up those rounds.
Will not get to retain the operator though, so expensive loss in terms of economy as far as guns goes. Not going to be a Blade Storm or Tor this particular round, so Soju needs to think about how this loadout's going to work. Clarity as well. Still hurting for cash. I mean, both teams are just back and forth in terms of how these rounds have gone. No one's been able to build up a safe economy. Ultimates will be completely empty for this particular round. A few players will be close. I mean, Suave's only 1 away. Tensai going for a very early wall, and here we go. Rushing through underneath towards orange.
And over the top as well, but that's just going to be long coverage all the way to site now, but Fulvus opts to push long instead, droning over and covering as much as he can. How's the timing? It's good onto Soju, and he knows that Sicko's close as well. But it all comes down to the timing. What, though? Flanking all the way through mid. And that's going to be the pincer they were looking for. But speaking of flanks, there's also this movement over towards T-Spawn. Jelly D spotted, though, as Ronsky was still waiting for these aggressive rotations. And just like that, it's a 5-on-2, and Clarity, they're looking to save.
Yeah, again, money just isn't good. So, you want to have something to play through for the next round. It's understandable. Very little chance you come on in. I mean, to be fair, if you wanted to make this play and you back yourself and you take away at least a 1-for-1, that's 2 guns removed from MF. Maybe at this point, none, because MF really want to stop the save from happening. Everybody's going to try and chase down Suave. Spike will detonate. The round will be over, but what is going to ruin the day of Clarity? They might lose Ronsky for it, but they remove 2 more rifles, and they're going to force Clarity onto an eco.
Can I just say, Ronsky's looking very concerned on his player cam.
It's because he has his headset. He needed to plug it in. He's like, oh, there we go. I got sound now. Now I get to play with sound. That's important. He wasn't playing with sound before. So, Ronsky had the training weights on.
Now we get to see him fire up. So, as you can see, unfortunately, you have the player cam, so you can tell what's actually going on. Looks like Ronski's all sorted. So,
someone behind Tensai is playing a little bit of a Liga Legende.
Wait, what?
Your favorite game?
Oh, I think that's just one of his mates. Maybe his missus. I can't remember who he lives with
LCO
anymore.
action. Alrighty, Spectre on board for Suave, plus an ultimate. That's about all they have to work with. 3 sheriffs. Potential for Jelly D to still pop off here. 1 away from the Empress. Find a sheriff shot. Steal away a Vandal. Pop that ultimate. See what happens.
Okay. Suave has this lineup ready. Where's it going? Straight up on the roof. Oh, it's gone for the bounce, though. It was dealt with instantly. So MF ready. But are they going to be able to stop this aggression? Okay. Wall was enough with that snake bite. And the trademark as well stands in their way. Soju, very solid position here, right deep in spawn. He forgot to leave. But of course, it is very powerful at punishing any of that mid-aggression, which did come through. So MF heads up call. But are they going to find Cream? They have to. Drone coming over the top now and goes underneath, deals with it. At least that wall's in the way, so he can survive, but he's just going to hang around like a bad smell.
It's just really good read coming through from MF, and they got the scan onto Cream as well. A little bit unlucky there, Milky. Oh no, you can't be whipping those, mate. You had a perfect shot on MF. 2 plays. Could have been a double tap. That could have been the round in the favor of Clarity if those shots had landed. We talked about the fact that Jelly D could potentially get something done. That's Empress online now. It might not be enough. Taken down as Jelly D.
Oh, barrier orb, and it's just still in the way. Hunter's Fury gets some extra damage done. Soju deals with the flank there. He doesn't have the rendezvous set up to make it to sight. Just eyes over the top, and will spot Swab swinging, but is he going to be able to connect now? It's all down to Fulbus, Tensai rather. He's whiffed that one. Soju able to make the trade happen. Swinging from jail. And there it is, a tied game, 4 apiece. Now, I want to go back to Milky. So, I've definitely seen that situation before where you see someone walk around the corner, but they're just looking like backwards at the wall.
Right.
And you instantly think like, wait, what? And then, you know, just that moment of like, what's he doing is enough to make you miss the shot. And
are you speaking from experience or are you asking for a friend?
I've seen it and experience, so I know it happens. Because it's like, wait,
I believe you. I just saw it.
Why is he jumping
totally
in, looking at the ground? You know, that sort of thing.
It does suck though to not get those kills. Unfortunately, yeah, rare to get timing as good as that. Probably wouldn't have gotten the second one. Maybe being a little bit too optimistic, but definitely 1 would have been decent considering how much damage was done. Regardless, 2 members alive.
Yeah.
Only for Mind Freak. Ronski with the Blade Storm out this particular round. Here we go. B action. That's if Soju can maybe get past as well. He's going to go to late rotate. Inside already has first blood.
Big pick. Over the top, though. Jelly D going to punish Ronski for going too far forward on his own.
Spike denied.
And Ronski definitely saw the clip there, but of course, there's still a whole minute for Mind Freak to figure out how to get back into the round. Soju looking for a timing all the way through Kitchen, but Clarity, I'm sure they're going to be heads up about this in a moment. No one looking at it right now, but maybe they don't know that he's threaded the needle. Suave seems to be concerned, but makes a bit of noise. And this opens Soju to the potential flank. Of course, we're not going to see him get that line, but he will find Jelly D, who thought he was safe. No idea that Cream's right next to him as Suave really needs to try to win this fight. Oh, it's through. Tensai going forward, and he may just have this 20 seconds. Still needs to try to get this spike down, and Fulbus spotted. Has to get that reload off.
No util.
Heals there. 13. Fulbus in the open, and Tensai backs his aim, and rightfully so.
I mean, decent stuff. He fakes the plant, forces Fulbus to come and challenge him. And like you said, just has to back his aim to try and win that one. Did not have a barrier. I think if you had the wall at least, maybe a slow something to prevent Fulbus from walking up, you probably go for the plant there. But knowing that his only shot was to go for a 1v1, gets it done. So, decent situation recovered there for Tensai and the rest of MF when, I mean, they were down a lot of members. They were relying on this big flank coming through from Soju, which sort of works. But if that doesn't go their way, that's a really awkward round. 5-4 now. Barely maintaining this lead. We'll probably be able to extend the lead slightly further, considering there's not a great buy coming through from Clarity this time. Just going to be the Bulldog online for Fulvis. That's about it. It's not even on Jelly D, by the way, who has an Empress.
To make matters worse for them, MF have that res, so Tensai can let someone take contact, clear out all the safer angles, and get that trade, and then get that teammate resed right up to safety. Now, okay. Spamming close, making sure there's no judges around the corner. Nothing sneaky. That drone as well. Going to spot the gap.
Look at Soju, by the way.
Toxic screen.
Well,
he's
he died.
It's not worked out for him there.
Well,
Tensai though, look how advanced he is, just straight in through the bottom of sight. The man is hungry. He's got that res. He's already got the ult worked up, but he still wants some extra ult points, you know?
Oh, Tensai sees a lot here. Should be a freebie. Number 2 as well. Jelly D has no idea. And Tensai will triple up there. Cream with at least a response onto Ronsky. It might not be enough for Clarity, depending on what Milky can do. Not a lot. Tensai up for the ace. Cream's out of here. Save that up.
He's like, nah, not today. Not happening, my friend. But again, you know, at what point do you expect an attacker to be that deep over towards CT that they're already on that line as you're coming in under sight? So, freest double I've ever seen him get, and then worked for the other two. So, big quad, but no ace, not this time. However, you can't be unhappy with that. It's going to be a lot of rounds in a row now. What's that? 5 back-to-back for Mindfreak, and they are looking to dominate this half.
That's got to be the Torb pulled out from Soju nice and early. Intentions being shown here.
That's a good spot.
It's been rare. Like, I haven't seen anyone get value out of that sort of window location all the way on, like, what, back B. I actually cannot even tell you the last time I saw anyone get value there, so it's pretty rare. I'm not going to lie to you.
You want to play?
Tensai has that res. You noted that already from previously. Comes a Viper's Pit from Milky. Locking down the A side, and that's going to be Mindfreak, potentially just thinking about moving away. I don't think they have good utility to clear that out. It's basically just up to Sicko. This is where, like, if you had a raise, it'd be really nice, but that's just not the composition they're running.
Well, drones there, missed as well, so Cream, unfortunately, will have to fall away. And the pings from the drone as well.
Look at that value.
Showing that he has just left the vicinity. Tensai getting a bit ambitious at long there, considering he's got that spike, but falls back to safety before the drone comes forward as well. So Mindfreak dodging all that info, but it allows Cream back on the line.
That's what the counter drone does for you. Pushes your operator back into play. Sicko now trying to just sneak his way around. Might be able to get a timing. Oh, Cream sees a shoulder, but Sicko gets the headshot. Cream gets dunked on there. Fulvis knows he's got a lot to play against. Just spams utility down that tunnel.
But off that contact, decides to invest the barrier. So there's going to be not too much to slow them down here. Early shock darts as well. And with 20 seconds remaining, this wall will come through, provide that little bit of solitude to get the spike planted, and it's not going to be broken in time, so no one stops that from happening. And Ronsky as well, he's on the mega flank.
Need to see the Empress here for sure. Here it comes. Jelly D in position, knows what to do. Has to pop up here. That should be an all straight away. Brilliant scan. Coming through from Swive as well. And this is the power of the Empress. 2 kills so far. Full heals on board. And it's Ronsky to save the day. 3 kills. Ronsky unknown. He's been spotted by Jelly D. And the Empress will go for 4.
Absolutely a huge pop-off from Jelly D there. Empress, you see it work sometimes, but I feel like these days not as well as that. So really big performance there. Spotted the tippy top of the hair over the box and had one of those really, really small pixel crosshairs. So was able to line that one up and not miss a damn thing. Big round, big retake, and looking to tie this one up at the half.
Whew. Decent stuff coming through Jelly D.
Right here.
Max value on the Reyna. I mean, you didn't get the ace, but you'll take the 4 again. Saw the same thing from Tensai a little bit early on. Can't be upset with that. 17 and 8 now. Just 2 away from match and Tensai, and 1 away from closing up this half. 6 and 6. All to play for here. Blaze on pot by Cream. Operator on both ends, and Jelly D sneaking away.
He threads it. Beats that recon bolt. And I don't think MF have an idea. We'll see if it's cleared. Sicko's gone straight under. Oh, no one's going to check it. This could be free. Jelly D with the dismiss into the open, though. Not spotting Ronsky, and he'll connect with that wall going up, knowing exactly where he's gone. So we're going to see this res finally come through. Tensai's been holding on to that for a round or two. And Milky has got a big job to do here. All alone up in front. He has some help from behind, but of course, we are going to see MF just waltz away.
Really important here that with the cancel, maybe Fulvus can get this resurrection. Could be difficult because the position that Jelly died in is not ideal. And there is a lurker here through from What, but the res will come on through anyway. I don't think What can really challenge it. He might go for a cheeky pick. Oh, he wants it. There it is. Milky's not going to fail that shot this time.
How are they not clearing that? Milky's played there so many rounds. They must have just fully expected that hard rotate off after the brakes were hit. Now, MF, they are the ones that are a man down because the reses have been swapped in the final round, and it is going to be the push forward. Barrier orb up, and Tensai now going for a more open approach, but Cream, he's not done just yet. The cloud burst able to create a little bit of space. Tensai has to fight for his life just tucked in the corner. But again, he's going to keep going forward, able to find two before the trade comes through. Fulvus has that operator, the Sage operator of all damn things, but it's going to be the wrap through. Ronsky over the top now, and Milky, he's gone down. Ronsky can't connect for another. It's Soju in an awkward position, and he can't get the reload off in time. There's no cover there. Tucked in the corner, stuck in the slow orb, and it's going to be a tied half. 6 apiece, Kev.
I mean, awkward is exactly what it is. I mean, Jelly, you actually look at his HUD. He's got 2 layers remaining. So many players from Clarity actually just dry peeking there. They get the round anyway, Mac, but I'm not exactly pleased about how that one came on through, considering the amount of utility still left on board. 6 and 6, good recovery, considering that 5-round streak you see on that round summary between, what is it, number 6 and number 10. 2 defuses there. Jelly D with the 4-piece into the res swaps that we saw. Big play from Milky to stop the long lurk and not have What gonna get a punish in there.
It's the,
really tight map so far, dude.
Tensai and Jelly D show right now. Have a look at that. 21 and 8 for Tensai, 20 and 9 for Jelly D.
Yeah.
And now the Rainer on the attack can definitely cause a little more chaos. So we'll see what's happening here for the pistol, but it looks like Clarity are going to start to target the A site at the start of the round.
I mean, this is why we had Tensai versus Jelly D in the head-to-head a little bit earlier on, because I think these were the 2 members you really needed to look out for. As we head on over towards A now. Find the lurk coming through in the mid.
Tags through. Bit of a battle in through the poison cloud there. And the flank. Looking to come through, but Ronsky not clearing everything there. Thought he had a timing, but Milky very deep indeed. There's going to be a ping on the map as well. So you can see the defense is spread out once again. Sicko worried about Tube now, but it's only Milky here as the rest of the troops start to make their way through B long. Okay, shock start. Not going to be enough to commit. It's going to be the snake fight as well. Things going everywhere, but it's the one bullet to do it. Sicko finds the headshot eventually. Soju, he's got the headhunters, peeks out for the secondary, and Rendezvous away to survive. Recon Bolt for as much info as possible, but it's a 4v4 for this retake.
And the mid as well. This could be a free kill coming on through Jelly D. Easy as I like it. Nice heal up. Make that one a 4 versus 3. And the HP difference is unbelievable. Soju and Sicko are basically one shot away here. A right click will do it. Soju done and dusted. Don't even need it. Jelly D for the secondary kill. And it's got to be Sicko on his lonesome. Can only do so much. Trades one. The round and the pistol go towards Clarity. That I believe is now 2 pistols in a row.
You would be correct, Big Kev. Now, that's going to be the lead. 7-6. Let's see if they can stop the pistols from MF. And also, what we're going to see from MF here, because I've seen a couple of teams go for some creative, pistol rounds, ecos throughout the last couple of weeks. So I'm hoping we can see this mid-aggression be successful, at least to get some financial damage out onto Clarity.
The Clarity take no chances. 5 full armors, Spectres, and a Bulldog for Jelly D as well. Give the big man the gun. Get that dog some bark as well. Cream for the opening shot in the secondary as well. This aggression on towards mid has been well and truly handled.
Okay, Jelly spots that 4th man here as well. Sicko running out of bullets as well. Not going to be able to connect enough to polish off Jelly D. He's found himself another. And on just 11 HP, 2 bullets in the mag. There's a chance, but Soju. Oh, okay. All right, Soju hits a nutsy one. Straight onto the head of Jelly D. But the Bulldog will be retrieved. So a little bit of financial damage. Not a whole lot coming through from MF there.
I think if you're feeling really hot right now as Jelly D, you actually buy up a rifle and you play for this Empress. There's that world. How confident do you feel? You got the hot hands?
Yeah.
You on a heater? Firing up a little bit here if you're Clarity. 2 rounds up. It's just going to be the Sheriff here, so going to make the safe play. They want to have enough money to buy up for that number 4 round. Sicko with the half armor here. A is going to be Clarity's opening.
Ooh. Nice read. Coming through from Ronsky. He's done his homework, knows exactly where the bolts are going. But he knows what's coming towards him as well, so... Whole lot of Viper util spread across the A site. I don't even know where any of these players are unless I'm looking at the map right now. Everyone in bloody orbs. Everyone behind screens. And Clarity, they're going to slow things down and see what Milky can do at mid.
There's a lot of stuff. I mean, Sicko's actually just spotted Milky, so that's drone now coming on through. They should know it's going in towards tunnel because that was where Milky was last spotted. Which means 10 size up for stopping that. Slow round, dude. I mean,
Milky's going the whole way
making an ice sculpture eventually.
I wonder what it's going to look like, huh? Ooh, little gap now. Both sides, both players rather to play around. However, it's going to be the action at long. They got to worry about Soju. Rendezvous away. Oh, all the way to site too. So great usage of his ability.
Time.
See if he's going to be able to find too much more. As you mentioned, 30 seconds on the clock now. And the spike slowly but surely rotating the whole way back to A, but they've gone for the full commit now. Maybe up mid is the answer because Milky has not been able to find any form of map control. 10 seconds really to get to site and plant now. They've gone up tube. This is going to be way too hard. Soju, he's got one job to do, and it's survive.
10 seconds left.
And here come the guns from Clarity. Spraying on down. Last play's been pinged out. And Mind Freak, 3 alive here. Get Clarity off. No chance for them to get a plan. I mean, the time was just fully run out. If you actually look at how, especially that mid-round played, everything that Clarity tried to do, they had to just back out from. A wasn't working out. Couldn't walk up mid. Sicko says the Spectre is cracked in chat. 8-7 lead, and but this is where the guns come on through. So Jelly D, Suave, 2 ultimates on board, 5 rifles. Big boy gun round now. Everybody's got a rifle.
Let's see where Clarity decide to go. Still in the lead for the moment, but MF, let's see if they can dish some damage. Ronsky again. That early aggression off the back of break and the recon bolt, and what's all the way out the back of sight as well. Man's already in a very solid position. They're just looking to play for the retake with the numbers advantage. Ronsky straight out into the snake bite is playing a dangerous game, which he loses. So numbers advantage thrown away completely off the back of a timing play through smokes.
Looking for info here. I mean, you can see that Mind Freak, not exactly sure. Okay, Milky has been spotted. No rotations just yet. I think Soju just wants to confirm nothing's going to be happening over to the B side. 10 sides coming on over. The plant still has not happened just yet. And slowly but surely, Mind Freak gathering members on A.
Ooh. Into a nice tight little corner. Great use of the barrier orb. Just rotating it to perfection. And they're not going to be able to stop that from happening. Barrier not broken either. So what's still got full control of the back of site. Very important to posture for this retake. 10 site dealing with the wall. Have a look at the post plants. Everyone looking very deep indeed. Trying to start to swing off of the tap. But of course that spike is planted for them. Wall goes down, Soju strikes, and this is looking pretty good for the moment, except Cream fires up, gets himself that Hunter's Fury online, and he's going to start to connect on a few more. Is looking dangerous for who is the first line of defense here on A, but he's the last one alive. Just couldn't find any angles, too many walls in the damn way. And that's going to be that 9-7, the scoreline. Clarity take another.
Right here.
Really play by Suave there, playing as far away as possible. A, he's looking out for potential flank, and B, well, insurance policy there to bring out the Hunter's Fury buys them so much time, even gets a frag with it as well, allows his team to have the confidence to push on up and clear some extra angles. Leaves MF down to only just the 1 member. What will retain the rifle? It will actually be a hero rifle coming through for the next round. And for Clarity, still stocked up. The money is starting to build up now as well. 3 members in the 2K margin. Marshall being brought up as well for Sicko. So they're kind of investing into this at least a little bit. Half buy.
Oh, early shocky to the end of tube. You love to see that one. Okay, cheeky little lineup. Won't get that damage off though, so it's missed. Soju gets a world of information there. Rendezvous to safety. So again, we're seeing this ability to be very useful for the chamber just in terms of information gathering, considering he's a sentinel. Now, it's going to be a bit of a battle all around this util. Walls are plenty. Bloody poison clouds all over the place. Cloudburst as well. Speaking of clouds, it looks like it's going to rain in favor of Jelly D. He'll go forward, pick up that trade. He wants a little more too. Still sucked at yellow. However, that toxic screen is going to be enough. Dismisses back aggressively. He wants to take these fights. He wants to keep on fighting because the Empress, it's available. It's up and it's still got about half to go. So he's just going to buy as much time as possible and allow the rest of the troops to rotate to A.
I don't know. He can just keep the entire squad of MF busy here for the longest time as well. You notice on the long flank, Milky about to have a 1v1 versus Soju. See who gets a heads up on that one. Bit of a health advantage for Milky. And what? The classic even will take down Jelly D.
Beautiful.
The fact that Milky deletes Soju means the plant will come on through safely. 3 versus 2. Viper versus Viper. Great timing from Milky. So sneaky.
Oh, well, Sicko versus the world now. Mind Freak looking like they're right out of this round. Sicko way too far away. And just wants to try to keep the gun alive, stabilize that economy. Yeah, they're copping the L into this next one. So this should be a full buy from Mind Freak, especially if Sicko survives. 10 side down to like 1100k, 1100 credits at the moment, rather. And it's just going to be another W on the board. Clarity.
1100k. Is that 1.1 million?
Mate, that's a lot of money. That's all I'm saying. We don't do maths live on stream. And, oh, Sicko does not survive, but he will do some more financial damage to Clarity. And have a look at that. So, there's not a whole lot going on. Swab should be able to drop across, so they'll be right for now. But long term, that could be costly.
All right, well, let's take a look at now the fact that we have a tactical timeout courtesy of Mind Freak. What do we got to work with here? It will most likely be talking about, could this be a tour round? What a force coming through from Soju would make a lot of sense. Multiple members, very close to ultimates as well. Ronski can definitely pull out the blades. Mind Freak 3 behind, double digits now confirmed for Clarity, who absolutely have the money. You talk about the fact that, okay, 1 member survived on Clarity. Could there be enough economical damage done? It will be some economical damage, but not enough to really stop them from getting the necessary buys.
Well, that's what I was saying, right? Long term, if they now lose this round somehow, then they're in the bin. So, you got to think
I don't even know about that, though, because if you look at this, you have Suave on 3.5k. And even the guys that did buy up, like Jelly D and Fulvis, 1.3, 1.7 each, it's okay.
But Suave has to drop Milky, so Milky can get his util on, because he's a Viper, right? Yeah, that's what's going to happen here, surely.
See, we are doing maths on
Although
stream.
Cream does have his ult on, so, you know, Bladestorm means he doesn't have to buy it. But he will. But see, now you got an awkward situation for the money if they do lose into the next. Either way, it's been fun talking maths, talking numbers with you, Kev. Theorizing the future.
Mathematics with Mac and Avril on stream live. Counting that cash. I will say, it's funny when, you know, people don't do maths, but when it comes to money, everyone's a mathematician. So here we go.
Yeah.
10-7, straight up the tube. Oh, Sicko's going to see a lot. That's 3 members. They know what's going on now.
Oh, in comes the eye, in comes the push. Jelly D deals with the trademark, but of course the Hunter's Fury going to slow Sicko down in this position. Cream definitely going to pounce upon that. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Soju finds another, but he'll fall too. So favoring trades at the moment. I was going to say for Clarity, but Mind Freak chime in. Tensire looking good, and he's going to be able to get this ult off as well. Big res orb in the way, though, so Cream's not going to be able to stop it. And Suave, oh, very advanced up at Idiot Wall, so making Soju look like an idiot. Didn't have his gun in hand just yet. Now Ronski chimes in finally with that operator, spotting the position of Cream. Now it's just a matter of moments before the smoke fades. There goes Cloudburst down, as is Cream. Big round coming through from Tensire there in the halls.
Yeah, and even the Resurrection coming on through. I mean, it reveals positioning from Suave so they can work off that. It costs you an ultimate, but it will get you the round when Tensai playing behind smoked. Cream doesn't even realize that the smoke he puts down actually helps Tensai out a little bit in terms of timing. We don't actually know that Tensai knew that Cream was on the other side, but the timing works out well. But Tensai to now pick up 25, 3 kills in that last round as well. Trying to bridge this gap ever so slightly. They had a bit of a talk in that tactical timeout. Well, it gives them a round win. Money is in a bit of a sad spot for MF, so it's going to be Tour de Force plus Sicko on the Guardian.
A gift.
Tensai ready as ever for that recon bolt to come through. However, there's still going to be a tag anyway. Drone around the corner, and Soju takes that shot, will fall away to safety. But unfortunately for himself, he does not connect. Still has that Tour de Force to play around though. A couple of shots left. And Sicko getting some info at mid now. Milky spotted, but not in the dangerous position.
Oxen screen committed now. But it's not for A. A is exactly where Clarity going to put the rest of their members. MF are not that far off though. They're playing a little bit off the site because they're assuming it's going to be over towards mid or on B. Soju will finally find his mark. That's going to be the lurker of Jelly D down 4 alive now. Time to rush on towards site. Viper's pit down. Snakebite causes a few problems. Here comes the plant.
Ronsky, man's going aggressive again. He loves it, and he's going to eventually get it. Left click's coming through. Right click to get a second onto Fulvis quickly before Cream trades through with the blades of his own. Milky just waiting for the slow push in through heaven. That's almost the equalizer. Just trying to spot what? There's the barrel. You could see it poking through, and it's all down to Cream to try to clutch this one. It's a 1-on-2, but Tensai too sharp today. Man is absolutely popping off this series. 27 and 13 to keep MF in it. 9 on the board for Mindfreak now.
Real Battle Sage type beat happening over here for the Mindfreak side.
Yeah.
One more round to tie it all up. It's a close game. That's what we love to see. 6-6 is where we started, rather ended that first half. And if you only look at this second half in a vacuum, it's 3-4. With Mindfreak winning the last 2, momentum in their favor, and Eco coming through from Clarity, which means it should now be a 10-10. To make matters worse, what can absolutely play for a pit if things go a little bit gnarly. But Clarity, we're not assuming that too much will happen here. I think some damage will be done. I think when Clarity have had Ecos to do some damage, we'll come up to what Ronsky has to say about it as well. No one walking into Ronsky early though.
Changing it up, and Barrier Orb going to be invested very early on to try to stop this push in behind the Poison Cloud at mid for Clarity. They'll break it, hold their ground, and expect some form of aggression. However, the aggression's coming in the form of Ronsky at the long this time. Jump peek though, Jelly D. Man's got the mechanics, but Ronsky just keeps on going for the re-peeks over and over. His Cream go up top, so decides to fall back and play it safe this time.
Yeah, really testing him there right now. Ronsky. 3 warning shots out. Clarity, will they heed that warning at all? Flank for Milky coming through from the mid. 50 seconds to play through. It's barely enough time. Swab will force the rendezvous, and at this point, Spike is still far enough away that you can rotate back. That is a decent ping through the recon as well. Milky down over towards mid. I mean, at this point, you have to start committing.
Ooh, nasty line going to be held there, Ronsky. If anyone's going to hit it, it's this man. So damn sharp. Reaction time of a god, and Suave not going to win the fight with Sicko. So there it is. A site's already been cleared out, but they need to worry about B. There's nothing to worry about. Ronsky just continually falling back, playing perfectly on that operator, and taking as many picks as necessary. So it's going to be 10 on the board. A tied game yet again. We might be going all the way to the end of regulation here, Kev.
I know, this is feeling like a possible OT. It will depend on how Clarity play the last couple rounds in terms of their buys. And they are going to go for their own tactical timeout here to talk about it. As it's 4-4 tied up on this particular half, 10-10 overall. Jelly D's got the money, 1 away from the Empress. We've seen how deadly that Empress has been, but Tensai's heating up every single round. Watch still hold on to that pit as well. Res available for Fulvis. Operator on board for Ronsky. All these things Clarity have to play up against.
What have we got? So, a little bit of fallback cash for Mindfreak. And it's good to see as well. Ronsky, needs to be said, he had a bit of a slow start to the match, but I can definitely see him warming up now, starting to hit some nasty shots. So it's very, very worrying if you're Clarity, especially going into map number 2. This man on Breeze is a force to be reckoned with. So what are we going to see here? Looks like it's a deep approach from Clarity. Heading over towards the B side of things out of the freeze time.
All right, so early wall placed over towards B. Taking the option to finish there. 2 players, Tube on the defense. Ronsky could be walking down here, looking for some pressure mid. Viper's Pit instantly placed by Watt, and here we go. Mid pressure, off the cuff. Fulvus already jump picking. I mean, he knows, he's feeling it. He's like, ah, yeah, give the respect over. Could just be getting sniped here.
Oh,
but look at the
how's
timing. The other members could just
Oh.
walk out, but Fulvus, dry peaks. What's going on?
Nah, they didn't know. They didn't know he was on the ice wall. They probably thought it was just straight in through the tube. So Ronsky struck strong. And Clarity, they don't swing off of that contact. So no trade through. However, Sicko had absolutely no idea that mid was open. So he's going to be shot in the side of the head. Ronsky, though! The collateral onto 2. There's the spike down and screens. And it's that much harder for Clarity to get back into the round now.
Yeah, they just left the gap in the smokes. The tiniest gap for Ronsky to work with. He even got blinded briefly by the lair. Doesn't matter. It's enough. Milky will bring one back. He'll be able to pull Ronsky down from the height of his tower. At least for this particular round. If this pit can come down, Clarity can still do this. Searching now. They need what? Desperately trying to pinch him. They'll get it.
Find him.
30 seconds left.
There goes the pit. Decay wearing off. So he'll start to come back. But of course, it's going to be the 2v2. Pincer straight back in for the retake. Soju all the way on the big flank. And Tensai able to win his fight, which is something I've said so many times this game so far. Now, he's just drawn so much attention, and Milky needs to isolate the angles. Rez as well. Ronsky's up, and he's warm too, so this is a terrible situation for Milky to be in. He couldn't find an isolated fight. It was the double drop on him. Tensai finds yet another after using the ult, so he's going to start to work on the next one already with that defuse, and it's 11 on the board. It's been a while, but Mindfreak are in the lead.
Yeah, it's been the first time they've been in the lead since, what, like a little while in that first half. They had, at one point, a 6-4 and a 5-4 in that first half before Clarity picked up again. The second half has been mostly dominated by Clarity up until this stage where they got 4 in a row, 3 defuses now in a row as well. Money's still on board for Clarity. Ultimate's still on board for Clarity. This is where things really start to get worrisome. Because you've not got a lot of rounds left to play through. If Mindfreak win this, they go to 12. Clarity, they don't have money. They're going to have to force it. It will not be pretty.
Soju hasn't got this. Oh, he just places that second rendezvous now. So able to play in a pretty scary position, but also get back to heaven nice and safely. We'll see if it comes through. However, the tag's there, and Suave is looking to commit to the Hunter's Fury. Now, that leaves Soju out on an island for now. However, Sicko, early rotation too. But now they got to worry about mid again, because that was the weak point last round. Tensai at least has the trademark over in kitchen to play off, and looking to spot mid. Clarity, they're fully focused on A.
Soju really has to be the difference maker here, I think. He's on the line currently, and he's got the rendezvous to get himself out of the situation. So we've seen Milky here before, when it was Clarity defending, and Milky in a 1 and done. Soju in a 1 and survive, hopefully. That's what you would like to see.
Okay.
Good shot, instantly out.
Perfect timing on the shot as well. They were just waiting for that recon bolt to come through again, and Cream, he's going to be tagged up. Soju, too many players to deal with there. Suave swinging all the way back from jail. And it's going to make it that much harder for MF. But Ronsky, he's popped the blade, so you better believe he's going forward. But he goes for the right click and deals with the Vandal instead. Big shots coming through from Cream and Jelly D. The double duelist getting dubs. 11 tied up again for both sides.
What was that? A cross-map right click? What's going on here?
Yeah,
That was a misclick, dude. That doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't seem right to me. Okay.
I just know I'm not a Jet main. I've seen a lot of Jet mains hard commit to right clicks.
I'm
not
looking
usually
at
at that range.
I'm looking at Ronsky's scoreline. Maybe he's got a bit of 20/20 vision. Like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake right there. I'll put the 11 straight back onto Clarity. It took you a few seconds. We got there though, Mac. We got there. 30 bomb now dropped on both sides. Jelly D and Tensai with that cream. Instantly heading towards green. No pressure. Soju late.
Full push coming through. Gets up to safety in time, but he's going to cop a couple back in through the top of sight. Staying alive, definitely the key thing for MF to do because they've got absolutely no damage done. On to Clarity at this point. I'm just waiting for this drone through, dealing with the wall before things get too sketchy. And look at the depth of this post plant. You've even got Milky dealing with anyone that was going to come through the flank, but no one's going that deep. So it's just a B-long and yellow setup, and there's only one man at yellow, Jelly D. He doesn't have the ult to play around this time. And the time is ticking down. It's looking a little bit dangerous, but the flood is going to come through eventually. Recon Bolt is there, so they get a little bit of information, but there's going to be 4 from Long and Cream. He's just swinging wide. He's feeling it at the moment. Milky chiming in, and Ronsky, he knows that this operator's necessary for the previous rounds, but he goes for the repeat right on the line that Jelly D had his crosshair on. So it's going to be a flawless round coming through from Clarity, and they are 1 round away from taking map 1 in the series.
That retake is so hard for Mind Freak. I mean, first of all, you'd love to be able to get Milky on the cross, and Milky somehow times that through luck, I guess, to be able to cross through mid, through his own spawn, across mid, and then doesn't see anybody. No one sees him. 2 members of Mind Freak were kind of looking over mid, didn't see anybody. That would have been a player advantage for Mind Freak on the retake. They could have also had a flank going as well. But getting over towards green, I mean, what are you supposed to play through? You're hoping you have a poison orb, maybe. It's just too difficult. Final round, potentially, like you said here, not great buys for Mind Freaker. They're already down 1. Onsky pushing through. Has to find value here. Contact to be found instantly.
Soju really looking to commit there. Got spotted by the pulse of the Recon Bolt. Decided he wanted to try to get away, but Jelly D, not expecting Ronsky so advanced at A. Man has just gone completely silent the whole way through. And even jumps back up over towards the nest too. Man is absolutely insane. And he's got A on lock. The rest of the troops now have to deal with this B hold. And at least it's that 4-on-3 on this side of the map. So we'll see if things work out. Tensai has been so damn solid here as the Sentinel. And this time he's going to go down. Not expecting the flank coming through from Swivel. Not really a flank when he's coming straight from the front, right? It's the flank he was worried about. Sicko trying to find a line, but it depends on if Clarity wants to give Mind Freak a chance. They just need to tuck away and make this happen. But Fulvus, late in kitchen, just dealing with everything here, Kev.
2 left here, and this plant is so well done. It's just off into the skies on the high ground. What can you do? 1 kill, 2 snake bites, poison orb is there, but you gotta go in the pit. And when you go in the pit, it's gotta be all over. Cream right clicks, we'll go for a miss. Vulnerable was what?
Oh, 30 in the mag. He's gone full aggro. It was his last option. Had to try to get past him. And look at Clarity. Most of them are looking happy. I was going to say they all are, but they're still taking this seriously. They know they have another whole map that they got to get through before they take the cake here in the upper bracket. And I know Mind Freak, they're going to want to bounce back after this one. You can see they are not too happy with that outcome. What's even put the hand up? He's like, no photos, no comments, please.
No comments,
not
mate.
Today. No.
Coming out of the courtroom, and everyone's like, is it true? Did you do? A little bit of OJ Simpson there. Okay, talking about stats a little bit. 13-11 was where we end things out with Jelly D and Tensai both on 31 frags. Difference was 2 deaths here. 31-16 for Tensai, 31-18 for Jelly D. Yeah. Here's a fun fact. Both players end on exactly 356 average combat score. Even. Both players.
Not bad at all. Tensai, though, look at that econ rating. 98. Man was popping off. Both had 5 first blood, so that's huge impact. You know, Cream got 4, but you're looking at Ronsky, who you would usually expect to have, like, you know, that 6 or 7 mark of the first bloods because you know that he's getting aggressive. But it just wasn't working out for him here on Icebox. However, we got a second map to get to, and to get there, of course, as always, we got to get through the ad break. So, ladies and gents, don't go too far. Go get hydrated, and we'll see you just after this. Ladies and gentle nerds, welcome back. We have a series on our bloody hands today. This has been a banger. Mind Freak up against Clarity, and Clarity take map numero uno. Yes, I know numbers in other languages. Very good. Give myself a pat on the back. But also, it's going to be
have
a
enough
banger.
Mexican all the time, man. I'm surprised you don't know Spanish a bit more.
I just, want to...
This is
broaden my horizons.
Taco for you today,
I'm the most Australian person you've probably met since you've been here, and
You
probably
and
the
Ben.
most Australian person. Who?
You and Ben.
Which Ben?
Both of them actually. Probably
I know-
more Ben Green. I think Ben Green for the longest time was the most Australian person I'd ever met.
An Aussie? Yeah, all right, I'll give it to him. Anyway, only because he's an absolute mad lad. Anyway, Clarity did take the dub on their map pick of Icebox. So Mind Freak, probably not going to be too worried about that one, but now they do have to look at that reverse sweep angle. And it all starts on Breeze because it's a pretty solid map. We've seen Mind Freak play it before. We've actually seen them drop the ball on it before, but that was 2 weeks ago. Last week, we got to see him have a crack at it again, and it looked so much better on that second chance. Now, going up to Ascent, if we make it all the way to 3, that's where things get spicy because I have absolutely enjoyed watching both of these duelists go absolutely head-to-head. Jelly D and Ronsky, it's the battle of these two. However, Ronsky, you could see he was warming up towards the end. Got that collateral on, had a couple of big rounds here and there, which we didn't see in that first half. Now, I reckon we're going to see that from the get-go going to Breeze because there's a lot of pressure on him to excel solely because their backs are up against the wall now, or they're going to the lower bracket, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to see Ronsky heat up because he was a highlighted player.
Yeah.
Ridiculous stats. You wouldn't want to have your averages impacted by that last performance. And so he kind of rescued it. He did come back huge. Like you said, found the collapse, started getting some real value off that operator. But first half, a little bit invisible. You need to see Ronsky be the person to heat up nice and early. Tensai kept Mind Freak in there. Multiple rounds, super clutch stuff, massive plays. Right next to Jelly D, you got a Battle Sage versus a full Reyna, getting huge value off of the Empresses. And, yeah, impressive stuff overall from Clarity. Like, I did not expect that. I thought Mind Freak would be a little bit more favored. Maybe that's because I expected the Ronsky carry to come through a little bit harder and a little bit earlier. But Clarity really, I think, playing up to some decent potential here. Really impressed.
Ooh, Jelly D on the KO. Love to see a bit of that. Hovering, figuring out what they're going to be doing. Tensai on the KO as well, so doesn't have to play the Battle Sage this time. What are you looking at here, Avril?
Cypher for Jelly D. I don't know if I am really buying that. I think they will go a KO here. History dictates they will play KO, Jet, Cypher, Viper, and the Sova. But at this stage, because Milky's gone towards the Sky, that probably eliminates the KO from contention.
Yep.
Cypher's just okay. I think I'm more of a fan of Mind Freak's composition. They're a little bit flash heavy. Don't quite have the defensive utilities in terms of the Sentinels here, but
yeah,
maybe you don't need it on Breeze.
I'm feeling, yeah, like Jelly D is probably more of that Sentinel player on the other maps. It was more so just on Icebox. They played that double duelist. It seems like Suave, he's probably going to be locking in that Sova, of course. Very important on Breeze to get that early information all the way through those little chokes towards both sides of the map. So
he's gone AFK.
Yeah, that's going to be locked in. Look, you hover, it locks in anyway eventually,
Okay.
and that's the good thing about this game is
Nice.
you can spend those extra 60 seconds quickly running someplace else.
Doesn't randomly lock you onto Neon or something, just for the
No.
lows.
Nah, not just
That'd
like
be funny.
haha, look, you're a silly bugger. Although it does do that if someone else is hovering the same one as you are.
Nice,
it
nice.
picks one of you to give you a random agent, and it's not fun. It's not fun, especially if it puts you on something you don't want. I've had that happen like one time, so never again. Now, what do we got? MF, they are on the defense. Let's see how they're going to set up for the pistol here. I think probably going to see something a little more aggressive coming through from the likes of Clarity. And of course, we are
All right,
checking in with the
so-
player cams.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of utility you place down. The Viper puts down the Toxin screen. That's about it. You're looking for info here. I think this is one of the heaviest info compositions and setups you can have. And you look at A so far, you have double drones from Trailblazer plus the Owl drone. You have the Recon as well. You have the 0-point knife. Guiding Lights will give you info. It's info city, baby, on A. So that's going to be tough for Clarity to break through. But if they go fast, it's actually not difficult to break past either. It's if you play slowly, the info will ruin you. If you go fast, they can't really stop you.
Okay, well, Trailblazers going both ways, and that's going to be good info because Sova was spotted, meaning there's probably going to be those two players in halls, and off the back of that, okay, Pulse comes through, Milky going to be stuck behind the wall for the moment. Shock Dart forces him out, and MF, they're really putting high priority on this tube control, but Aronsky as well. Have a look at this aggression. Man's down mid, but he's looked the wrong direction, spotted as well, so awkward for him, but he will get away with his life. It costs him the tailwind. Things just slow down again. So we are going to see this rotation back from Clarity, and Sicko's so damn far forward, he might have to go for the full drop here just to survive. Mid, fortunately for him, is clear, and he's got Ronsky here to help him. So Soju trying to buy a little bit more time with the Guiding Light, just closing the door for the moment, and hoping that it will save the rest of the boys on site. So Tensai going to be dropping the underarm, tries to go straight through, swaps positions, but he's going to spot Cream regardless. Pulse comes through, and Sicko, yeah, just looking to fight here from the double doors. It's awkward, but look at the position of Jelly D. He's gone all the way in to Broken Wall. Ronsky has absolutely no idea about this. There's a cam in the double arch, in the golden arch, as Macca's, you'd call it. Fulvus finds another, which brings it to this 3-on-3, and Jelly D, is going to be spotted. Ronsky heads up, clearing those corners, and there's 10 seconds. No time for Fulvus to get to site now. Tensai knows it. He's just sitting here in the halls. And 4-3, you're out of luck, mate. Clarity going to be losing the pistol by taking way too long to get any work done.
No time. At least get the one kill in the back end there. One player remaining alive for the side of Mind Freak over here. Let's take a look at what buys we can look forward to. Swive will at least have 3 ult points working forward, so it's a decent uptick. Guardian early out from Sicko. Marshall as well for what? Another big sniping map. Not going to go in the hands of Ronsky, interestingly enough. What will be just anchoring with that over towards B. Let's see if we get a little bit more B action.
Yeah.
The A set up from Clarity to start things out with.
Scanning ahead.
Well, again, I don't think I've seen a map where both teams have gone for so much priority of that Pulse control. But interesting to see that this Pulse comes through as well. So early aggression works wonderfully for MF, and it's going to be a nice crossfire. Tensai pushing through the doors eventually and finds the line of Milky. So things going pretty wrong so far as Soju close range with the Spectre is going to be having a field day. Pulls out the classic and, not going to be able to follow up because there's a Sheriff in the hands of Cream. Swaps to the Ghost now. Trying to figure out what he wants to bloody use. However, that Molly going to be putting him right into the open. There you have it. The fragment comes in clutch. You don't see it too often, but the zoning from it was more than enough to push Cream out into A main. Make it another kill. So MF happy with 2 rounds in a row here.
I gotta say as well, I said that there wasn't gonna be a lot of defensive utility if you were gonna get rushed, but I suppose a fragment will be there eventually. We'll see some high value fragments eventually from Tensai, I'm sure. That particular round, beautiful flash from Soju straight around the corner, catches 3. You know it's good when you have Jelly D just trying to jump away.
Yeah.
2-man spray down. And Cream will make it at least a little bit more interesting. Full guns now. The side of Clarity. This is the round they need. Operator for Ronsky, though. That's what that big old save in that last round was for Ronsky. Currently looking in towards mid from B, through that arch, through that link. Very passive. I would have imagined sniping A caves would have been the call to make, but it's got to be What, who transferred from B towards A, was anchoring on B, is now on A.
Okay, healing up before. However, awkward for what now out in the open. Still going to somehow survive there. Just hiding behind the pyramid. It's just going to be a matter of time, matter of spraying, but it's the shock dart to get the job done in the end. Now, that's going to be the numbers for clarity. Maybe the first round on the horizon. Ronski unscoped, but still gets him with the quick scope back on the second try. Oh, my lord. Blink and you'll miss it. This man is a frag machine. Suave, though, going to be traded out. Milky. They've left the spike behind. So control is there, but unfortunately now there's so many defenders here they have to worry about. Cream seems to be picking them apart, but so is Ronski. Tensai chimes in too, says, what about me? It isn't fair. I haven't had enough and he wants a bit more. Now, into the third we go, or into the fourth we go, and Mind Freak, solid start to the map.
And you just have the spike being left behind a little bit too long. If you had a plant on A, maybe you have a post-plant situation there.
Yeah.
Give the time to work with Ronski. He's going to start picking you apart. I mean, it begins with the fact that Fulvis walks on through. We had a little bit of a gasping moment because it's like, oh no, really unfortunate timing for Ronski. But like you said, the quick scope will just allow him to get the kill regardless. And that operator being brought through onto that third round is humongous. Now we head into the fourth. 4 Sheriff, 1 Marshal for Cream. Trailblazer to spot on out. I don't think what was spotted, but they would have heard some gunshots regardless.
Yeah. Okay, drone around the corner. Playing it safe. Reconnaissance is looking good for Sicko. So, Jelly D aware that he's probably in that position if the drone has come all the way around. He's heard where it's come from, so aware that there should be a player lurking in snipers, but now look at this timing. However, Ronski, how is the coverage? Might be timed himself now. Oh, he is. I think he's pre-scoped too, and there it is, Jelly D threading the damn timing, but not expecting what here as well.
Always 2 on site. I guess Jelly was hoping that it would have just been the solo. It still does give confidence for clarity. I mean, they got rid of the operator. They know that what is going to be there, but not scared of it at all. Here comes the guiding light. Now the push to come on through as well. What has actually managed to save his Toxin through this entire time? Tensai coming through the link. Here come the flashes. Here come the rest of the reinforcements. 4 members diving on in. Fulvis trying to get it done now. Sheriff the only thing there, but Tensai too sharp today.
Look, nice angle isolation there. Able to take these one-on-ones. Unfortunately, after that first Sheriff at close range, couldn't find too much more. But a big round to keep the finances stable and also to keep getting this round count looking nice and juicy for MF, because this is their map pick and you know they cannot afford to cop this L because they don't want to be going to lower bracket just yet.
Well, this is where now Ultimate's about to come online. 2 of them already there for the side of Clarity and multiple more coming online soon. Cream and Fulvis only 1 away. Here we go. B is the play. Elbow is open. Operator is not on B. What? Around that left-hand corner. Pretty standard location. Tensai deletes the drone, but you should still expect that What is here.
Oh, nice tag. Follow-up comes through too. So Tensai out of the equation. What as well. Couldn't get his gun in hand. And the numbers, the flood was just way too much for him to deal with. MF now maybe about to cop that first L for Breeze. 5 on 2. It's a big ask. And Ronski, look, you have a crack there at the economy. It's not looking too good going into the next, so the operator, definitely a key piece they want to keep their hands on. But speaking of the money, Soju, he's just going to be hunting for a couple of exits now. Wall goes up, and they're thinking about this. Let's see how the timing is. Wall's got to fall here eventually. Milky, even flashing through, gets the info off of it. And Soju, man's on an island. Ronski wants to chime in too, gets 1, 70 HP, and away they go. So Clarity, not going to be going for the repeat, but maybe the hunt. Coming through from Jelly D. No, he stays at mid instead. And it's a gentleman's agreement, bit of a handshake at the end. Operators carried across, but the egg is broken for Clarity.
More Ultimates will be online here. Really good take coming through from Clarity initially on towards B into the plant. 2-man retake, going to be too difficult there. Obviously, Soldier's just going to go for it because, well, they have the money to play through, do some damage to the economy of Clarity if you can. Cream to Bladestorm this particular round. Build back that economy, especially when you just got that first round on. But what you don't want is to have your round loss bonus reset here. And they want to go B again. They've spotted a possible vulnerability. They got past 10 sign what before?
Yep.
I'm here for a repeat.
Let's see how it heads up. Mindfreak are going to be. Drone around the corner. No one's close this time. We aren't going to see too much of a rotation. However, Sicko will start to worry about calls again. Seeker's given out a world of information. Milky making some noise just to pop one. Second as well. They're going to hear multiple guns firing at that one. So attention starting to be drawn.
Yeah, I mean, Soja gets the info, but that doesn't mean that Clarity will commit. Jelly D is still just going to be keeping the rest of Mindfreak interested. No, Mindfreak are really interested. They spot a couple members over towards mid, and Jelly D's deleted as well. Here comes that B hit, finally. They really want what fell instantly in that previous engagement. In this round, pretty much the same. Viper's Pit's going to be pretty nasty.
That's it. Tensai, he's got that ult to play with, but also the flash is what he wants to use now. Wall goes up, Milky trying to find himself a timing, and he's got the line to Ronsky, who has not got the advantageous angle. Going all the way through now, Fulvus swinging. He's last alive, and he's got the pit to play with. But of course, the Soju is just lurking in the smoke now, and Fulvus has looked the wrong way this time. So there it is, 5 on the board, and MF clutch it out. It looked a little bit scary for a moment. After Ronsky fell, the rest of the boys come in just in time and pick up all the pieces.
I think the problem was the numbers. I mean, they lose 2 pretty quickly as they're rotating, and Jelly D falls as well onto as Hall's flank, as Hall's lurk. So, not the numbers to play through. I mean, pit is nice, but you need lots of members in that pit.
Yeah.
Another thing to consider is, depending on who's alive for the retake, based on the info available, I mean, you got Sky and Sova, which is great at trying to spot members inside that pit. Get those very important kills. Snowball B plays. Back over towards A. Soju cut the flash, but he falls down, and Ronsky runs out of knives.
That's a good amount of damage from them. So follow-up could have been there, but Jelly D cracking open the door, knocking and saying, hello, here we go. 2 for him, and maybe another round here for Clarity as well. Just waiting. Suppression pulses are slowly but surely coming through. Gets him on the ropes as well. And a big round from Jelly D, the Cypher. It's not as mobile as the Reina from the previous map, but he's still making it work wonderfully. Early days here on Breeze.
Just playing through halls again, and this time we'll be able to come through the door, catch a couple members, open things up. Just a fast take on A, just a bit of a change up. They've been playing B a couple of different rounds now. Had some confidence in getting past Tensai and Watt and thinking, all right, well, you know, maybe we should just not only change sites, but change the pacing as well. Go super quickly. Soju will land a flash, but can't do much more than that. And then when you have the other member in Jelly D coming through halls, you suddenly have a double entry that's really worthwhile. So Solo Viper Spit on B. The rest of Mindfreak mostly around A. Sicko now also exploring Nest in mid.
Big jump. See you later, doggy. Milky, he's going to chase it the whole way down now. Very aggressive, realizing that the halls has been left open. Oh, and they know that he's there as well. Head down, and he's not going to be able to find him. Soju takes down Milky. It is just going to be a catastrophe. See you later, Mindfreak. It's all down to Watt now, who's nowhere near A. So, I believe the round's pretty much all she wrote. And Watt's got the ghost for range, and the judge for anyone shoulder to shoulder with him. But look, blink and you'll miss it. There's about 6 kills in about 2 seconds then.
You'd almost like him to see him go through all the way back to the top of halls, maybe pick up a gun or something. Yeah, if he wants to play for an exit, he's definitely in the wrong place as well. You want to be over towards caves.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no one's going to walk through double doors here. Ronsky, unfortunately, isn't going to get a lot done. You actually want to die to the spike here just to make sure you get your loss bonus and you're not just sitting on a judge for the next round with no money. So I think the best thing for what to do is just to walk forward and die. Or walk backwards slowly and die. Either or.
Takes your advice. Cops that L to get a better buy into this round. And there it is. 3 on the attack now. So I would not be surprised at this point. We see Clarity. They're warming up. They could be looking for a tied scoreline at the half again. But what's going to go on this round, Kev? MF look like they're not going to go for too much investment, if anything. So maybe some kind of crunch play, some kind of early aggression. What are we going to see?
Gonna walk down over towards caves and just kind of hope for the best. Rotary spots them out, so this is going to be a disaster. Soju's been tagged as well. Neural Theft will confirm that Soju's basically the only player here. Close by is going to be Sicko. They just run down Soju, the site will be theirs. I mean, Sicko's already on half HP, so...
And Cream just tearing through. Going for the pre-aim. Soju falls, and things get pretty difficult. Tensai angle might favor him, and he's feeling sharp as well there with the Sheriff, but that box is wooden, and it's not going to provide enough cover at all. Trapwire is going to be dealt with by Watt, but that reveals his position. Shorty close range, and oh, Suave hits him with the pre-fire too. So Shorty not going to be able to find any influence in the round. Recon Bolt on the outside of a main with that wall up. That allows Sicko to cross to site, but of course it's going to be that open plant on the front. And that's way too much for them to deal with. Shock Dart might just do it. I don't know if there's one left, but the Recon Bolt comes through. Tapping away, long range. At least get some extra damage done. Oh, Fulvis fights for his life, and he will get away from the explosion. So that's another dub on the board. And Clarity just nipping at the heels of Mindfreak.
Yeah, certainly. And this is where Mindfreak's early lead is starting to slip away. I have the guns at least. We didn't really expect too much to happen for Mindfreak there. They weren't really making any huge plays across the map. Just standard defaulting with pistols. Pretty underwhelming. Maybe if Soju and Ronsky could find a, solo lurk on A, steal away a gun, something could be interesting. But no, they just walk into everybody in Clarity, don't they? And just get wiped out. So this will be the round. The Ronsky on kind of a glass cannon operator. Let's have the light armor at least. Fighting for Hall's control, but what is this? Cream and the rest of Clarity just go through double doors.
Just absolutely smashing it, picking up the pace, and it looks like it could just work a charm. Fulvis gets the kill onto Sicko too, so much information that could have been gained straight out the window with Sicko's death. Now, at least they got the flashes to try to get some lines, force Clarity off, but look at this advanced positioning. Jelly D, as you're going to expect to swing around the corner. You got Cream wrapping, and now he's fallen, so things go from bad to worse. Now it's going to be the double for Soju. Feeling sharp. The Jellies come through as well. Seeker's just revealing all of these positions, but we've got Milky as well with a couple of flashes of his own, but it's not going to be enough because MF are just storming the site. Oh, the spray's there. The pickup, 5 HP, and the cover is looking pretty damn good. Ronsky, when he finally is able to get on the line and see someone, then he will strike. But he's gone so many times, just looking away from those enemies, way too focused on points and not aware of the potential holes in their defense.
I mean, they just got to get a Ronsky operator on board to start with, and, we'll see how things wrap up here. 6 rounds now collected for Mindfreak, and 2 members alive. It's not great for the economy, and this is where things for Clarity can still heat up further. 5 guns on board.
You got to think of the 2 rounds where he did have the operator online. One, he was a bit of a victim to timing with that broken wall push, and the other, he got Pinocchio'd because the bloody operator started poking around the corner at the box. Just way too close to the angle. So,
oh man,
not getting away with much today, and I can feel his frustration.
I like sniping mid, but I don't think Clarity have really played that many times in mid. Yeah, sure, the last round they went through double doors, but we can see that they haven't really done that many times.
Yeah.
So Ronsky just also hasn't had great luck when it comes to opening positions to have this operator. Look how much of the Sky utility Milky's just dropped in there. Seekers, Trailblazers, they just push Mindfreak all the way back. There's 3 members, but they're all the way in spawn pretty much.
Oh, and Ronsky, here's one of those lines. This time strikes. So, able to finally get a bit more influence going with that operator. Milky waiting for the pop through, but it looks like it's going to be the pit invested first. We'll see. They can get to a position and get this spike planted safely. They will. And the numbers are there for Mindfreak, so we'll see the retake come through eventually. Soju just locking down the back of sight, but it's the pit they have to worry about. That's going to buy them so much time, Kev.
And the numbers. Milky will bring one back.
Oh,
like you said, this pit is really dangerous at the moment. As long as Fulvis stays alive, this will still be pretty difficult. There it is. It's going to come down now. Tensai's getting done. What is well contributing. 3 members alive, and they will get the cleanup. Clarity have the plant. The defuse goes the way of Mindfreak, retaining the operator, 2 guns on hand, and so many ultimates to work through for that following round. Click the 7. That's officially the half now in their favor. And Clarity, they'll be desperate to at least clinch maybe a 5-7. This is looking more like a 4-8 though.
Yeah.
Timeout as well.
Bad. Not bad at all. Great retake. Pretty clean. It was a 5-on-4 and ended up being a 3v-zip. So able to get those trades through after losing the first man. You can't ask for too much more than that. And look, they've got majority for the half. They're looking for 8 here. And as you mentioned, we got this timeout coming through from MF just to make sure they get this one sorted. So we'll see. You can see that they're discussing what's going on, what they want to be doing going into the final round of the half. And how much money do they have to do so? They've got they got cash for days.
Yeah, they're fine. Mindfreak are okay right now. It's Clarity that I would have expected the tactical pause to come through, but Mindfreak will just give them that as a peace offering.
Yeah.
These are olive branch. Mindfreak, you can also tell from their POV as well, they want this 8-4 badly enough that they'll take a timeout just for the last round to make sure nothing sneaky happens from the Clarity POV. Where Ronsky decides to start is going to be important again. He's going to go over towards B, but I'm feeling that it's going to be Clarity A. They're already shifting that side. Oh, actually, Ronsky. Yeah, here we go. He's going to go A. They might be able to finally get some decent operator shots right off the rip.
Well, what have we got going on here, hey? As you mentioned, Ronsky, very aggressive line, but it's going to be action for Tensai instead. He's going to be stunned up, so really relying on his teammates to make this happen. Soju trying to get as much done as possible. Milky going to be tagged up, but of course it was the last shot from the Hunter's Fury, and that hadn't been communicated, so Soju doesn't spot him on the left side, worried about the right, going in with the Guiding Light, and it's not enough to continue that fight. So Jelly D chiming in too, and this is looking good for Clarity, all down to What again, who's trying to make this rotation happen. But of course, he's got some positions to worry about. Needs to clear those lines. And in a 3-on-1, it was rough last time, and I dare say it's going to be a very similar situation. Poison tried to isolate some fights, finds the first, but it's Cream swinging off the contact. And with the Guardian, taps the head. So the buy was a bit lackluster, but Clarity fight for their right for 5.
It's the fact that they being Mindfreak here, they couldn't aggress really in towards caves. They also didn't want to respect it.
Yeah.
So you have, who was it, Soju trying to get deep in there, gets punished. Like you said, Milky's positioning not communicated, even though he got tagged by the Hunter's Fury. Beyond that as well, this is the second time, I think, in this half so far that you've had solo pet over towards B as the only anchor, 4 members on A defending, and that for some reason is still not enough. Then you just see coming over. Really sad. Tail between his legs in a 1v3, 1v4, I think was a previous time as well, with worse weaponry, and it's just too difficult to make happen.
Let's see if anything changes here in the second half, other than the positions of both of these teams. Recon Bolt coming through both ways, just clearing out elbow, clearing out any mid-aggression. Just looking for that early info. Ronsky waits out the Recon Bolt and hits him with the 2-tap double headshot. Enough to take down Cream, and that's going to thin out the defenses of Clarity. But we'll see if they can choose the right site. They've gone very deep into CT and left Milky out on an island close at A.
You can see that Cream was just a couple pixels off, and he backed his own aim there. He was like, I can get the kill and dash away, but just never lands a headshot and doesn't dash either, so
yeah,
life is forfeited here. Spike picked up. Jelly D even abandoning site, so it's going to be a full retake now, pretty much. Camera will eventually spot this. All right, Jelly D's come back on. Might have an angle.
Ooh, looking for it. And it's Ronsky again to strike. Man, is that enough? And he wants to take this all the way to a third. And a second pistol is a great way to start this map. Start this half, rather. So Recon Bolt comes through. Going to be deleted nice and quickly. Tensai spots the info, but Ronsky through the wall. Takes the head straight off a full boost on the common line. Cost him his life, though, so we'll see if Watt's going to be able to find this from the back. No, doesn't strike quickly enough. And just like that,
wow.
MF, I thought they were almost going to lose that round, but they have positions to trade, peek out together, lock it down, and take it to a 3-round lead.
Yeah, great mechanics being shown. Anti-eco now. Clarity got nothing to work through. Second pistol on this map. taken by Mind Freak, and you can imagine the second anti-eco as well. So that's 4 out of 13 rounds just off these early 2s.
Yeah.
So that third round, that's going to be important again. If you look at the round summary, 3 and 4 also went the way of Mind Freak on that first half. There's no way Clarity can allow that to happen again, because if that happens, I mean, it's just done. We're got him at 3.
Pretty much completely out of the equation. We'll see. Oh, okay. Trailblazer gets good info there. Soju aware that there's a couple of players on the left, but they've made their way back towards the container for now. Milky worried about the flank too.
He's going for the flank.
He's going for the flank, rather, yeah. And, oh, Sicko, heads up, ready for this aggression. Expecting so
Jelly
coming out from the defenders, but yeah, Jelly in a very solid position. Here's the full rotation, yells at the rest of the boys, get to be right bloody now. Suave survives, but also confirms the thoughts, and they don't know that Jelly's in this position, so he's in behind 2 now. Should be able to pick up a Guardian and maybe get some extra done. Tensai turns around, will hit the one that matters, straight onto the head with the Bulldog. So bit of RNG there, of course. The Bulldog, not the most accurate weapon at times. Speaking of inaccuracy, the Spectre at that range is, you got to pray to RNGesus. Now in the 3-on-3, maybe a chance here, Kev.
Suave low HP though, that's a bit of a problem. The better guns are still in the hands of Mind Freak. Tensai is just going to rip it away from Clarity. Cream, nothing to be done here. Ronski nails him the Vandal headshot, and that's a Vandal you want to have in that next round. Tensai, 1 whole point away from the null command. Really important as well for this next push.
Yeah.
Now you can see a situation where, I mean, Bulldog, Vandal, Spectre for what? It's a bit of whatever. Guardian now being picked up for Sicko. Find an orb, drop in the null command, play hard for one of these sites, and I mean, you can get really aggressive and get a lot of work done here for Mind Freak. And they're stacking hard currently. Looking to go through shop. Toxin screen already placed down. And it's a cage and a camera from Jelly D to try and stop it.
Okay. Trailblazer getting out a world of information.
That's
no
a
one's
lot.
on the safe side of the screen. But as you mentioned, that is a huge tag and a huge amount of info. So off the back of that, he's just going to start progressing up halls. Mind Freak deciding just to hold that shop control and see if anyone goes for an over-aggression. But look at these rotations already. The numbers were here for a moment. And there's that trap wire over on the door as well as deep behind the double doors at the end of halls. So we'll see if anyone falls into the trap.
Yeah, this guiding light catching a member is actually huge info. I mean, that's going to be problematic. Null command does come on through now as expected. It will stop the cages from coming on through. Ronski deletes Milky. Here comes a flash around the corner as well. They should have this under lock and key. Watt also has a brilliant flank. Nice kill on the Cream. 3 members alive, 1 that can still be resurrected. What for a secondary into Jelly D, and this is falling apart for Clarity.
Well, that was it, right? Jelly D had to be the key piece of the puzzle, but Suave is still here and kicking. What in a solid position, and Suave finds one somehow into Tensai.
That's Tensai's body after the null command, yeah.
Ah, right, okay. Caught me off, like, what's going on? Finds the head, nice line onto Watt, and now it's back to that 2-on-2. Just edging forward, round on the close side, off angle for Sicko, and that's worked. Recon Bolt reveals Fulvis's position, eventually getting rid of it, but look at that movement all the way back to the second pyramid, and it's more than enough to get MF on the board for 10. Ooh, a little teabag coming through from Soju. BM. Maybe a bit of fun, but it's double digits now for MF.
And Disaster coming through as well. It's 3 rounds in a row. This is exactly what Clarity needed to avoid. They needed that round 3 win. They had the rifles. MF spotted the vulnerability over towards A. I mean, null command suppression versus Cypher. You do nothing as a Cypher versus that. You just had to get the orb. Tensai, MF, prioritize the orb. They got the ultimate. They put the big gun in Ronski's hands, and Ronski delivered.
Let's see if the man can do it again. The people want some Ronski action. I am part of the people. I want Ronski action. Now, that's going to be big info with the Trailblazer. Straight down mid. Tensai, though, expecting the aggression from Tube. And again, MF have been very damn solid on these anti-ecos. And Clarity getting caught in transition. So we'll see if anything comes from this. Out in the open, Suave goes down 2. It's all down to Cream, who might suffer the same fate, but at least he takes 1 with him. 2 men peeking. Or an opportunity tailwind to survive, and there he goes on the repeat. Sicko will deal with him easily. 11 on the board now, 2 rounds away from taking us to Ascent.
And also a plan as well for the extra money there. Here comes that tactical timeout from Team Clarity. Not a lot of game plan there. I mean, they just kind of walk into mid.
Yeah.
Dry peeking. There's the one flash from Milky. Does land, but he just dies instantly anyway. So, not the result you're looking for. And yeah, I mean, Clarity just completely lost their minds there. It just didn't seem like they really knew how to play that eco. I mean, I'm glad they tried technically something. They wanted to do something. But
yeah, you can
walking
see that
into mid-dry and just... That's a shooting gallery for MF at that stage, and they're farming up ultimates. They're even closer to more important ults now. Operator on board for Cream. Super important to come on through. 2 rounds away for MF. 1 to get to the map point. Take us to our 3rd map. So let's see what Cream is going to post up. That's going to be really important as well when we come back from this tactical pause, because that operator coming online will be important for this round.
What are we seeing? Milky, Jelly D. Both going heavy towards the B side of things. So swapping up the defenses, because if you recall, they were just over towards Tube, over towards A, looking to get aggressive. So always good to see a little bit of mobility between these players. Trailblazer around the corner as well, but look at this depth from the attackers all the way over towards the window. Just waiting for someone to maybe overstep. Oh, the tag comes through. Little gap in the cage. Jelly D, lucky not to be tagged up now.
Alright, so interesting offensive pit. I think it is just enough to get you a plant, but doesn't cover enough. Seekers can come through on the attacking side as well. They want B for sure. There's no one home at the time being. Milky's trying to rotate in. Jelly D's not too far off on towards Link, and Milky's got an opening frag on Ronsky. That's a huge kill.
Solid shots. Following up those Seekers as well. They know at least 2 more players are on site. Jelly D spots the barrel, and that's going to favor him with the swing from Tensai. Spike down. Recon bolt coming out as well. And it's going to be Cream connecting through the wall. Sicko has a lot of work to do, but at this range on the operator, I thought Cream would win that. Missed the shot. And an awkward high-low setup. Peaks coming through constantly from Clarity, but what the man, again, in a 1-on-3. This time, he's on the attack, but he's got no Spike to work with. So it'll all come down to how he plays this one out. And you got the drone coming in, not clearing him. So able to maybe double back from this position with that wall up. He may be able to isolate this fight with Milky. Or Suave goes through. However, that was the enemy, so they might have heard that one. Suave goes straight through the wall, and what? He's running out of time, but he's got enough to plant now. Has to go for the full commit, and Fulvis doesn't go forward, so allows it to fully change the swing close range, and the wall there. No tag to what? He's still going. Gets the reload off. It's all about the timing, and what comes through with a big 4K. Huge clutch in the 1-on-3, and Mind Freak just need 1 more round for the dub.
There it is. You see it as well. Dusts off the hands. Wash it away, mate. Brilliant stuff. 1 versus 3. Plays it to perfection. And it comes down to the fact that the Owl drone did not check left coming through from Suave. It checks right. To be fair, it is a 50-50. If you saw what possibly a different story, one at that stage knows he's been spotted. The wall coming through as well. That toxin screen I actually think was from Fulvis, because I saw that Watt took damage as he walked on through. So that toxin screen ends up helping Watt in that 1 versus 3. That's all last round though, and it might be the last round. Speaking of which, it's 12 on board now. A force spy coming through from the side of Clarity. Ronsky diving on in with the knives. Will miss. Milky suppressed.
Hunter's Fury, knife on knife action. Cream's going to come out on top, managed to dodge that Hunter's Fury though, and a bit of extra chip damage onto Soju too. So we'll see if they manage to pull this one back. It's still a 4-on-4, and the positioning is looking good. Viper's Pit though makes it so damn hard to get through. 2 invested onto site. 2 towards A main. Tensai going forward. They've heard that go in through the cage, so it's going to be a timing play. Jelly D good for 1, but Soju there to trade. And what now all the way at the back, trying to stay sneaky, wait for a tap on the bomb, but the back of his backpack was just poking in through the wall. And now it's down to Sicko. Do they expect him all the way from the doors?
Big kill.
I think the half tick came through though, so it might just be the timing. And Suave with the coverage keeps Breeze going.
It's not over yet. 5 in a row was found by MF. Clarity. Buyback. They're on borrowed time. Don't get me wrong. They need 6 in a row to reach the OT here, and there is still money in the bank for MF to play through.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, because they haven't really lost this half yet. They've been on a roll. Even though Watt had to 1v3 clutch, that was probably the most dangerous. MF had to losing a lot of money up until that final round that we did just see there. And even with a win, Milky and Fulvis still can't buy up. That is how dire the money situation is currently for Clarity. Then we convert a little bit further through. So Fulvis solo pit over towards B. That's going to allow now Clarity to have their members play other sides of the map. MF can really play towards this B side as well, because they can really just play up in towards the pit and see what happens. Tensai shuts down Milky though over towards the A side.
Ronski right behind enemy lines already, so everyone just hitting brakes, and Tensai not expecting the continued aggression from Jelly D. So even though Ronski's all the way here, Cream's got his knife out and has absolutely no idea. They know that Jelly D's on the A side of things as well. So where do they go from here? Fulvis picking up yet another.
Yeah.
And it keeps it to that 3v3.
Well, they're going to go towards A because you see that Ronski already has control over towards the spawn side of things. So now, Watt's just going to check a couple locations, go through double doors. Jelly D super far away. They are aware that Jelly D is somewhere. He didn't die. Over into caves. No rotators there. As far as retake goes here, having A caves control is pretty decent now if you want to have your other 2 members go double doors. 2-angle entry here. Suave being alive is also quite important. Hunter's Fury alive. Clear angles. Recon should be up as well. Oh, and they got a toxin screen. Even better.
Things you love to see, right? Now, Jelly D looking to have some impact. He's held this position for so damn long and hoping that they forget about him, but he's whiffed it, and MF might have just taken the cake. Oh, Kev, we're going all the way to Ascent. It's not just a 2-mapper. We've had so many of them recently. MF take it all the way to 3. They want this reverse sweep.
Oh my goodness. To be fair, Clarity had the entire world on their shoulders to try and bring that one back, and it was gonna be tough. Unfortunate whiff there. Hello, doggo.
I'm being asked to take her outside by her. She's been hassling me all map, so she can chill with us. She can chill with us just for the moment. Sorry if you can't hear me. But of course, we got a 3rd map to get to, and it's getting late too. So don't worry. She's going to go to the toilet, and we'll see you just after this for a bit of Ascent. Well, I hope you are all ready for a damn good game because we've had 2 quality maps and we're about to get ourselves a 3rd. This series is going all the way to Ascent here, the first 3 mapper for the playoffs, and I am damn excited to see how this one plays out because either way, you know, one of these teams, it's who wants it more at the end of the day, right? And Ascent is a great map to try to figure out who's the better team.
It also comes down to, you know, where the hot hand is, who's really feeling it. We talked about Ronski. Is he on form currently? He's had some big moments, some off moments, some just okay moments. Tensai had a humongous map number 1. Jelly D as well on that map 1 with the Rainer. Didn't quite feel that coming through on the Cypher. Obviously, it's just not the same agent. You're not going to get that carry potential on the Cypher. So, a little bit surprised on that pick. I feel like, you know, being forced to play this kind of hard Sentinel on Breeze is maybe a little bit more old school. As we get into now the agent selection for Ascent, this is where we lean back into, all right, bring out the Killjoy. That's pretty standard. Tensai's going to go back towards the KO as well, which I'm okay with. The other options that I've seen is some teams can run a chamber here. Double duelist is possible. Sky is still good.
I'm seeing
so once Suave locks in towards the Sova, it will be pretty much a mirror matchup. It's just the Sky and the KO difference.
Yeah, I'm seeing like crazy change up between the agents, like except Fulvis seems to be mostly consistently on the Sentinel. Jelly D's gone from bloody, you know, duelist into Sentinel, now into Initiator, and might be just this double Initiator setup as well because of course they've got the Sova being locked in now too. So we'll see how this one goes. Cream, of course, back on the Jet again, so hasn't changed at all today. But Milky also, you know, continually changing up what role he's been playing too. So we'll see how this one goes for Clarity. Because I feel like they've been doing a really good job, but there's just so much changing with this lineup, like with the roles. And if you look over to the other side of things for Mindfreak, they've been relatively on the same roles all night, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, definitely Ronski. How many maps is this in a row now for Ronski on Jet? It's like 300?
3, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think he plays...
300, right.
I don't know. Is it 200 or 300 now? I don't know. He's got a lot of maps in a row on Jet. Another agent simply doesn't exist. This is, like, really standard. Like, there's your Astra smokes. I mean, we're into standard territory here where we're getting away from the Viper a little bit, which...
Yeah.
To be honest, like, you know, as a viewer, sometimes you do want to do that. It's just Viper, lots of green stuff on your screen, covering up everything, double pits, not fun. Really enjoy KO though. So here we go, opening of knife. It's going to come through. Should be catching 3, or at least a 2. That grab wall setup as well. I mean, if you have a situation where your Jet player overcommits, Cream could have easily have died there. No dash under suppression.
Yeah. Well, what do we got going on here? So MF show some presence at a main, then we'll fall away. Let's go for a late mid pincer. Fulvis jumping for info as well. Nice little circle strafes, and then of course the A site still has the 3 defenders here, so it seems like MF may just be walking into a trap, but the crossfire just like that is completely broken as we do see the fade away from Milky. He's back at mid, but now no one's been spotted here at tree. It's going to be a guiding light into A main, but they know that someone's close, and Jelly D's going to be going down without seeing a damn person. So Cream has to go forward, has to fight here, and it's not gone right. It's going to be Soju to deal with the swing in through the smoke. Milky couldn't find a thing. Everything going absolutely wrong this round for Clarity.
As the 2 Clarity anchors over towards A, they were so sure it was going to be an A main push, and no one was looking towards tree. Nobody playing in glass either. Jelly D's just caught with his pants, so he turns around and is like, I haven't looked over towards tree in a while. Oh, that's the entire team. Whoopsies.
Yeah.
So that's just going to end up being the 4 as Ronski for 3 as well is super dangerous. He's 4 out of 7 now towards the Blaze Storm, and that could be a timing that's a bit awkward for Clarity to play against a little bit later on. Also, we talked about, is Ronski going to come in hot so far? Round number 1, answer is yes. Vandal coming through for the 2nd round already.
Yeah, rough situation there for Clarity. Just, they had the right read, but then they were way too worried about that mid presence, even though Fulvis wasn't seeing a thing, going for the old circle strafes. Now, MF again, Looking for heavy presence over towards A main. I love this turret setup, by the way, that's going on over behind B main, but it's probably not going to see too much action for now. It's just orb control they're worried about. Looking to get that ult online for Tensai.
You see the triple up coming through from Clarity this time around. They've kind of learned their lesson from that last round, so they want to do a little bit more.
Yeah.
Attempting to push on through from that guiding light, but won't commit to it. No idea how many are on the other side, and they could just be walking to a bunch of SMGs. How much do Mindfreak really want to play for A this round? That will be the question. And I think that was yeah, that's just big scan in mid. No one broke that recon, so he got one scan out.
Big value for money. Now we are going to see the spike split straight through B main and market, and there's not a lot that Swav can do about that one. It was definitely not invested to do too much other than stand there and hope the classic could work for him. Tensai as well with the Spectre, big damage, and there's really nothing Fulvus can do either. So it seems like everyone is just hoping that the classics work out. Ronski able to keep his teammate alive. Tensai not going to be falling to a classic today.
It's back-to-back flawless, isn't it? So no one dies. Yeah, 0 deaths so far across the MF line. 0 kills from Clarity, which is quite rough to look at, to be honest with you. 5 rifles, obviously purchased up now on the Clarity side of things, and they got a lot of work to do. They've been out-rotated 2 rounds in a row now. Mindfreak have had correct reads. Round 1, go towards A. The 2 anchors there have no idea what's going on. Round number 2, go towards B through mid as well. They wrap on top of Suave. Solo player can't do anything. Another free plant. There's going to be 3 in a row here, though. 1 suppressed. Blade Storm collected.
Guess we'll find out in a second. Positioning looking roughly the same, except this time Cream was worried about mid, so doesn't hang around too much. Don't know if anyone's going to hear this drone. It seems to be quite far away from all of the members of Clarity. Jump peeking deep in spawn, though. Nice safe approach, and of course the alarm bot as well in case anyone sneaks underneath. So a solid setup from Fulvus, but is it going to find much? Again, we've still got behind B main held with a nice setup of util from the Killjoy. But Ronski wants to be taking this point up short. And again, slowly but surely, you are just going to see this split in. This time, though, there's guns and utility in their way.
So they're going to have to break this alarm bot. Fulvus, by the way, was trying really hard to jump spot over towards mid. I don't think he ended up seeing anybody. Alarm bot triggered. Information gain. This is going to be a B hit, so slowly they are rotating over. They're going to have to come through from spawn. Fulvus doing his best to spam. That is 1 player tag, but not going down. It's Suave that's going to be in the most trouble here.
Let's see if he can fight for it. It's going to be the swing in. Ronski drawing a whole lot of attention. I thought it was going to be the trade, but the man did it with the knives regardless. So Tensai close range, able to only get 1, but that's big info. The flood in through CT, and now it's all down to what? 36 HP, spotted on the back of sight, and he doesn't have a huge amount to play with either. So it's just a couple of shots that need to be connected, but again, the bonus is right there on a silver damn platter, and Cream dodges everything, almost untouched by the spam. What? Going to be kicking himself. That weapon, sometimes it's a dream and sometimes it's just a terror. And the Spectre may have just cost them the round, but it was big damage to Clarity's economy, which is what they were
I don't think Watt's too disappointed by that, because you don't really expect to win rounds like that anyway. You had the lesser equipment value. 4 members dead. Possibility of a clutch. That would have been 2 clutches in 2 maps for what disgustingly good for Mindfreak. If Clarity lose another round 3, that would have been their 3rd round 3 in a row in 2 maps that they dropped. So Clarity averting disaster at least slightly, but the damage is so good that 2 members are not going to have good buys going to the next round. And even the ones that do, I mean, look at that 3 light armors. It's not pretty. Suave, you get to jump on the board as well. I mean, same for Sicko, I guess, but the rest of Mindfreak only getting their first deaths this entire half on that last round.
Fulvus just spotting across the site now. Cream seen all the way in market, so I can have a guess at the setup that's been played. But also there's those stars in the way, so see if some smokes go up. What's going to happen with them? Looks like they've both been pulled away for now. Look to be reinvested later on in the round. Smoke off at B main at that minute mark too. And Mind Freak starting the group up over towards A main.
I've saved a lot of util here as well. You can even see Soju picking up the rest of the Killjoy utility. Not even going to leave behind a turret just to spot for flankers. 4 men up A main. Possible lurk coming through from Soju. Might go up Cat as well. This is going to be the null command. Tensai spotted. Huge scan. We'll see everybody. That's going to cause the rest of Clarity to come and rotate. Ronsky instantly delete. This is huge from Clarity.
Oh my lord. Jelly D with the triple on the Guardian, just tapping heads as they go through the choke. And it's a solid hold. I was very, very worried for Clarity as we did see Tensai pop the ult and start to run his way in. But everyone was a little too far away to find that impact. And what are you going to do when Jelly D's just tapping at you?
I mean, you have Ronsky enter side. He gets deleted in almost instantly. Part of the issue here for me was that Soju came in so late, or they didn't get to wait for Soju. So it's 4 men up A, 1 lurking up Cat, but the Cat player has no impact at that stage. So you just get to spray down into A main. Or in this case, your Jelly D, you're just tapping down A main. Now with those 2 rounds on board, MF have to go for an eco. 2 of them don't even have armor.
What do we got? Oh my, Cream gonna be spotted out early by the recon ball, but gets away with a kill. The Sheriff's just not enough to net the big K early. The man advantage now lost. Soju, though, definitely going to be getting away with that. And over the top, Sicko slides one in. See you later, Cream.
It's doable, but the gun will be difficult to recover. It is being watched over by Suave, who's still peeking over towards mid as well. Drone will confirm some information. Recon is available. Is it going to see all the members going up Cat, though? Oh my goodness, it does not, because he's checking for hiding players. Milky is going to face check it. And the lineup is going to be great. 3 kills. Spike dropped. Risky, though. That could have been Milky going down. That would have been a very different round, but Milky's going to go for 4. Okay, Astral Divide, rather the Cosmic Divide earned. And a big farm up here. 6 kills for Milky now.
I have not seen too many people walk into a big stack like that at close range against classics and pistols and survive. He survived with like 6 HP and walked away with 3 kills. Like, that was good. Spray control, ability just to react, keep moving, dodge those bullets coming towards him, and also find the timing. Also, keep his gun out and not trust that the drone cleared everything. So,
and he had no info. He had no info because the drone didn't see anything. I mean, he probably read that, okay, if the drone didn't see anything, then might be up Cat, but risky to go and make that peek happen. This is the head side of the coin that you do flip, so he's going to make some big moves. Lockdown in play for this particular round. Hunter's Fury not available on the defense. Take flight. So you expect the Mind Freak can get some decent work done if they can set up a decent lockdown play. Depending on where it is, though, Suave can still double shock it out, so watch out for that a little bit later on.
Dealing with that alarm bot, so Fulvis can't swing off of it. And Ronsky again, just waiting to hit the go button. There's a lot of util here. The setup just outside of B main. It's very solid for Fulvis. Can pop those nano swarms and stop the hit from happening, but they need to get into B main first because Cream's going aggressive. Milky going to be stuck in the corner. Ronsky loses that fight. Fulvis on the fadeaway. Cream sharp as nails as well. And still, none of this util's had to be used yet. Suave helping out Milky. It's a solid crossfire. Great positioning. All to play together here. Coming through from Clarity. And it should, at this point, be a 4th on the board. Sicko, you can see he's deep in T-spawn. And look, with 20 seconds, they might be able to double back to B, but the Guiding Light gets that early info towards A main, and there's no time to get to site. They're not going to back it. They're not going to back themselves.
You'd have to go up against Cream Operator, Turret, double nano swarms. Not worth it. You can't clear market either. Everything that MF wanted to do in terms of map control for this round completely disrupted that mid play especially. What you see is Ronsky gets a lot of confidence off the fact that he dodged the owl drone, so he's an unknown factor. So he walks up through Pizza. If he gets a 1v1 versus Fulvis, they get market control. Killjoy utility is gone. B is free for the tanking, or at least it's on the board. It's on the table for MF. As soon as that gets shut down, Tensai gets nothing done. Here comes the tactical time out for Mind Freak. This first half has gone awry. They get the pistol, they get the anti-eco, but the last 4 rounds, especially the gun rounds, have just not gone in their way.
Well, I'm loving the patience that is being displayed by Mindfreak, just constantly going for the orb control at A main. You can see there's a couple of pings on the map there as well. So, well, actually, you're looking at the players. I'm not. I'm looking at all the pings on the map while the players get set up. And it seems like they are trying to deal with these crossfires, figure out where the positions are that Clarity are going to play. And Mindfreak are looking to smack their way through. But, of course, it is Mindfreak having a chat. So, Ronsky, really just chinwagging with the boys. You can see Milky as well, just trying to have a chat, set the rest of Clarity up for success. And let's see if anything changes. We are going to see the Killjoy back towards B again for Clarity.
Okay, they're going to buy into this one, at least with a bit of a half buy. I see a bunch of rifles, 2 of them at least, 2 pistols, Spectre. I don't know if this is going to be the Killjoy ultimate round. Is this the one where you want the lockdown? There's a very specific timing here. If you wait too long, Suave's going to have that Hunter's Fury, and you're going to miss the timing advantage again, the lockdown before the Hunter's Fury on the other side is available. Right now, it's just going to be some fast action over towards A. Life comes on through. And here it is, lockdown.
Okay. And it doesn't seem like there's anything to counter it at the moment, so it's not even going to be invested. They're happy just to hold on to it for now. Look to go for the contact and just filter through those picks. Or that pick, rather, was just too much for him to deal with. Milky out of the equation. And now it's all about the retake. Late lockdown. Okay, investing it just to make sure they get another round on the board. But we are going to see the door broken. Now the push comes forward. They're not too worried about that Killjoy ult. They're trying to fight for it. And it looks like there's going to potentially be 1 or 2. 3 players detained. They backed themselves, but they've all damn missed it. No one able to deal with it. And Sicko, he can't find them. So maybe still a chance. Okay, turns around. Spots them in the corner. The other 2 guns at the ready. They've got out of jail for free this time. Cream, though, still fighting. And Soju just needs to play the time, needs to play the clock down. He doesn't hear the wraparound, and Suave gets on it just in time. There it is, the big retake after 3 players get detained. If I told you about that one tomorrow, you'd be thinking I was a liar.
Cream and Suave, lockdown, hide-and-seek champions. February 2022. Oh my goodness. Couldn't find him. Couldn't find him at all. Lockdown forever. I mean, you said it. They backed themselves. Time was really not in their favor there. Double ultimates committed coming through from MF as well. 5 now in a row from Clarity. Really interesting round that just played on through. Here come the guns finally on the side of MF. So they nearly got around, but just could not quite punish through Odin not being picked up for Suave as well. And so much money that Suave can also go over towards the Vandal that he dropped to his side.
Well, Odin action at B main, rather. Not going to find a huge amount of damage, although Soju, he's looking worse for wear. So we'll see what impact he can have for the rest of the round now. You 2 are going to be utilized at mid for the Killjoy, so we will see if a mid hit comes through. Clarity seem to be expecting it.
It's looking like catwalk to me, especially with the lurk over towards A main. They'll drone it through. Guiding light's actually going to be decent. I don't know if it spotted anybody though.
Ooh.
Certainly no information. The fact that there's a 3-man setup including glass makes things a little bit more difficult. This grab well especially is going to cause problems.
That knife getting a good amount of info. Now, what I want to know is if Milky was spotted there. However, it's not going to stop Mindfreak. They're just going to be smacking their way forward. Nice little cloud burst just to play around. Isolate some angles on the way in, but it's going to be Tensai holding. Milky trading, and Jelly D looking to lock down the site for now. Finding themselves the double and expecting the swing through. What goes down? And Sicko needs to save the day. He's had a couple of big rounds, but this is not going to be one of those. Fulvis finds him as the smoke clears. And there you bloody have it. 6 on the board. Clarity, a very solid start to the 3rd and final map of the series.
Yeah, that's great stuff. No plant either. Another eco coming on through. Spectre's the best thing. Ronsky's hands, I mean, bunch of sheriffs as well. It's just not looking good. How can you even recover the situation? It'll be 7-2 in just a hot minute as well. It's looking unbearably difficult for MF so far. Tensai nearly on another null command, but how much do you really want to commit into this one? Bunch of half armors, 3 specters. So much util being placed down. Mid is the only vulnerability here. We'll see what MF wants to be able to do, but just everywhere, B and A looking pretty tough to break through.
One-way smokes up. They've managed to slide Cream into Wine. He's got the Phantom, so maybe the element of surprise with Jelly D's. Look at that contact. They are aware of his position. Rodski's blind. He couldn't see a thing. He's just hit him with the hard pre-fire. Seemed to know the setup, but Jelly D close range. He's just pre-firing through. He gets a second. Can't even see that second man. All he has is his ears. He's heard the footsteps. He shot at him. And somehow, after this bloody chaos, swapping positions in smokes, Sicko's last alive again.
10 HP though. I mean, it's really rough, isn't it? Might be able to get a plant. He's going to double back over towards A. He's got time to go to B, but the problem is he just doesn't know what he's up against currently. He's actually low enough that if the turret spots him, he dies to the turret straight away. No questions asked.
30 seconds left.
And that could happen, but look, Jen's in the way here. Although if he goes to heaven, he might get in behind it, so he's chosen the right path, but he's going to have to deal with the turret now, or maybe jump over it. I don't know if that's a possibility. He's very worried about sight.
He nearly dies.
Deals with it. Gets spotted. And he should be able to get this down. But again, the recon bolt will come out before Fulvus goes through. Pulse misses him. It's nice and close. So they know he has to be around here somewhere. And they didn't clear it. But Fulvus reacts. Connects. And there you have it. Clarity with the 7th. That is a big, big defensive side already. And it can still get bigger.
Yeah, that's the scary part. I mean, you can see this going 9-3. That would be pretty wild. We saw that 9-3 a little bit earlier on when Meow somehow got that on Haven versus Order, and that was pretty tough even for Order to come back from. The 7 in a row is just brutal. You will have a buy coming on through, at least some sort of buy. Ronski's going to go towards a Blaze Storm. Cream on this Operator can and will cause problems, especially because Spike starts out over towards B. I don't know how much they'll commit over towards it, but yeah, I'm going to see Cream push up.
Yeah.
Maybe. Early recon you'd expect from Suave as well.
Get out of my way. Spike drop.
Looking like they are just going to try to target the B side of things this time, which, in my mind, looking at the map, is potentially going to be a mistake. A lot of stars in the way. They're not going to be able to make it down Cat, but they can wrap straight in front of the boat shed. But look how far away Fulvus is playing this time. Seeker's getting the world of information, making it look like there's someone at A main, someone down towards mid. And Ronski doesn't want to waste his knives on that one. So fortunately, there's Tensai there to save him. And spotted though. So we are going to see this rotation through. You could see Fulvus is still jumping for info.
They don't have a lot because even the Seekers, okay, that goes mid. You know the attacking team's probably going to have mid. You don't have it, so the attacking team certainly does. Seekers don't give you anything. So the Guiding Light coming through A-main as well. Whiffs. Doesn't spot a single player. What will dodge it? That knife will actually garner some attention from Clarity. That's the first bit of util that Clarity have actually seen from MF in a while.
Okay, Suave spots mid with the drone, and I believe he's got a recon bolt to play around as well. So we'll see when that's used. Looks like it's just going to be saved for the retake for the moment. And Cream, he has a lot of weight on his shoulders now, but it's going to be Ronski just smashing it through mid. Picks himself up a double, as well as these pulses coming through, making it so annoying for the rest of Clarity to make their way back in. Just like that, Milky, he's got a big job to do, but he's only able to find that single on the retake. The only kill that Clarity's found so far. Jelly D's alive and kicking, but he's stuck in the gravity well, which makes it that much more annoying. Sicko finds him, and it's 3 on the board. Mind Freak starting to fire up before it's too deep into the half.
I mean, brilliant null command coming through from Tensai, especially from Market as well. Covers so much of the area. If you are the defender on B, can't do anything. If you notice on the minimap at the end there, 2 nano swarms unused. Fulvus just sitting there like, oh, I can't use any abilities. So suppression field really nullifies Clarity's ability to stop MF from just walking on through. That's gone now though. Lockdown earned for a retake scenario if they require it. Clarity was not working with a lot of info on that last round, especially not early on.
Yeah, I have found that the KO is just such a solid counter to any of the Sentinels your opponents are playing, especially if you know exactly when to throw those knives or, you know, when to pop the ult as well. And last round was a perfect example. Now, Jelly D, he's got the Seekers. He's thinking about dropping them. Oh, he doesn't have the heat. He was healing, sorry. They look similar.
Right here.
Now, let's see what Suave decides to do. It's just going to be Ronsky going all the way in through CT. There's even a smoke as well to isolate the crossfire. Even trades as we come back to the 3-on-3. And we're going to see what just smash it through. But Milky, the man needs to do a huge job here from under heaven. And my lord, what is walking into the line, but he's going to take the fight and win it.
You almost wanted to see Milky drop down the, Cosmic Divide right then and there. It's got to come through from the other side now. Lockdown ends up being wasted because Fulvis was trying to preempt the fact that he believed MF were coming towards B. Not the case. They go A instead. 3 versus 2. Not exactly the best agents you want to see on a retake. To be fair, though, Cream has full utility. Jet can still be pretty useful. How do you break this held position, though? Instantly, Cream deleted. What for the 4 kills, Fulvis to follow as well. Mindfreak are coming back on. They are looking for this 5-7 finish.
You break it by half ticking the bomb and hoping that you get a kill from somewhere else, because there is just so much going on with that Cosmic Divide. Peeking underneath is just, it's literally a death trap. And you saw what happens when you go through. So, rough situation for them. Cream meeting his demise. But Mindfreak fans out there are all going to be cheering, including MJ.
Right here. Right here.
Couple of extra rounds here. So we do get to the pointy end of the half. 7-5, definitely a possibility. Oh, look at this recon dart as well. Nice and deep. Hunter's Fury isn't going to get as much as we thought, but it is the Odin to chime in. Cream still going forward and just making this round so damn hard. The B attack that Mindfreak were looking for just gets completely torn apart.
I think Sicko got 1 tag from the Hunter's Fury in terms of receiving it.
Yeah.
Then obviously he comes out with the Odin and just destroys Jelly D. So at the end of the day, ultimate committed from the defensive side. Doesn't work out in MF, a +1. Now working over towards Catwalk side of things. Drone. Will get deleted by Ronsky, you'd imagine. So I don't think that sees a lot. You see 1 jet, and it's not really enough to work through.
Oh, and Suave. Dangerous game. Milky only able to find the single. So at least it's something. And maybe a chance here for clarity. They're just going to be grouping up here over towards the tree. Odin coming through, but so's the Spike. And as that door gets broken, Mindfreak try to reposition. What's going to be left for dead, though? Okay. Thunderstorm goes down on the Spike for the moment, and we've also got the lockdown that they have to force forward to try to deal with, but that pushes them straight into the crosshair of Ronsky, who's coming in better late than never, finds that double, and chimes on in. So a big half coming through, and of course, last round of the half, so if you get those ults, that's why Soju's dropping them in what would be seen as awkward positions, but, it forces out the push, forces out mistakes, puts a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of Clarity. So 7-5, and now a very decent chance for Mindfreak to get into the lead. We'll see how the pistol goes.
Yeah, I mean, Sicko again getting that opening pick on the Odin, making it 5v4. Recovery, last 3 rounds, first 2 as well. 5-7. If you forget the fact that there are 7 in the middle, that they all went Clarity's way at 1.7 and 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a brilliant recovery in terms of momentum for Mindfreak. They're going to defend now. Let's see if they can continue that forward. Ronsky leading the charge so far for MF, as you'd expect. 3-man setup over towards the A defense. It's also where Tensai is going to be with the KO as well, so expect the Fragment. Fragment Gravity Well is pretty nasty as a combination. Sova and Killjoy together. Sicko and Soju over towards B. Also a good setup.
Edging forward.
Here.
Neronsky tucked on in, so we will see if he's spotted. I think he is, but look at that. The Fragment picks up a kill into Jelly D too, so huge combination of the crossfire and abilities. Great utility usage, and that gets them that 2-man advantage. Awkward. Suave really wanted the ghost, and now he's going to be stuck on the one side of a main. And he's just going to try to beat this distraction at mid. Spotted now. Not by the recon bolt, but the shot coming out is enough to give the info. But what has no idea? Oh, tree was open, Milky. He's missed the opportunity. Fulbus here to try and go for the cleanup, but it's going to be the right click from Tensai to find himself 3. And that 3 is looking like it could have one more added to the tally. But he's got this spike. He knows Suave's position. And it's going to be a shooting gallery. 3 fighting together. Eventually, Suave's going to go down to Tensai. The right click too strong at that range. And that's going to be 6 on the board. So Mindfreak 1 round away from tying things up here on Ascent.
Well held. Brilliant defense over on the A side of things as well. And you see that Clarity want to continue on A because you had a player stuck over. Was it Suave, I think, who went towards Wine? He committed. It was a good dart. I mean, the recon actually revealed what, but like I said, it wasn't taken down by Milky. Although, to be fair from Milky, he would have been swung by Tensai almost instantly. That happens regardless. Tensai goes for 4 there. Vandal being picked up now. Knife goes out straight away. We'll pick up 2 members.
I guess that's solid initial info, but of course, these smokes were popped nice and early. So Clarity at least able to edge their way to Cat now, and Tensai can't see a damn thing. Fragment may just split up the troops. That's huge damage from just like the 1 pulse and the spam through the smoke. What? Able just to keep on fighting. Now he's going to be joined by Tensai flashing through. Stuck on the short side. Cream here in a rough position, but he gets it with the right click. Just swings too wide, and Tensai did not have enough shots left in the mag. Sicko picking up the pieces with that big flank coming through tiles. And there it is, the equalizer, Kev. 7-7. MF starting the second half with a big smile on their dials.
MF as well, 5 in a row, including the last 3 from the last half as well. Perfect fragment. I was actually looking at the HP bars of Clarity as they walk on in. And just about everybody got put down below 1/3 HP. That's why when you have the rest of MF just swinging on through, Spectres in hand, just spray and pray at that stage. A couple of body shots is all you need. The fragment did most of the legwork. Important round now, though. Operator on board for Ronsky, so this could still be troublesome. Clarity have the good guns. The Vandal Operator from Tensai and Ronsky, that's where the problem can be. Smoke will push Ronsky out for the time being.
On the setup, Soju taking contact with Tensai, ready to go for the old underarmed flash. There's Soju, in comes the Poppy, and Tensai takes it with open arms. See you later, Milky. That's the numbers for Mindfreak, so they could not be happier. Suave, ooh, spots Ronsky in the corner, gets that tag on too, so buys some extra time for the short push to come through, and it's just going to be the A split coming in here. Ronsky, Gonskis, and just like that, the odds are tied. What? Not going to be able to fight for his life at hell either. So tucked into the corner. Everything just swaps back in Clarity's favor.
They haven't planted yet. That's a bit of an issue right now. They need to go for this eventually. Suave goes on to Tensai. The operator's on board for Soju. Might just have to look for a save here. 2 versus 4. You got an Ares, an operator. It's too expensive. Yeah, Soju's already out of here. So just up to Sekiro now, trying to wallbang through, but that box is made of steel. And I thought this round was going to go poorly for Clarity because they lose Milky straight away. Consider that that's their smoker gone. You don't have any Astra Stars there. What you then have to do, the only option you have remaining is you got to go fast. Cream instantly dives directly on in, and everybody kind of just wins these angels, including Cream, and you just open up the site, which otherwise, if you had waited too long, would have, to me, at least been an auto L.
Well, that's it, right? It's just, you know, knowing when you need to hit that go button solely because rounds like this can happen, right? You know, they knew exactly where Ronsky was sitting. They knew that he'd ran all the way back around the corner, and they just knew that short was open. So smash straight up Cat, got there in time, and got Ronsky out of position. Man was just trying to get back onto a line, but great heads-up play, great heads-up reaction from Clarity. Net themselves a round and keep the lead, more importantly, away from Mindfreak.
Yeah, it's just good decision-making on their part. So Ronsky now sniping over towards mid. Might be able to find some value. We have seen Clarity walk out in mid. Eventually, they will do so. So, Mr. Ronsky, we do like to see some early frags. Trailblazing not going to spot too much. Yeah, there's some stars on the ground. One of them is friendly. The other one is from the enemy side.
Mm. And defensive stars over towards A main too. So Cream doesn't want to go too far forward. Yeah, heavy investment.
What's going on there? Three
Well,
stars.
One's
all
for
in
the
one
one
area.
way. The other two are for, you know, don't come here because we're making a play, but there's no play being made, you know? It's just mind games.
You do have this null command for the retake as well, so I think at this stage, you know, Tensai, you just got to make sure you are alive, and he's going to kind of dry peek and check through A main, but that's humongous info. You should be really starting to get geared for B now. You know you have mid control, so they can only come from B main. That is gigantic in terms of Soju and Sicko's ability to hold this down now.
Oh, and Clarity running straight into the stack.
Oh,
Ronski, another collateral in the series. Man is popping, and he's going to find another drive through the smoke. Oh, Soju finds two as well, which we didn't get to see, but Ronski starting to put on the show. And this is the issue, right? You give him rounds like that, and this is where things start to get scary. But the round, of course, not only was it the shots that came through, it all boils down to great coordination. Tensai going in with the stars. I believe there was the fake smoke thrown just to allow him to push over towards Butcher. And as soon as that was cleared, you could see the whole team rotating all the way to B. So that was a rough one for Clarity.
Just perfect info. I mean, you had players pushed up there. You had full A main control mid info the entire way through, and now through mid, Ronski's just going to get the opening pick onto Milky. Once again, we have your Astra down. There's no more smokes. Clarity know they have to speed up, so they're instantly going to go through into market, but is it going to be enough? Plenty of defenders here. Soju down early is not great. Sicko was flashed that entire time.
He knew that Jelly D was going to be stuck in the corner and at least gets to go back for seconds after dealing with the Seekers. But the push already coming down Cat means we are going to see the lane push make it to site. Rotations dealt with as well. So Suave able to make that happen with the Sheriff. Now it's all about site control. Tap comes through, but no plant just yet. They're looking for something. Ronski over the top as well, just trying to fly to victory and just moving, having full accuracy is ridiculous. Swing and Cream. He's trying to make this one happen, but now it's down to Sicko, who has the line, but it is going to be Suave to connect upon it. Headshot found. A nasty one, and Clarity stay in the lead, 9-8.
So much of that comes down to the fact that Soju went down straight away as soon as the speed up happened, and Sicko was flashed as well. So great plays from Jelly D on that entry. And it's exactly the same situation that we saw earlier. Milky goes down, the call to go aggressive, speed up instantly happened from the Clarity side, and it works again. Catches Mindfreak off guard. And Mindfreak, I think you got to expect these things. You got Milky down, you start to hear some footsteps. You got some good utility there, but you lose your Killjoy, things are going to go badly.
Early flash in. Guardian Light gives that info. Jelly D. Wanted to go for the Trailblazer pass, but again, we're just going to see that knife slow things down up mid. Milky falling first again, so a rough position for him to be in. But we will see if anyone's going to be able to follow up here, because Tensai's flashed his way forward. Mostly clears out A main.
We saw those 3 stars all popped into smokes, by the way, over towards Halo and Tensai, just using that. This time it's not going to go well for Clarity. They've missed their timing already. They also lose their flashes, so now just kind of dry peeking on in. Oh my goodness, what? How did what fail that? Cream swings for the 90 degrees instantly, lands on the head, rotating that spike over towards B now, and I mean, you can let them plant if you want. You can just play for this retake. Doesn't really matter. Fulvus, if he actually gets this plant, can find a lockdown.
Yeah. And that is huge. Soju stops that from happening. Nice flick for the second headshot. Cream could not do a thing about that. Wanted to go for the trade, but I believe he was still pulling out his gun. So awkward position for them to be in, and Mindfreak pull it back for 9. So rounds just continuously being traded for the last couple.
You need to really stop seeing Milky taken down early. I mean, it's becoming a bit of a problem, a bit of a habit for Clarity. Sure, they've won 2 of those rounds despite that happening, but really can't afford it to be happening. Now Guns and Economy officially broken. Guardian, their best weapon on Suave. 3 ultimates, probably expecting a Blade Storm here. Why not? Milky 1 away from an ultimate.
Yeah. Could definitely do some damage here. But this time we do have a couple of Clarity members at A main. I believe the knife might have spotted one up and close, and then the drone as well. Should alert 10 side of the position of 2 of these members. So, fortunately for Clarity, they get away with that orb. They get away with, I think it was Jelly D getting that little bit closer to Seekers. So, no ult online yet from Milky. They're looking for that control, but again, the scan is huge. And the Odin just straight through the wall is enough to make this round that little bit easier. So, even though the Cosmic Divide came online, it was not able to be used. And it's Cream with the knives who was looking to be,
guess what?
the piece of the puzzle.
Here.
Milky can't catch a break, can he? Unlucky, my guy.
Negative. No matter what he does. And Cream not going to be able to connect either. So Soju locking this one down. Vulnerability with the Nano Swarm makes that second kill so damn easy. Ronsky chimes in at the end. And that is the lead. Finally found after so many damn rounds from Mindfreak. 10-9. 3 more. And they've made the reverse sweep a reality.
Alright, Suave has Hunter's Fury now. Soju has lockdown on the other end. See if Suave ends up using this or not as a counter, or if he's just trying to open up with it. If you do open up with it, Soju's going to have a free lockdown to play through. Cosmic Divide nearly online for both teams. Milky has his. Watt's one away. Opening knife. Catch a couple. And 2-man set up over towards mid. Bit of exploration for Sicko over into B-main as well. We'll just spot a smoke.
You should run.
Spike uncommitted. Lockdown immediately played into. Okay, let's wait. Is it going to be the Hunter's Fury?
How long do they wait? How long do they hold here? Fragment.
You want to fight it.
Going to be popped on the choke now as push starts to come through. I don't believe there's been too much damage done, but Cream definitely not full HP. Cosmic Divide started to come through now, as well as
Inside ulted.
The ult. So it's going to make things a little bit difficult, and the spike's not gone down just yet. Clarity just holding their ground. I'm loving the combination of these ults, but everyone just standing and waiting because there's still a whole minute on the clock, and spotted Tensai just after the ult fades. He falls, so there's no chance for info, no chance for revival. And just like that, it's numbers for Clarity. Mindfreak still looking to play around the smokes here, but we are going to see the tag through, but no spam from the Odin. So Spike will get planted.
Such a late Hunter's Fury. What is this? I mean, the spikes have been planted. Sicko pulls one through. Super late. We'll get the one tag. 5 versus 4 now. Damage committed onto Milky. No stars remaining, so Utility's starting to run low now. You just got to get the frags. Milky's done just that. Finds 2. 10 HP still surviving, and look, I think Soju and Sicko just want to save the guns.
Yeah, well, Sicko does. Soju thought maybe there was an exit on offer or maybe a chance. But going for that repeat cost him his life now, and Sicko really wants to keep the operator in play. I thought he might have still been having to play around with that Odin, but, crosses the line just in... What? Okay. Flank comes through, Jelly D takes the operator out of the hands of Mindfreak, and the bot, you know, sees him as it's put down and then will pop afterwards. So it allows him to know his position.
Man.
No sneaky beaky luck.
This again, 10-10. A knife's edge here for the second series. I mean, we knew this would deliver, but it's delivering hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
Tactical timeout coming through from the Mindfreak side. Super unlucky for Tensai there. Ulted. Ult fades, null commander's gone. Dies, like you said, no opportunity for a res. And so much was committed. I am starting to think it was a big mistake for Sicko to hold the Hunter's Fury, not just for the plant, but specifically for the lockdown, because you gave entire side away when you didn't have to.
Yeah.
And once site control was found, note that Milky held on to all of this util, played the Cosmic Divide. Reason why it took so long for MF to do anything on this retake is because he had all these damn stars being placed by Milky. He didn't have to use those for the take because the lockdown did all the work.
Well, the other thing as well, right, is that Cosmic Divide's there, and even with the KO ult popping, like, you don't know if they're on site or not because you've got absolutely no information with the Cosmic Divide in your way. So, really just keeping them guessing. Now we're back, we're live, and it looks like we are going to see Clarity have a bit of B main presence, but Ronsky's here in their way. What weapons he got? Looking like we've got him back on that operator. Still enough cash in the bank to get another one cranking. Sicko just buying some space there with the spam in through the wall. Aggression of A main as well. So, see if this one continues. Flashed off. It's getting very awkward. Ronski about to go onto the line, but of course the bot set up. Managed to get rid of the bot though, so Fulvis not peeking on the contact. Here's that operator shot. And that has not hit the mark as intended, so thinking Fulvis was behind there, and now the gravity well comes right back, and it's just a matter of time. Drone goes through, but again, the tailwind was up, so Ronski will be able to survive. A battle of utility right now.
Yeah, teams are just using a lot currently. Fragment's already gone. Forces out the dash. Dash on the other end for Ronski also expended. One of the Killjoy Nano swarms from the defensive side, Sicko, has been used as well. So we're starting to run low now. It's going to get to the stage where, depending on what Clarity still have, ideally they have a few stars remaining. They still need to execute somehow. Cream might get aggressed upon. Tensai thinking about the flash.
Yeah.
We'll have two members to work with here as well.
Okay, Cream.
Doesn't even need it.
Gone. And that's going to be the numbers. But again, just 26 seconds on the clock. Clarity, we've seen a couple of times this series, they've left it that little bit too late. And is this going to be another one of those times, or will they make it just in time? Again, the Seeker's going to be blocked by the door, and it's an awkward position for everyone to be sitting in. And what? He's just tucked on in. It's awkward, and he's going to be able to get nothing done. Oh, Milky finds himself the triple, and after so many times...
Oh, there it is.
He's able to get it done. Yes, they just got on that plant in time. Now Soju's edging forward. Man's got a whole lot to get through. There's that bot as well, which could have polished him off, but the swing, it's not there. It's Fulvis waiting for the drop to come through. Swing on the contact, and you lock this one down. Clarity looking to make it happen. Jelly D gets it done. Just with the old flick. 11. And Clarity fight on back. Mind Freak unable to run away with this one.
I respect the Cosmic Divide coming through from Watt. He actually dropped the spike as well, but couldn't do more than that. And obviously, once you get on towards site, things start going further in favor of Clarity. The Cosmic Divide on their own side has come up now as well. And you have to remember, so much utility was spent on both ends. And my biggest question was, how many stars does Milky have left? Enough to cover for an actual execute on A. And that's super important. Double marshals now on Mind Freak's side, trying their best to at least half buy. Do not allow Clarity to get 12. Once they hit 12, this is looking pretty dire.
And it's a faster approach. Clarity the whole way into B already. There's a couple of nano swarms, but look how much space Cream has created. And info gained as well. So drone over towards market now. And there's no ults online. So it's going to be a difficult retake if MF want to go for it. But they are coming slowly but surely in on the flank. Space in between Soju and the next man was a little bit too far. But Soju hits the shot. So we'll see what's able to happen here. Oh, Jelly D going to be stuck in behind the Cosmic Divide, and it's huge. Falls just at the right time, and he'll pick up to Fulvis chiming in. I thought MF could have been on for the upset round, and Ronski's alive with a Marshall. Oh, crosshair. Almost on the noggin, and given another opportunity, but Milky wins the fight. So 3 survive, and that is 12 on the board for Clarity. The money's there for a buy for Mind Freak.
Yeah. It's
but they can't put a foot wrong, Kev.
It's a sneaky Cosmic Divide, and Jelly D hiding behind it. I thought maybe a barrel would have been shown, but no, nothing was there. Jelly D just waits for the Cosmic Divide to fade, instantly picks up 2. The second kill he could have potentially have failed on, and then that would have been a weapon transferred over. Who knows what happens from there. Ronski with only a Marshall probably isn't going to get it done. 3 pistols, 2 Marshals on a retake. Pretty difficult overall, not expecting too much. Place on been popped. Yep. Important round for MF. They need this to stay in the game and push it to an OT. Clarity, though, on the home stretch. The final 100-meter dash right in front of them.
Flash all the way to Wine as well, so they know no one's in that position. There's the A main control. They've got that orb. Seekers online. And they just don't want to lose that first pick. They don't want to make this that much more difficult.
Now, this is a pretty vulnerable B. There's no operator for Ronski. He's checking over towards mid, only with the Blade Storm. Usually you would have your Sova of Sicko also on B, so they're pretty hard committing on the A side of things. Spike is uncommitted, but it looks like it will lean over towards Tree. Sicko can definitely do a lot to slow this down. Seekers will be used on this offense as well, so once that happens, That should be the hit.
Can't use that.
35 seconds.
Spike dropped.
Shifting B now.
Oh, and in comes the Seekers, but it's all a ruse, it's all a fake, and they're going to send him in with it too. So Jelly D, a big job to do to keep the enemies here. But now Soju solo with all this util coming through. Ronsky over the top though. He is not able to connect on all of them. And it's all down to the time now. Soju just needs to fight for it. He's found one, Spike's down. It's being retrieved and there's enough to get it planted. So just like that, it transitions into a retake. Mind Freak, they've got Jelly D on the flank, and he's going to find one for free, surely. No, the whiff is there, and what flicks around? It's back to the 2-on-3. And Cream, he's on the line. No bot to play off. They're just waiting for Mind Freak to make a move. They need a clear B main. What's looking sharp, but not sharp enough as Cream takes him down. Sicko wants to find the next one, and Cream grips up with the rest of the team. Suave is there. Milky swings on the contact, and it's 13 on the bloody scoreboard. 2-1. Clarity fend off the comeback from Mind Freak and take map 3 in the series. They're cheering.
Jelly D looking a little bit embarrassed there, and thankful that his team was still able to manage to get that round, because 2 free kills, I think, dead to rights there. It's okay. Happens to the best of us. 13-10, still final round. Brilliant stuff coming through. Unfortunately, look at the faces of Mind Freak not looking as happy, and you'd have to be a little bit disappointed with that finish, and considering how good, you know, the performance was, including the fact that the comeback happened on